All right, we back. Man. So we got Brother Jalen here, right? Jalon Slakin, right? Brother Jalon, I'm Haya El, right? Shalom to the brother there, right? But we back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson. My name is Haya El, right? And today's lesson is going to be about unity, right? Because one of the things that's going on today is we're witnessing the end times of America. America is literally falling apart. The dollar is being replaced. The petrodollar is no more. Saudi Arabia and the OPEC nations, they've literally come out and said they ain't gonna do business no more with the dollar. China and Russia sliding up in there. Not to mention, they're seeing subs and nuclear subs in the waters, not just off the coast of America and North America, but all over the world, right? They're jockeying for position to bomb one another. So any day now, we're going to start hearing air raid sirens here in America. But in the meantime, to the brethren who are still on the highways and byways teaching, we're going to be right here letting our people know what they need to do. And one of the things that we need to do is unify, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get started with the lesson. And we're going to start with Psalms 133 and 1 through 3. This is Psalms, chapter 133 and verse 1. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. So, this is a psalm from King David, talking about how the Most High God views his people when they dwell together in unity. It is a pleasant and good thing to the Most High God for us to come together as a unit, as a nation, right? One of the things that is going to be a boon and a fortunate change of events for some of our people is getting involved with their brethren and separating themselves from the heathen, which is their enemy, right? But we're going to go into that. Verse 2, it is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High God Yahweh commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. So while we dwell together, that's when we were instructed by Moses when he came down from Mount Sinai. Although our people had already backslidden into idolatry, at least we were together, right? When we're together, that's when the Spirit works at its best, right? Because us as family, we synergize off of one another. That's right. One of the things that you'll see often when you see videos about camps, you'll have one brother, he's getting precepts, another brother, he cutting people with scriptures, somebody else might be teaching on the side, somebody else holding security. We synergize off of one another, right? Now, I understand some of the people watch my videos. I've been here for 2 years by myself, but that's changing. The Most High God is bringing brothers to join this effort.
That's right.
Right? Because it's not good that man dwell alone. That's one of the things that we find out in the book of Genesis, chapter 3, I believe. Is it 2 or 3? Actually, we're going to get that. We're going to get that. Because even from the inception of Adam as the Most High God's chosen out of all the people on the earth at the time, it was not good that he be alone. Right? We're going to get that in Genesis. This is Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 7. And the Most High God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Most High God planted a garden eastward of Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed, and out of the ground made the Lord grow, or God to grow, every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, the tree of life, also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So we see that Adam was placed as the caretaker of this garden, right? Now, if you understand the metaphorical representation of the trees, the garden is just the nations. Adam, out of all the men of the planet, he was chosen as the Most High God's chosen man to give rise to the Adamites, or the descendants of Adam. As we know, the Israelites would come of that very same lineage. But so far, we see here that Adam is all alone, right? So, one second. This is Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 18. And the Most High God said, it is not good that man should be alone. This is something that any Israelite who calls themselves being passionate about this truth, I don't care how many scriptures you break down, I don't care how much work you do by yourself. If you can't do the work with your brothers, you ain't working right. How you supposed to connect with the same people that you aim to bring the gospel to if you don't believe it's within your ability or your obligations to even be part of the brotherhood? We're supposed to be congregating on the new moon, Passover, all types of holidays. It's in our law that you're not supposed to be alone. And we see for Adam, the very first chosen of the Most High God, that it wasn't good for him to be alone either. Right? I will make him a helper or a helpmate for him. So the Most High God created a helpmate. And we know that helpmate is Eve. Right? And we got a brother and an elder coming up, so we're going to see if they'll stop for us. Right? All praises, all praises. Oh, Allah, Yahweh, I'm Yashara. Yeah, but how you doing, brother? You believe in the Bible at all, brother?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what tribe you go back to in the Bible, brother?
I do not. Thank you.
Is your father a Negro? You from the tribe of Judah, brother. You got 3 minutes to talk about the Bible today? You elder? It's a shame. I say it every week, man. America falling down. This nation is about to be no more. And our people don't want to know who they are, what they supposed to be doing. But when things get bad and they can't fill that stomach, they gonna call on God. I'm gonna show you what God gonna do. We gonna go to Proverbs 1 and 26. This is Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish cometh upon you. So the Most High God laugh at our people. When they be laid up in the hospital, talking about, oh, the doctor about to take my foot, Lord help me. But we've been telling them their whole life to stop eating pork, stop smoking, stop drinking in excess, stop being a slob and get off your ass and work out. See, our people don't realize, man, the Most High God, he ain't all hugs and kisses, man. And we try to tell our people, but our people, they've been indoctrinated by the Christian church. And they think the Most High God wants to give everybody pajama parties and PS5s. And that's not the God we serve. We serve a terrible God, a great and mighty God that will kill his enemies and his own people.
Most High Yahweh.
The Most High Yahweh. One of his titles is Al-Shaji, meaning demon-like power.
Man.
See, people don't know what type of God we dealing with here. But they gonna find out.
That's right.
But let's get back to the lesson, y'all. So we're going to go to Sirach 6 and 13 through 17. Yeah, buddy. Because one of the things that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take heed of who we are around, right? Because that's one of the first issues that Israel had encountered after coming out of Egypt, right? We had the mixed multitude with us, and we were listening to the Egyptians while we were being led by the hand by the angel of the Lord. It vexed the Most High God so much that he killed all the mixed multitude in Numbers 11, and he made us bury him. Can you imagine that? Your dad come home from work, he tired of your dog shitting everywhere, so he say, you know what, fuck it, and he shoot your dog in the front yard, and then he tell you to bury him.
Man.
That's what the Most High God did to the Egyptians, because we kept cleaving unto them while he was leading us out of Egypt by the hand. See, our people don't understand the days that we're coming into, you're going to have to take heed to this wisdom of the scriptures, or you're going to die a horrible death out here.
That's right.
This is Sirach, chapter 6 and verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends. Now, you would assume that you wouldn't have to tell the same people who went into slavery here in America for over 400 years, been raped, robbed, butt broken, land stolen. You shouldn't have to tell them people to separate from the very same people who did it. But you got to tell Jake that every day.
Man.
Every day.
Man.
And Jake will fight and kill you before they separate from the white man. And that's the truth. How y'all doing today?
How you doing?
Doing all right. Y'all believe in the Bible at all?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
What tribe y'all go back to in the Bible?
Hey,
It's an easy one. It's easy. So
got-
are
y'all
your
got
fathers
time.
Negroes? Y'all from the tribe of Judah.
Tribe of Judah?
Tribe of
That's
Judah.
right.
Now, in Revelations 1 and 14, it describes how Christ looks. Have y'all ever heard that in the Bible before?
Nah, but I always
Can I read that for you real quick?
He had bronze skin.
Yeah. Let me get that for y'all. Now, did you know after in Revelations 4 and 2, it describes how God looks too? Did you know God is the exact color as you and you? Yeah. But let's go ahead and get this. This is Revelations, chapter 1 and verse 12. And I turned to see the voice that spake with me. And being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks. And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle. So you have a man who's being seen in a vision by John the Revelator, right? He's got on basically a championship belt like in wrestling, right? Because back in the day, they had to fight with knives and swords. So he had on a girdle to protect from being stabbed and poked up, right? His head and his hairs were white like wool. So it describes the texture and the color of his hair. It's white in color, but wool in texture. What people on the planet have wool-like hair? Us, right? As white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. Now that means his eyes were striking. Have you ever met a brother who's real mean and stern? He got that look in his eye, like at any moment, he could just reach out and choke you. But he ain't gonna do that, because he just stern, that's all, right? And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. What color is brass, brother?
I say like a brownish color, right?
That's why I stay here, brother. So, if you burn brass, what color does it turn? Black. Anything you burn turn black. Right? So it's telling you here that so-called Jesus Christ, because his real name is Yahushua, right? But so-called Jesus Christ had feet that were bronze in color. So dark it looked like they were burned in a furnace. Now I have a question. Are your feet the same color as the rest of your body? When you look at the tops of your feet, they might be slightly lighter, but for the most part, you don't go, oh damn, my feet are red and the rest of my body black. You know what I'm saying? So your feet are the same color as the rest of your body. So that they're describing Christ here as a so-called black man.
That's right.
Think about it. Wasn't he lynched? Yeah. Christ was lynched. They beat him with whips. They spat on him. He was treated like a so-called nigga.
That's right.
Right? Before you go, because I know you got to catch up to your people, right? I want you to know this, brother. You an Israelite from the tribe of Judah, repent and keep God's laws. There's 613 commandments, brother.
That's right.
Not 10, right? This is a commandment. Numbers 15:38, fringes. You'll notice that we at least got stubble on our faces or a beard.
That's right.
You're not supposed to mar the corners of your head or your beard, like you can't take a razor to it. Although you can clip it down, right? Also, pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. All right, brother. Just know you special, brother. We'll be here for a number of hours. Sure thing. I'm going to read this while he leaves. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Now the sad part is he was pulled away by likely his father, an elder.
Right.
See, a lot of people don't realize we are working out our own salvation with fear and trembling. So this whole idea of somebody being able to call you away from hearing the Bible when you're just coming into the knowledge of who you might be according to the scriptures, man, I don't want to say that's bad luck. That's just bad decision making.
That's right.
Because I would have to tell my dad, hey, look, if we call ourselves believers in the Bible, you should be over here with me. Whatever we got planned, we need to put that on hold. But the reality is a lot of our elders, they don't care about serving God.
That's right.
They've been serving themselves their whole life, and they're going to die serving themselves. That's the reality of it. Because if you ain't getting down with these scriptures as an Israelite, you're going to get put to death, man. But let's get back to the lesson. So we're going to go back to Sirach.
Yeah, you drug him away real quick.
Yeah, man, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. But see, the thing is, the Most High God yields the increase.
That's right.
See, he has to honor his father, so I respect that.
That's right.
But We ought to obey God rather than man, as it says in Acts 5 and
That's
29.
wild. That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Break it out, bro.
Even Yahushua had to separate from his parents at the age of 12 and go to the synagogue to teach.
That's right.
And they didn't know where he was for 3 days.
Man.
So the question is, how much you want it? Because when them angels crack the sky and Yahushua return, he ain't going to be like, well, your dad called you away, so I understand.
That's right.
He going to say, make it away from me. Ye who break my father's laws, depart from me. And that's going to be why the missiles head. You going to see them motherfuckers coming. He going to go, get away from me. And you going to die. This is Sirach, chapter 6 and verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies and take heed of thy friends. So that's something that so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans have not done throughout their entire history. When you look in the so-called ghettos today, the people that we call friends more often are the people who are not of our stock. Because when you roll through the hood, the people that we worry about the most are our own people.
That's right.
Meanwhile, so-called Asians can set up shop in our ghettos and run a restaurant, run a nail shop, massage parlor, giving out special endings and everything, and we won't lay a finger on them.
That's right.
But if you know about something called the Silk Road slave trade, you'd understand that they're one of those enemies listed in the Bible. Did you guys know that we're the real Jews? Did you know that? You think the people over in Israel today are the real Jews? No? Yeah, there's no way that those people are the real Jews. Did you know they do something called a mezitza? Yeah, it's an oral circumcision. On the 8th day, they take a male child, they circumcise him, and then the priest sucks the baby's penis. That's what they do. And it's in the what's it called? The Talmud.
Talmud. That's right.
It's a Talmudic practice. That's nowhere in the Bible because that's horrible. Shouldn't somebody who does that to a child be put to death?
No.
Well, I mean, I'm saying if somebody assaults a child, shouldn't they be killed for that? Yeah, but that's what their people do. But they call themselves the Jews of the Bible. Yeah. Now, just like they are our enemies who basically stole our heritage, your people have joined on to them. Because when y'all come to America, how do you get a business loan? Through a bank, right? Right? Yeah. Did you know those banks, they got their start off of slavery? That's where they got their starting capital. Wells Fargo, Washington Mutual, I know that one's gone. But all these banks got their initial capital from slavery. Think about it. When you drive down the highways, what race of people do you see fixing the roads? Usually Mexicans, sometimes black, Puerto Rican. You don't see any white people out there. When you see people building these buildings, you see blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. When you go to a restaurant that has good food, who's in the kitchen cooking? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans.
Right.
Did you know 2 black men called the Patterson Car Company, they invented the car? We don't get credit for that. A man named Lewis Latimer invented the light bulb. No credit.
That's right.
Did you know a black man invented wireless communications, 2G? That forms the foundation for the wireless communication that you carry around in your pocket right now on your phone? We don't own that, the white man does. Now, you should be asking, how do we make all those things but we're still on the bottom of society? In the Bible, it says if we don't keep God's laws, God's chosen people will be on the bottom. And our enemies will get up above us very high. That's why y'all are able to come to America, barely speak English, and get a business loan. And y'all are fine. But I could live here my entire life. I could do everything to keep my credit straight. I could have 3 degrees, and they'll say, get your black ass out of this bank. You ain't getting nothing.
That's right.
That's the life we live here. But I want to show you something, because I said y'all had us in slavery. Did you know that y'all going to go into slavery as a result of that? One of these days, you're going to be frying rice in the kingdom of heaven.
Bring it out.
Yep. We're going to do to y'all what y'all did to us. That Great Wall of China, we built that. Yeah, y'all had slaves too. You know about the Kunlun people over in China? Kunlun? Yeah, those are black people. Kunlun. Yeah. Y'all do a major play where y'all do blackface. Yeah. It's about a black servant saving the wife of a feudal lord.
But don't be nervous. You know, this is what
Yeah, we
y'all
ain't gonna
do.
do nothing to
It's part of your heritage. You know, be proud.
That's who y'all are. Be
Exactly.
proud.
Be proud of it.
Yeah, y'all already did it. So be proud, right?
Hey, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, thank you.
Without the girl, my
Yeah,
friend.
bye-bye. This is Revelations, chapter 13 and verse 9. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints.
That's right.
See, all these nations know they got to get paid back, man. This entire civilized world has been built on the necks and backs of God's chosen people. But that's all right, because they're going to build up the gates of the kingdom of heaven.
That's right. That's
Isaiah
right.
60. See, and we're going to be ruling them with rods of iron. See, they think we're going to be better than they were. They don't understand. They got to get it all back in blood.
That's right.
Asian man, white man, all the heathen who had us in slavery. Y'all going in slavery as a result. Get ready, because it's coming real soon. So, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go back to Sirach, because I think it bears restating. Because I asked them if they knew about the Kunlun people.
That's right.
His wife knew about those people. See, a lot of times on TV, when they turn the cameras on in these other nations, they don't pan around too recklessly, because there's niggas everywhere.
That's right.
There's black people, so-called black people, with so-called Negroid features everywhere. They got another group of people over in China called the Jomon people. They got Negroid hair, Negroid features, black as us. But you never hear about or see those people. You know why? Because they want to put on the image that they are as numerous as the stars in the sky and the sand of the sea,
That's
and
right.
that they don't need us to fill up these areas in these nations. That's why when you drive around America, it's a lot of barren wasteland. Nothing's being grown, nothing's being done.
That's right.
Because we've been corralled in these ghettos and in the cities. And that's the same all over the earth.
That's right. Bring it out.
But let's go ahead and get this. Primarily, brother, I try not to talk to the heathen.
Heard.
The only reason why I talk to them is because they were standing right here.
Standing right there. That's right.
Yeah, if they don't stop, I don't talk to them.
Heard.
Because they gonna hear my voice plenty when we cracking that whip over their back and beating their back in.
Come
Just like
on.
y'all did our ancestors. It's coming real soon, Susan. Coming real soon. You shake your head, that hair that ain't yours, probably a wig. You going into slavery, Susan. It's coming real soon. This is Sirach, chapter 6 and verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends. A faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that hath found such a one hath found a treasure. Nothing doth countervail a faithful friend, and his excellency is invaluable. So these are the characteristics of a friend. The white man calls himself our friend. What do we have to show for it? Raped, robbed, and murdered. Meanwhile, he walking around on stolen land as if the balances are square. Not understanding you got a debt to pay, Mr. White Man. And the same goes for all these nations. Because everywhere you can go on this planet as a so-called black man, they got the N-word for you waiting on you.
That's right.
Even the so-called blacks in Africa, the sons of Ham call you a kata. They call you cotton picker.
Okushi.
Or kushi. That's what the fake Jew call you.
Uh-huh.
See, we the only ones walking around not knowing what's going on or who we are. And as a result, our enemies have come to feel comfortable around us. When in fact, they should be ashamed to be walking up and down this stolen land over the bones and bodies of the very same people that they say that they're brotherly to.
That's right.
Verse 17, whoso feareth the Lord shall direct his friendship aright, for as he is, so shall his neighbor be also. So those of us who fear the Lord, we conduct our friendships according to the rules and the laws of the Bible. That's why in 1 John chapter 5, verse 2, it says that we know that we love one another as Israelites if we love each other according to the commandments. Of course, I'm paraphrasing, but that's also how you know if you love God in the following verse, if you keep the commandments, right? But let's go ahead and slide on over to Amos 3 and 3. Because what we need to take from what I just read is that we need to exercise wisdom and separate ourselves from our enemies.
Can I have a moment for the word, brother?
Y'all got a moment for the word? Y'all Israelites and y'all special. Keep the laws, y'all. Brother, when I first got out here, man, people turning away from the Bible used to make me mad as hell.
Man, yeah. That 2/3, they gotta go.
Somebody got to be the 2/3, man.
That's right.
And I'm not losing my crown so some no law-keeping nigga can get it.
Man.
I'm not doing that.
Man.
So they don't want it, I'll take it.
Right?
But let's get this. Amos 3:3, and then we're gonna move on. Just a little quick hit. So many of my pages stuck together, man. I think I'm gonna have to replace it. I'm gonna have to replace this sword, man.
That's right.
Hey. There we go. Amos. This is Amos, chapter 3 and verse 3. Can two walk together except they be agreed?
That's right.
So the question that we have to start asking as blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, as the people on the very bottom, as the people who've been exploited in every way, shape, and form that you could possibly imagine. How are we walking together with our enemies if we are not in agreement?
That's right.
We believe that they've wronged us. They believe we should let it go. How are we supposed to walk together? We're saying that we're God's chosen. And we're saying that they're the heathen, they're going to serve us in the kingdom. And they're saying we're all together and the Most High God and Jesus loves everybody the same. You cannot walk together with another group of people unless you are in agreement. And our people are about to find out the hard way when Jacob's trouble arises, that the people that they walk with that don't agree with them are going to take issue with their position. But let's keep going. Right? So we're going to slide over to Zephaniah 2 and 1 through 3.
Uh-oh. Bring it out.
Because one of the things that we've yet to do and prioritize is us coming together as a people. This is Zephaniah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation that desire, before the decree bring forth, before the day passes the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Most High God come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you. So this is literally telling the Israelites to come together, to congregate, and to get on one accord before the day of judgment. And our standard that's going to bring us under one accord is the Bible.
That's right.
That's why the Most High God, as He breathes life into His people, we're standing up all over the world. You got Israelites standing up in the Philippines right now.
That's right.
Now, a lot of our people don't know about the slave trade that went from Mexico to the Philippines, the Ruta de la Plata, but that happened, so our people are over there. Hey, brother, you got time for the word today?
I'm good, man. I'm just chilling with my little boy, man. I ain't got much time with him, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate it, brother.
Well, if your father's a native Hispanic, just know you're an Israelite. The Bible talks about you, all right? You special, brother.
Thanks, man. Love y'all, man. Love you too.
All right, brother, love you too, man. Be safe. See, and that's, though the brother didn't spend much time, he said something. He said the L word. We don't hear that amongst our people.
That's right.
We don't say we love each other, but we'll say the L word to that white man when he hand you that damn check.
Thanks.
Give him hugs, smiles, tap dance, and everything. Our people do the whole number when it comes down to their enemies. But to their own brethren, man, we wouldn't piss on each other if we was on fire, man. Sad. But let's move on. So we're going to hit up Isaiah 55 and 1 through 7. Right? Because while we come together, we have a duty toward one another. We're supposed to be edifying and building one another up so that we can all keep the commandments and show ourselves approved of the Most High God. This is Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 1. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yea, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. So this is an invitation to the Israelites to come get this word.
That's right.
Come get these scriptures. See, when we come together, we're supposed to be coming together in righteousness. And all of our conversations are supposed to also be in righteousness. We're not supposed to just be discussing any little old thing.
That's right.
Because a lot of times when Jake come together, we come together for twerk contests. We come together talking about trying to score some weed, some drugs, trying to plot on where we going to go for the night to indulge in some wickedness. But we're supposed to be coming together to give each other the word. To come together. I'm sorry?
Lord, right
Oh,
there.
shalom,
Shalom,
brother.
shalom,
Shalom, brother. You gonna give a pound of all right. You good. How you doing, brother? I'm doing all right, man.
Shalom, bro.
Huh? Yeah, I'm using it. Yeah.
I got something for the phone.
Okay.
I'm serious. Left it there. I got leaves. Work.
Well, go ahead and show it, man. Go ahead and show it. Yeah.
Work.
Oh, you got a sound system.
Like big, like the light,
Okay.
dark, mic. It's supposed to record like 5 feet extra.
I feel you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I could leave it tonight.
Okay, yeah.
Back to me later.
Yeah. Let me test it all out so I know how it works, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. And then it got a remote. On my phone, I had to go to camera, like the video camera and all that, and then just hit the button, and
Okay.
it'll start recording on its own. But I had to manually go to the camera, manually go to video.
I might have to call you and get you to walk me through it, man. Yeah.
I might got the book. Let me show you.
Oh, you can put it in my bag, man. It should be open.
What I do?
But let me finish this out.
Okay.
This is Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 2. Wherefore do ye not, or do ye spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfieth not? Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight in it delight itself in fatness. Salaki. Incline your ear, and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, and a leader and a commander to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run unto thee, because of the Lord thy God, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. So while we're gathered together, we're supposed to be not only teaching each other, but as a result of us teaching each other and getting built up, the Most High God is going to increase our fame. Now, this, of course, is talking about end-time connotation, where the nations are going to come onto us in a subservient manner. But we see that happening in real time. We'll set our line up, start preaching, start reading, and then here come the heathen. They want to know about it. Here come some of our people. They want to know about it. So the Most High God is increasing our fame throughout these lands as people understand who we are and what we stand for. Verse 6, seek ye the Lord while he may be found, and call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. So the Most High God is going to do right by his people, which he always does, but he's going to show mercy unto us. That's if we're keeping the commandments, gathering with our people in harmony. Right? You got something you want to bring out, brother?
You said seek him while he might be found.
No, I understand, brother. I can keep going, man, if I can. I just know you ain't got a lot of time, man. Yeah. So we're going to go to 1 Thessalonians 5 and 11 through 14. This is 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 13. Actually, verse 11. Wherefore comfort yourselves together and edify one another, even as also ye do. And we beseech you, brethren, to know them which labor among you, and are over you in the Lord, and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love, for their work's sake, and be at peace among yourselves. So whenever we come together, we're supposed to have rank and file according to who has the mastery of works.
That's right.
If you're coming under an elder who's been teaching for 30 years, been doing the work, that elder shouldn't have to tell you, hey, young blood, take it easy. Let me bring it out. Be silent or calm down. You should know how to act around an elder. The amount of respect to give your brethren. So,
I would say, the point
that's right.
by wisdom. So if I'm 32, 33, and I'm learning from a brother that's 21, 22, that's my elder.
That's right.
According to the mastery, like you said, brother.
That's right. Because according to verse 13, it tells you for their work's sake. So that's one of the reasons why we talk about our works. It's not to esteem ourselves, because we know the Most High God could put us to sleep just as quickly as he brought us into the truth.
That's right.
But the reality is, people got to know what you've done so they know where they fall. One of the things that I've been asking the Most High God for is an elder. One in person where I could just come to him face to face and ask him questions. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of relationship that you want to have with somebody in regards to God's word, so you can get sharpened and go do the work and abound even further in the truth. Verse 14, now we exhort you, brethren, warn them that are unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, be patient toward all men. And we know that's something that Jake don't like to do. You show up, it could be your first time playing football. Jake be tackling you like you've been on the field 10 years, man. Full contact hits. And then if you say something about it, they call you weak. But we're supposed to be understanding and kind to one another, patient. Because I'm going to tell you, like I said earlier, when them white folks walk around, we sure is patient with them. We know on the job, white man be asking 110 different questions. And we sit there and answer all of them. But let it be one of our people asking a question. All of a sudden, hey, brother, why you asking so many questions? Why don't you get it yet? That's what we do to one another. But we see in here that we're not supposed to behave that way one toward another. I'm going to reread it just to drive the point home. This is 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 14. Now we exhort you, brethren, warn them that are unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, be patient toward all men. See that none render evil for evil unto any man, but ever follow that which is good, both among yourselves and to all men. So we're supposed to be doing that which is good. What's good? What's really good, y'all?
That's commandments.
The law, statutes, and commandments.
That's right.
Come.
And my shepherd, how is good? Want to follow his steps.
That's right.
Set an example. That's good.
No man is perfect, but the one.
That's right. So this is something that Jake need to take to heart, man, because we up against these curses. See, and our people don't realize, man, if we start keeping the commandments, it's not like some miraculous thing has to happen for the curses to stop. Our behavior just changes.
Right. That's a fact.
I've noticed that since I've come in the truth. I'm far more patient with people, and they're far more patient with me because I'm a better person. A lot of times I was causing friction with people because I was being a jerk. Bible tell you how to act right, man. And you're supposed to act right with your people, not the heathen. You're supposed to be wise as a serpent and as harmless as a dove with your enemies. And your friends, really. But especially your enemies. Right? But we're going to keep moving. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to 1 Corinthians 12 and 11. We will stop at 14. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 11. But all these worketh that one, in the selfsame Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. So, what Paul's talking about here is how the Holy Spirit imparts gifts unto every man according to the portion that they've been granted. It's not everybody's place to be a speaker or a reader or to maintain security. Brothers got different skill sets, man. That's why we're supposed to come together as one body. And I'm going to bring that out too. What's up, brother?
Not just that, brother. Different brothers have different perspectives, different knowledge, different areas. So, that's going into what you're talking about, being a part of that body.
Yeah.
The hand isn't more important than the foot. That's right. Equally, how they purpose in different areas.
That's right.
My praises.
I don't think they want to talk. I talked to them the other week. I think they talk Spanish. But we'll see. I want to talk about the Bible this week.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man.
Hablamos, no?
¿Ah?
Hablamos, no?
¿Inglés?
Poquito más.
No,
Just a little.
español.
Español.
No español, no poquito.
No, no English.
No, inglés, sí, señor.
¿Solamente español?
¿Ya?
Hablan,
Solo español,
Solo
español.
español.
Okay.
You want to talk about Jesus?
Somos negros y
Israel.
Hey, man.
Tú Israel. Issachar.
Tú, Isucar. ¿Tú sabes Isucar? ¿Y Matamoros?
Yeah, yeah.
Sí. I had a Spanish Bible. Tu tribu de Israel es Isucar. ¿Tú sabes? Sí. Israelitos. Salvación. Solamente salvación. Jesucristo solamente para nosotros. Solamente nosotros. Nunca alguien personas. Solamente sí. I don't know what to say.
Tell me to look into the Bible.
Yeah, but I want them to come back, bro, because I'm trying to get a Bible to, you know what I'm saying, some read to them.
You need the blue letter?
Spanish.
You need the blue letter in Spanish?
Yeah.
We might have.
Yeah, I got you.
See if you can get Matthew.
I got you.
Yeah. Un momento.
You got to scroll down a little bit.
Jesucristo, trata de Matthew 15, dice, solamente Israel, solamente otras personas razón por
Deuteronomy 76. You got to build on that. This is why having more brothers is a good thing. I don't speak Spanish. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, Deuteronomy 7:6.
This is looking cool for my lesson today. That's why unity is important, man. Hey, man, put that bottle in your bag. Yeah, because it's going to get hot.
Now I want my sword to turn to grass.
Me too. God's word shouldn't be on the floor.
Alas, cinco, hasta luego 9 anoche. Aquí. Sí. Yeah.
God bless you too, brother. Yeah. Higher L.
Ven conmigo. Ven conmigo.
said this is why you need other brothers, man.
Right, that's right.
Because where you don't have the skills, man, another brother can step up and play the role. That's why all these one-man army Israelites, man, you ain't gonna make it.
Ain't gonna make it,
You
man.
ain't gonna make it, man. And I'm gonna be real. I've been out in some tight spots right here, man. And having brothers with me would have made them issues go away, man. But the reality is, the Most High God has it all happen for a specific reason.
That's right.
Because sometimes you go through shit so you have works. You know what I'm saying? If it's always a cakewalk, man, some brothers will look at you, they be like, nothing ever happened to you since you came to the truth.
Nah, you know what else, brother? I was talking to. I've been talking to you. I firmly believe that go through things, giving alms is, one form of charity. That's us investing and storing up our treasures in the heavens, right? You go through something that gives me an opportunity to do something for a righteous brother. You know what I'm saying? Not a wicked person to double my sins, but to a righteous brother so that that can be counted towards my treasures in heaven. That's what
right.
I'm saying.
That's right.
So I firmly believe that and understand that, that's another reason why. Diversity, as well as that, amongst other things, that brings you back to Amos.
Yeah, Amos 3 and 3.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
But that's why, again, we're supposed to be congregating, and like I said, we're supposed to be sharpening one another. Brother Darren just brought out, when you give alms, that covers a multitude of sins. You ain't supposed to give alms to your enemy. So who does that leave? Your brothers.
Right.
Brothers and sisters. That's why coming together is important, because if you don't come together, they ain't gonna know if you got a problem. You know what I'm saying? But let's go ahead and keep moving. So we're gonna go ahead, keep your chest in 1 Corinthians, finish that.
It's like your
11 to 14. We'll read it again. That's fine. This is 1 Corinthians, chapter 12 and verse 11. But all these worketh that one, and the selfsame Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. For as the body is one, and hath many members, and all the members of that body, or that one body, being many, are one body, also so is Christ. So, Yahushua and the body of Yahushua is comprised of the people of Israel. Although we are individuals and we are different, we comprise the body of Yahushua. So where one man might have the function of a hand, another man might have the function of a stabilizing muscle in the shoulder, who knows? But every single member of the body is important, right? Y'all believe in the Bible?
Absolutely.
I have a question. If y'all believe in the Bible, what do you think God is going to do for the rape, robbery, and murder that happened in America? To blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Jesus Christ in Matthew 15:24 said he was only sent for the Israelites. And he also said in Revelations 13 and 10, whoever leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. And he said that. So get ready for slavery. I did that. Yeah, we did that too. We threw the thumbs up, salute, and then you raped us. Buck breaking. Look it up when you get home.
So like I got a precept for you, brother.
Let's hear it, brother. Where we at?
Ecclesiastes 12 and 4. Just kind of going off that last one we made. Remember it?
Yeah. Go stand over here. Face camera.
It's Ecclesiasticus, aka Sirach, chapter 12, verse 4. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread and give not unto him, unless he overmaster thee thereby. Whereas thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him. For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay them with just vengeance unto the ungodly.
Brother, you read that wrong. He loves sinners. He loves everybody.
For the Most High hated sinners.
Nah, he want to give him a hug.
For the Most High hated sinners.
Nah, he's letting it go.
But for the Most High hated sinners,
Let it go.
and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment.
Con.
Give to the good and help not the sinner.
Con. So, as the brother brought out, you're supposed to pick and choose very carefully who you help. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's a rough world out here, and a lot of people going through a lot of things, and it's about to get a lot rougher. the same people who come to you with their hand out, they hat in their hand, with their head bowed, gonna be the same niggas kicking in your door to get your food, to rape your woman. So you have to be able to discern, right? And you have to discern by the best tool available to any Israelite, and that is the Bible. So if somebody come up to you not wearing fringes, they coming up to you on the Sabbath talking about, hey brother, can I get some money to go buy something? If they're keeping the law, they ain't gonna put you in that position to sin and have to question, well, do I do this on the Sabbath? Because it's always good to do well on the Sabbath.
That's right.
Our Messiah taught us that. But if somebody is saying, hey, look, man, I want some money for an Uber to go to the store and get some cigarettes, you're going to have to know how to discern who's who in these coming days. Because people are underestimating the trouble that is coming our way. That's why, again, today's lesson is about unity. Because a lot of us are walking around by ourselves, not understanding that the miracle is us being brought back in unison. That's the miracle. Why the Most High God got to get off his throne and make the whole world stand still just so you can be all right? When all you got to do is congregate with your brothers and keep the law.
Yeah.
You get some? Hey.
And it's crazy because on the street level, a lot of rap music and stuff like that you hear these days, it's real popular to slime somebody out.
Yep.
Backdoor gang.
Yep.
So that's a point there. And then secondly, you made a point about, people using a little bit of trickery coming to ask you to do things and they're not keeping the commandments. Right? As a personal testament on being able to exercise my discernment and learn how to deal with these things, because I've had family members come to me and say, oh, it's not a birthday gift, or it's not a Christmas or New Year's or Easter. I got this stuff a while ago, and I just had it sitting around, and I was in the neighborhood, I was cleaning out some stuff, and I just happened to give it to you, and so it's a level of discernment that in my own personal journey, it took a little bit for me to understand, open my eyes a little bit, before I really made that decision to say, you know what, don't even worry about it at all, keep it. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to risk it. And that, and to that point, the response I got to that was, God knows your heart and the spirit and all of this and that. And I said, well, you know what? That is a spirit. That's me moving through the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually actively trying not to do things. Those things are pacing my steps to where if I don't know and I'm unsure, let me stop, let me examine myself, or let me slow down a little bit before I crash out. So,
What does the Bible say? If you're talking about a matter that you have no knowledge of, you're supposed to lay your hand over your mouth.
Right. Hold your foot, hold your peace.
The Bible says where there is no law, there is no sin. But the thing is, if you don't know about the law, that don't mean you get to just do it.
That's right.
That's why, again, having brothers around you to go, hey, brother, is this lawful? Hey, brother, what you know about, say I want to heat something up in the microwave on the Sabbath. Is that okay? Because I'm going to be honest, some camps, they say that's all right. But I look at it like this. You're not supposed to kindle a fire. So if that microwave is running before the Sabbath start, and you put something in it, that's different than you just starting it and kindling the heat in the microwave.
That's the spirit of that law.
So yeah, you're supposed to be trying to keep the law itself to the best of your ability. Now, when Yahushua get back, he gonna straighten all that out. He gonna say, hey, look, you ain't supposed to be cooking, so turn it off, period. And he gonna straighten everything out. But this is something that we need to understand as a people, right? Because having brothers around you, this video is gonna be a testament to this lesson, right? This is what happens when you have brothers in the spirit around you. This is Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 17. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. So just as iron sharpens iron, a friend who's on his square is going to sharpen the abilities and the countenance of his friends that are also in league with him in that endeavor, right? So say we going hunting. If my brother here is flanking the game from one side and driving them toward me, then I can exercise, basically just simple hunting skills and pick them off because they already come in my way. That's just simple tactics of iron sharpening iron. We synergize off of one another. That's why, again, ain't no room for no celebrities in the truth.
That's right.
Because ain't nobody greater than our Messiah. And everybody is worthy of death in this thing. Right? But we gonna move on. Yeah, get it, man.
Iron sharpening iron. Part of that is seeking correction. Us seeking correction, we coming in this day, we know we're not whole. The Most High wasn't sent to the healed, to the fit. He was sent to the people that are sick. So not being whole, you got to get around people that can hold you accountable.
That's right.
That's that iron sharpening iron, and I don't know if this will go after it, but this wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but it still gets to the point a little bit. This is Proverbs chapter 15, verse 9. The way of the wicked is an abomination unto the Lord, but he that loveth him followeth after righteousness. That's the law. Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way, and he that hateth reproof shall die.
That's
And
right.
the point is, like you said, iron sharpening iron. If you ducking smoke with your brothers, exhorting you,
Man.
you ducking smoke from your brothers, exhorting you and admonishing you to build you up to be a stronger person, a better man, woman, and all the Israelite, child of the Most High. You going in the way of the wicked. It's not righteous, and God doesn't like it. He hates you. You know what I'm saying?
You got a bounce, man?
It's ridiculous. The
We gotta get online and organized. I got a big old map. So I bought this book. It's like a map of all of Texas, all the roads.
Okay.
Yeah.
This thing right here, it can plug into your tablet. There's a way to take it off. It can plug into your tablet. The light and the mic. The mic part is the part that's gonna plug into the tablet, and the charging port. It takes the C charger.
I'm gonna have to see if that. I think that one has like that Apple charger. It don't have the C cable.
I had one at home.
Okay.
Dang.
Well, we'll get
But,
organized,
yeah,
man.
we get it right.
We good.
But yeah.
Brother, thank you, man.
Yeah.
Now I know you speak Spanish. You know you're on Spanish duty, right?
I've been wanting to, because I'm glad. I didn't even know Bible Hub had it in Spanish.
Yeah.
I've been looking it up. I'm looking for the parallel Bibles with the RVR and I was looking that up on Amazon. I'm like, I need to get that.
It's at the bottom on Blue Letter. It's like near the bottom. They're like Russian and all that stuff. It's way down there, man.
Okay. Yeah. I have to do it. I gotta brush up on myself.
That was beautiful, man.
Yeah, beautiful,
All
brother.
right, Melissa, I see you in the chat.
Come, Yasharala!
Yasharala!
All praises, man. This is what it's about, man. See, man, I'm gonna be real. When I first came out here, man, I always wondered. I was like, man, when the Most High God gonna send me some brothers? I remember talking to my wife about it. Just like, man, I would really like if the Most High God sent me a brother I could read for him and he could bring it out. Because I like reading. I'm going to just be real with you. I like reading. Yeah, I love reading. But the reality is, the Most High God, he directed everybody's steps so they coming into the truth when they're supposed to. It takes time, man. But, we will move on. This is Psalms, chapter 138, and verse 6. Though the Lord be high, yet hath he respect unto the lowly, but the proud he knoweth afar off. So one of the things, you coming together with your brothers, you got to put your pride to the side, man. You could be 20 years in this thing, dealing with somebody who on day one, you ain't supposed to be talking down to them like they ain't nothing, man. Because again, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Most High God can get rid of your ass quick. I've seen men far mightier than me, or the elder. Kwam Yasharala! Hey, Domingo, what's up, brother?
Buddy.
Hey, man. How you doing? Traveling? Okay.
Yeah. Been in Loretto, still going back to the Eagle Pass, still going back to Del Rio.
What you doing? Just working, like job-oriented stuff?
Looking out HVAC, so everything they tear down, get the re-cool wires.
Okay. As you go around Texas, are you seeing any type of like disasters or anything? Like mass construction, anything?
No, nothing yet.
No? Okay.
Nothing. I've been in Loretto. Besides, it's all corrupt. Everything's corrupt. They say, put it and make it corrupt for you and me, so we can enjoy the corruption.
Yeah. But you haven't been through North Texas, have you? No, okay, that explains. North Texas, they get hit with all them storms. Northeast Texas, like Dallas and all those areas, they get tore up, man.
I didn't even know that.
And, but you got time to listen to the lesson today?
I got time.
Okay. Oh, if you want to come over here, man, I'm gonna go ahead and keep reading. Yeah, because today's lesson is about unity, right? One of the things that we're trying to get established with our people is that we need to come together.
I
Right.
said that before.
Yeah. Because again, one of the things that we do is we'll get our check and we hand it all back to the white man. Even though, say, a Mexican brother might have a food truck right down the street, and we'll go, nah, I'm gonna go to Taco Bell. Meanwhile, the food truck prices, they be decent, man. They be decent around here. You know, that's one thing I'll say about Issachar, man. Issachar is not trying to get rich off of a single sale, man. That's not how Issachar get down. Issachar does hard work. That's one thing I'll say about the Mexican people, man. It's just hard work all around. But this is Psalms, chapter 138 and verse 6. Though the Lord be high, yet hath he respect unto the lowly. But the proud he knoweth afar off. So if you got pride, the Most High God ain't dealing with you like that. He holds you at arm's length. Because the same way we can't forgive our brothers, that's the same way the Most High God won't forgive you. And I'm going to bring that out too. And that was said by our Messiah. So if our Messiah is telling us that if you can't forgive your own, you won't get forgiveness, you know the Most High God is on that because Yahushua came in the volume of the book.
That's right.
Right? Verse 7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, thou wilt revive me. Thou shalt stretch forth thine hand against the wrath of my enemies, and thy right hand shall save me. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. Thy mercy, O Lord, endureth forever. Forsake not the works of thine own hands. So, if we show that we are lowly and meek and humble, when we call out to the Most High God, he will hear us if we're keeping his laws. Now, if you proud and you saying, I don't need no help, man, them other brothers, man, they not as good as me. I show up to camp early. I'm always the last to leave. If you listen all your accolades to the Most High God before you ask for something, he gonna turn around and go, well, ain't you the strongest? Ain't you the nigga who's staying the longest? Why you need help? See, our people often, they forget to have humility. And because they don't have that humility, when they're put in a position of needing help, that help don't arrive. Because who needs to help the strong man? Strong men don't need help. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to roll over to Ecclesiastes 5 and 11, or 5 and 8, sorry.
Yeah.
This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 5 and verse 8. If thou seest the oppression of the poor, and violent perverting of judgment, and justice in a providence, marvel not at the matter. Now that's something that Jake love to do. They see somebody getting beat down by the cops. They see one of their brothers strung out on the ground. World star, got the camera all in their face. I've seen videos of our sisters getting beaten by grown men, and other men are just standing around going, damn, she got rocked. And it's just like, yo, like, it's horrible, man. If that was your sister or your mother, you would jump right in, but because it's somebody you don't know the name of, you just let it rock. That's what Israel does. We do to each other. Meanwhile, when the white man show up and break it up and then kill one of our people, all of a sudden he the bad guy. Verse 9. Moreover, the profit of the earth is for all. The king himself is served by the field. So, the profit of the earth is given to all people. All people need food. All people need access to clean water. From the pauper to the king. So that lack of humility, that perception of, oh, this person's beneath me. Their problems, I ain't got to be worried about that. Most High God remembers when you do that. And when that happens, when you have a problem, and you will, because the Most High God going to send problems.
That's right.
Right? He going to send problems. He takes the mighty in their own craftiness. So if you think you got too much money to be touched by the famine that's coming, because you know it's about to come, the dollar is basically in the dump right now. Right? For the people who think they got enough Campbell's soup, enough stored up water, enough provisions to last a couple of years, Most High God can send one tornado, fuck all that up, man. Ask them people down in Mississippi how they doing right now. After that EF4 tornado came through, everybody just They wandering around amid a neighborhood that looks like a bomb hit it, talking about they lucky to be alive. Whatever storage of food they had, that shit going, man. Sickness. The Bible talks about it's better to be well in body than rich.
Right.
You know, because if you got $10 billion, but somebody take your legs, you just a nigga in a wheelchair with money. Last time I checked, I like walking around. I like being able to reach something on a damn shelf without asking for help, without having phantom pain syndrome in my legs. Yeah, we rich. Yeah, that's why Revelations 2:9 talks about our Messiah. He acknowledges our poverty and our hardship, but he says we're rich. Because not only do we get the physical gifts as God's chosen, but we are the ones who are going to receive the kingdom of heaven. Repentance is for us. So we're a very rich people, although we are in a low state. I think I skipped some of 8. I'm going to get that. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and 8. If thou seest the oppression of the poor, and violent perverting of judgment, and justice in a province, marvel not at the matter. For he that is higher than the highest regardeth, and there be higher than they. So in other words, God sees it when you do that. God sees it when you carry out a miscarriage of justice. When you say up when something is obviously down. When you defraud your brethren. Man, I've known people, they'll borrow money from you just to not pay it back. Just to not pay it back, man. Most like God know when you do that. And guess what? He gonna send somebody worse than you, and they gonna do the same thing to you, and you gonna be sitting there talking about how come somebody don't help you. That's what always happens. Most High God just send a bigger thief than you.
That's right.
If you a hoe, a bigger whoremonger than you gonna come along, and they gonna do you more dirty than you've done anybody in your entire life.
What about Joe Osteen?
I'm sorry, who?
Joe Osteen?
Joel Osteen.
Oh, the pastor.
Yeah.
Ain't he a big dirty hoe?
Yeah, but
He's
I'm
the most crooked person you ever met.
now, you know who the most crooked of the preachers is?
The one above him.
What's his name?
The one that owns the Jets.
No,
All these
I'm thinking of
condos.
Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah, that's another crooked.
Kenneth Copeland's so damn evil, bro.
That
When,
guy,
when you look at his
face,
eyes, yeah,
his face, everything's just wicked about it.
Yeah.
Now you're dealing with Satan.
What about Tom Holland? That's another.
I haven't heard of him.
Man, look him up, man. That is a demon right there, man.
But all these forgive everything pastors.
No.
Give me the money pastors. I got an ATM at the front of the church pastors. You gotta understand, man. Most like I see all that evil that they doing, man. And they coming. I'm telling you that they coming, boy. It's coming.
And they're using the name of the Lord to get all that money?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar. Some of our own people, man.
you know what, man? Me and my wife, we were hoping when Creflo was talking about how he was doing tithe wrong,
Yeah.
that he was gonna turn around
And
and
do the
stop and do the right thing.
Man.
Instead, he said, "No, y'all gotta give me more
He
money."
got more wicked.
God needs it.
He waxed worse and worse.
Man. And Creflo, don't he have like 2 private jets or something?
Yeah, I think 2. I thought 1 got taken away. I think he got 2.
Man.
Either he sold it to get a better jet.
Yeah. I think he got a better one. You're right.
Yeah, you ain't gonna. No one's taking it away. He's gonna sell it.
But-
Get a nicer one.
But the
With a
reality,
bar and a pole.
but the reality is, the Most High God sees all this, and He see the people who take the bus to the church while He ride by in a Bentley.
Man.
A lot of people think like, how could God let people get away with that? You gotta understand, man. The earth has been given into the hand of the wicked, and while they in charge, the people who indulge in that type of behavior, they on top, man. Because the values of this society, they treasure people like that. To the man who wants to defend the poor, the homeless and the fatherless, that man's on the bottom of the world. I've met some good people who do missionary work, and they are not respected, I'm gonna tell you. Most people who do missionary work, man, they are treated like absolute garbage.
They get taken out. They commit suicide 4 times, get shot in the head because they missed the first 3 times. I'm assuming that's the way it works, right?
I guess.
Righteous man shall fall 7 times.
Yeah.
Or you fall on top of a knife 3 times
Right.
because the 2 second times you missed that knife, but the 3rd time you didn't.
That's because the Most High preserved you.
Yeah.
But y'all got time to hear about the Bible today? No? If y'all get sick, who do y'all call out to? I'm curious. Everybody call out to God. Just know, when you call out to Him, He laugh at you and don't keep His commandments. Proverbs 1:26.
That's right. doubt.
Our people think it's a joke, man. America is literally facing its end. And our people still talking about they don't want to hear the Bible. I used to get mad when our people didn't want to hear it. But now I just go, that's cool. Because when hardship finds you, do not call on God.
That's
Don't
right.
do it. Say, I got it, just like I got everything else. Yep. See, our people don't understand, man. This white man about to go back to his old ways.
Real quick.
He already passed a legislation to bring back slavery. Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
You been reading the Bible at all?
I have done progress. I have.
Do you have a Bible?
I do.
I gave you one, didn't I?
No.
You got one now, brother.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I want you to read Deuteronomy 28. If you read anything, read that.
Mine's highlighted.
Yeah, some of it's highlighted. I started a little bit, but the only thing it can do is edify you, right? It'll build you up. All right,
Appreciate
bro? Sure thing. Y'all be good. Be safe.
So it's same.
All right, thanks, brother. See, that's my Bible I started out on, but I look at it like this, man. If he ain't got a sword, I can't ask him if he read the Bible if he ain't got one. I don't want to hear no excuses next time. I'm going to ask him, did you read Deuteronomy 28? Hey. But here's the thing, brother. You got to read it.
I got one for you, first one. So I didn't want to mess that one up. So I went to the first one. Find another one. And
Well, brother, you know what would make me happy if your Bible looked like this? Falling apart? Because that means you read it.
but it's a special Bible.
No, this is just a book, brother. What's precious is this up here, man. You got to put this
So
up
that
here.
goes into here.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yeah, I highlight the ugly Bible.
Mhm.
Right? The nice one.
Okay. Do you have the 1611, the Apocrypha? Well, I mean, but do you have another one too? Read it.
No, I base off of that.
Okay.
Give me until about 7:30. I'll call you back at 7:30.
I'm gonna keep going. All right. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 5 and verse 9. Moreover, the profit of the earth is for all. The king himself is served by the field. Brother, you got time for the Bible today? All right. If you black, Hispanic, or Native American, brother, you special. All right, you an Israelite.
That's right.
Verse 10, he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, nor he that loveth abundance with increase. This is also vanity. When goods increase, they are increased to them that eat. They are increased that eat them. And what good is there to the owners thereof, saving the beholding of them with their eyes? So this is talking about the hoarding of wealth. What good is it to hoard wealth when your people are literally in poverty and they're struggling? Right? That's something we see with Jake a lot.
That's right.
You'll have somebody, they're like, yo, I got this much money in my bank account. I've got all these different investments. And then you'll ask them, okay, well, who you helping with that money? And they'll be like, what do you mean helping? I'm supposed to help somebody? Like, that's the attitude of most blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. Yeah.
I just watched a video, right? Some guy robbing this other dude. 15 other guys standing down there for the help.
And you have,
They put it on the phone. It's bad, man.
that's what happens, man. And see, people don't realize, man, when you do that, Most High God sends spoilers to you, man.
Yeah.
How many people you hear about to rob the bank, all of a sudden they show up dead and the money gone?
Man, or a brother messing with another brother's woman.
Yep.
And 2 months later, he gets shot down.
Yep. And they say it's just some drive-by shooting or a random act of violence.
My God.
Most High God don't let nothing slip, man. That's why we trying to tell our people, man. Like, everybody worried about the op on the corner. Ain't nobody more gangster than God, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody who ever died, Most High God killed them.
That's right.
Read 1 Samuel chapter 2. As a matter of fact, we gonna get it, shit, man.
Bring it out.
We gonna get it. Because we need to understand who we dealing with. And we gonna get actually we gonna get Deuteronomy 32 first.
My God is in the business of killing.
Yeah, he is. The business is booming right now, man.
Boom. What is the punishment for sin?
I'm sorry?
What is the punishment for sin?
Punishment for sin. What's that?
Punishment for sin. You commit a sin, what is the punishment? Death.
What?
Death is the punishment for sin.
It depends on the sin.
Depends on the sin,
It
that's
depends on the
correct.
sin. The ultimate punishment is death.
Yeah.
But there are certain sins where death is more immediate. Right? So
Right.
say I commit adultery.
Right.
That's something where if we were back in our power, when we had our Levitical priesthood, they would bring you before the priesthood, and they would basically hold trial. And after you were found guilty, you'd be stoned to death with rocks. You and the woman who was committing adultery with you.
Get up on the spot.
On the spot. So we need to understand who the Most High God is. Matter of fact, I believe it's 30. It's 30. Yeah.
On y'all's opinion, which is the holiest land?
Well, the holiest land is the land that was given to the Israelites, which is technically the land of Israel, but it's more than that. The land between the Nile and the Euphrates. That's the promise.
You wouldn't think it would be Egypt, because that is kind of like where the Bible talks about the cornerstone and talks about the
Well, no, the only reason why Egypt is a place of note is because our people were slaves. Yeah, the Israelites were what do they call the Asashu people? Hasashu, yeah. That was the name for the slaves in Egypt. Well, everybody was black, but just because you're black doesn't mean you're an Israelite.
Right.
I'll bring that out after this, because those are the children of Ham. Yeah, you got it. If you want to bring up Ham in there real quick. But let's get this, right? This is Deuteronomy 32 and verse 39. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill, and I make alive. I wound, and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
That's right.
That's the God you're dealing with. And he declares it boldly. He says, I killed. He didn't say I delegated down to somebody else and they do the killing for me. The Most High God say, I kill and I make alive.
So, this is the Compact Bible Dictionary. It's on the read. It says, Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor. What is progenitor?
Father.
Father, right? He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and the Libyans. So if you dark skinned doesn't mean that you're Israel.
Or you look Negro.
Exactly.
Right? Because a lot of people, they look at the hair, the nose, and the lips, and they go, oh, that's your brother. Not necessarily, right? And say I have a daughter, and she has children with a white man, but yet that child has the curly hair, big lips, and big nose. Father's still a white man, so that kid is whatever that father is, which would be an Edomite in that case.
That's right.
Right? Now, this is what I was talking about in 1 Samuel. Because again, Deuteronomy 32 and 39 spells it out nicely that the Most High God is the one doing the killing around here.
That's right.
But we need to drive that point home by 2 and 3 witnesses as a matter declared, right? This is 1 Samuel, chapter 2 and verse 6. The Most High God killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. The Most High God maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. So if you're in a low estate and you're looking to improve your lot in life, keep the commandments. A lot of times when we tell that to our people, they don't see the benefit in it. Meanwhile, they walking around homeless, walking around with all types of mental afflictions, all types of physical ailments, and they don't see the fruit in keeping the commandments. But see, to those who can't see the meaning of the gospel, those are the people who are lost. But that's why we're out here, to try to have our people find their way home. Because though we understand they might be lost and in error, that don't mean you just let them go. You got to try to lace them up with these scriptures, right? Well, let's get back on the lesson. We're going to slide over to Psalms 138 and 6 through 7. I think we got that. Yeah, so we're going to go to Ecclesiastes. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 5 and 8. Yeah, buddy.
If they get down here, but we go down to Alamo, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down too. This is Philippians chapter 2 and verse 1. If there be therefore any consolation in Yahushua, if any comfort of love, if any fellowship of the Spirit, of any bowels and mercies. Now what Paul is saying is, what he's saying here, if through Christ you are comforted in any way, shape, and form, do what he's about to say next, right? Fulfill ye my joy, that ye be like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord and of one mind. So, if you are a recipient of the benefits of our Messiah, the benefits of our God, then we need to be on one accord and of one mind, contributing to this effort to wake up people, right? To improve our behavior so that we keep the commandments and we stop transgressing against our God, so we can remove the foot from our ass of these damn oppressors.
That's right.
Verse 3, let nothing be done through strife or vain glory, but in lowliness of mind. Let each esteem one another better than themselves. So we're supposed to come together and be humble, right? I'm supposed to be esteeming my brother higher than myself. Even if I got 30 years, he got 2. I got to be like, hey, brother, the way you brought that scripture out was mighty, brother. I like the breakdown that you have here. Now, if I have anything to correct my brother with, I can give him pointers. I don't have to condescend to my brother and beat him down. I can lift my brother up and literally express how much of a good job he's doing and how he can do it better. Verse 4, look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. So again, just like I said, we're supposed to be extolling one another, exalting one another by way of our contributions. And I'm not saying you exalt one man over God, but you can praise your brother and say, good job, brother. Raise him up. And we're supposed to be looking at the actions of one another so that it can motivate us to do greater actions and move forward as a unit. See, and one of the things that we have to understand as a people, especially as brethren in the truth, eventually we're going to be up under our commander going to war. And seeing one of our brothers do a great act and mighty act in war is going to influence us to do greater acts and mightier acts against our enemies. See, it's not just a matter of keeping the law in day-to-day interactions. Eventually, we're going to have a fight to handle.
Soldier of the Most High.
All praises. Verse 5, let this mind be in you, which was also in Yahushua HaMashiach, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of men. Now what this is saying in verse 6, it's not that he had the form of the Most High God identically. It's saying he didn't come in the name of God doing miracles just to say, look how mighty I am. Look how great I am. When Yahushua washed the feet of his servants, he was showing, hey, look, although I'm your Messiah, I'm a servant unto my people.
That's right.
I'm here for you. Right? That's the love that we're supposed to have for one another. Technically, if a brother is mightier than you, that's a blessing to you. If that brother is truly in your corner, because his might is going to be to your benefit. Now, if you're an evildoer, you wicked, his might be to your detriment. Right? Because if he catch you, say he catch you, smoking a blunt, that brother might slap the shit out of you. I'm just going to be real about it. Sometimes that's what you need. You need a stiff slap and somebody tell you, like, look, brother, you know this ain't right. You willfully sin. Right? That Nehemiah spirit,
Man.
will rip your hair out and beat the shit out of you. Boy. Verse 8, and being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Wherefore God also hath mightily exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name. Because we know in the Bible it says that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. You got time to hear about the Bible, Elder? That's a shame, Elder. Just know if you're a native Hispanic, you special, and you an Israelite, all right?
That's right.
So I say this every week, man. Our elders, they walk by like they can't be bothered with this. But again, when they ass laid up in the hospital, boy, they be calling on God the loudest, talking about have faith. Meanwhile, no works, no knowledge. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on to Sirach 22 and 23. It's going to be a quick hit and we'll get it. How much time we got today? Just chilling?
You know Revelation 22, 16?
Yeah, we can get it.
Yeah, Revelation 22, 16.
Okay. I'll read it.
To you.
Break that down for you?
Down.
Okay, I'll read it first. This is Revelations, chapter 22 and verse 16. I, Yahushua, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star. So, when he says that basically he sent his messenger onto the churches, when you read throughout Revelation, especially 1 and 2, you get the idea that he's basically writing a letter onto these different groups of people. He's admonishing some of them, and he's chastising others, right? And then when it's talking about that he is the root of David, you got to remember that he literally is a descendant of David. That's why when you read in, I believe it's, is it 2nd Samuel or is it 1st Samuel? Where the promises that were made to David, talking about that his son Solomon would sit on the throne forever, the throne of Israel. Well, who's supposed to be ruling in the kingdom of heaven? So-called Jesus Christ. Right? So Jesus Christ literally is Solomon through the regeneration.
That's
They're
right.
the same person. Because you remember when Yahushua had a man tell him, like he said, good master, you know, what can I do to inherit the kingdom of heaven? And he said, why callest thou me good? There's none good but one, that's God. What he was referring to was, hey man, although I'm without spot this time around, there is nobody who's truly sinless. Because the Most High God, you don't get a clean slate coming back life to life. You just receive a judgment, and then you get a somewhat fresh start, but the sins of old are still remembered. And the Most High God can hold that against you during the time of the judgment, right? Which you know is coming real soon. America's judgment is going to be the time where the Israelites are saved and put back into their own land.
You got that in Matthew?
But the judgment. When he descends from heaven with a shout.
Exactly.
Yeah. I can get that. I can get it. But hold on. Look. I just want to make sure I didn't miss nothing here. And then the bright and morning star, the word Lucifer, that's what that word is, Lucifer, right? But all that means is rulership. The king of Babylon was called Lucifer, right? So if you say like, who would be the top leader in today's world?
Today's world, same guy who right now.
Yeah. So somebody like Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever, you could say that he would be so-called Lucifer, right?
What time you were today? Not today.
All right, well, y'all Israelites and y'all special, all right, brother?
Thank you.
Sure thing. But somebody who is the penultimate leader on the planet, that is literally Lucifer. That's why when Yahushua is the king of the earth, he will be known as the bright morning star.
That's right.
Otherwise, Lucifer. Y'all got time to hear about the Bible today? All right. Y'all Native Hispanic, y'all special, all right? Y'all Israelites.
That's right.
We're Christian too.
Christian? Well, what tribe you go back to in the Bible, brother?
Oh,
That's important, man. Jesus Christ said he was only sent for the lost tribes, lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew 15:24.
all right.
See, they don't understand, man. The Messiah's not coming back for Christians.
That's right.
The Christian church has nothing to do with the Bible.
That's
Nothing at all. That's why y'all walking around on the Sabbath. Don't have any idea what time it is. Man, you have to tell our people, man. Because they'll come up to you proud. They're like, I'm a Christian. And they'll say it with bass in their voice. But when you ask them, well, what tribe do you go back to in the Bible? All of a sudden,
Yeah. Then they try to hit you with the, well, Christian is real. You know, Barnabas was called Christian, and you know. Yeah.
but they don't understand that initially to be called a Christian, that was an insult. Yeah, that was an insult to be called a Christian,
And black.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Acts 13:1. But I know what you're talking about. I think it might be Matthew 24.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. 21. Maybe.
this is when he separates. Actually, we'll just get it. I know we close, but I don't want to waste time serving.
Take me down right now. Kids are calling.
No, I understand. I mean,
Tell them I'm at camp.
actually, no, that's First Thessalonians, man.
First Thessalonians,
Yeah, yeah,
man.
4 and 16. Yeah. I was about to say, no, that don't sound like Matthew, man.
You know what, Matthew was explaining a few things, Matthew, about the judgment of murder. Really separated too. We got some beautiful, it's a beautiful day out here. And our brothers and sisters feel like being burnt up.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
This is 1 Thessalonians, chapter 4 and verse 16.
Bring it out.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air.
That's
and
right.
so shall we ever be with the Lord. So this is when we are going to be reunited with our Messiah. We're going to go up, and then we're going to come back down. As it says in Revelations, I believe it. Is it 21? Yeah, Revelations 21 and 1. Right? Talking about New Jerusalem coming down as basically like a wife adorned for her husband. So in other words, we're going to be in them new bodies, man.
That's right.
As it says in 1 Corinthians, we're going to be in them new bodies, and we're going to be glorified, man, and we're going to be standing with our Messiah. And then we're going to get it in, man. All these heathen going to get destroyed, man. That's why the Most High God made the promise that he's going to make a full end of all these nations, but he will not make a full end of Jacob.
That's right.
So in the coming times, ain't going to be no more Ukraine, America, Spain, all that shit is gone. It's going to be Israelites and slaves. And that's going to be it.
That's right. Teacher!
It is what it is.
Bring it out.
See, our people don't realize what's coming, man. That's why they think everybody going to get a hug and a smile. Not understanding, man, slavery is about to come back and be more popular than it's ever been in history.
See what they're doing over in Jerusalem.
What's up? What they doing over there?
They don't want nobody talking about your house.
Oh, yeah, they trying to ban the Bible, man.
Ban the Bible.
Yeah, over in Israel.
They're expecting another Messiah that's gonna bring them all this stuff.
With Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, that's what they expect. But
Yeah.
we all know that.
Well, because that Project Bluebeam, that's when they're going to try to use holograms in the sky to stage an alien invasion, and then they're going to say they have their own Messiah.
Time to the Gentiles being
That's where it
fulfilled.
goes back to Genesis 1:1.
Well, Genesis 1:1, that's the angels. Yeah,
Didn't know
God,
about
or Elohim.
Elohim.
Yeah, those are the
Elohim.
angels.
That's Elohim.
Actually, I want to show you something, right?
Yeah, Elohim is plural.
Yes.
Whatever translated wrong. That's for God only. Elohim is God. Elohim, God.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you use it.
How they translate
Yeah,
it.
we gonna get it. So I want to show you, right? So those gods, because it's I got to show you two things, really. So Hebrews 1:1, Colossians, and then Revelations 14. All right. So let me get Colossians real quick.
Good. Good.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, when I stand here and it's 100 and there's no wind, oh my
yeah.
God, man.
Any wind feels good.
Yeah, I'll be sitting there, I'm like, Lord, please just let a breeze go by. Something.
Anything will help.
All right, cool. So, this is Colossians, chapter 1 and verse 14. Actually, verse 15. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature? For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. Now, just to make sure, it says that the firstborn, basically of every creature. That's talking about Christ, right? Because it says get it right now. In Hebrews 1:1, that Christ made the worlds, right? This is Hebrews chapter 1 and verse 1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom he also made the worlds.
That's right.
So Christ made the worlds. Now, we can go to Revelations 14 and it has more meaning, right? So we know that in the beginning, there was one creation. That creation was the Son, right? So-called Jesus Christ, right? And then from there, his Son created everything else. Now, what did he create first? No, hold on, because you got to remember, if a plural form of gods is saying, let there be light, that means that the gods or the rulers have already been created.
Oh yeah, they're already created.
Yeah, so what rulers are we talking about?
We don't know.
I'm gonna show you. This is Revelations chapter 14 and verse 1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, hearing his father, or having his father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers, harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts, and the elders. And no man could learn that song, but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb, whithersoever he goeth. So if they follow him wherever he goes, that's who was created first.
That's right.
That's the Elohim that's talked about in Genesis 1. Right? Because you got to think, he ain't moving without his entourage.
Right.
Those are the people that Yahweh said, those are his right-hand men. Right? Remember in King David had his mighty men. Right? He had basically, was it 300 warriors? He had 300 warriors, essentially, that were unparalleled in terms of the average warrior in the army. Nobody. He had a man who could kill 800 people in the swing of one spear. Now, you say that? Did you?
Whitewash?
Yeah. Did you know the real Spartans are Israelites and it's in the Bible? But did you know it's in the Bible?
So was the Irish, they were black. And they were wiped out by St. Patrick, which he was a white man.
That's right.
Well,
He was actually white.
well, yeah, but Oliver Cromwell is the one who started deporting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one who started that. Yeah, Oliver Cromwell. But you're not wrong, brother. You're not wrong. I want to show you because you said something that's very spiritual. I know we're going off the lesson, but
I've been learning a lot because some of it I need to break it down, translate it, because it's actually interesting.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I think history is wasted when you teach it to young people when they don't understand how they fit in it. When I came into this and I started to understand who was who in history, it became engaging to learn about the so-called Spartans, right? Because in the book of Maccabees, it calls the Spartans the Lacedaemonians. And they are actually, it's said in the book of Maccabees, I think it's 2nd Maccabees. I'm trying to find it now. But it says that they are our brethren. So they're literally Israelites. Yeah. This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 12 and verse 20. Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, to Ananias the high priest, greetings. It is found in writing that the Lacedaemonians and Jews are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham.
That's right.
So literally, that's why when they show that movie 300, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we see that and it resonates with us. We go, damn, I can see myself. You know, you can feel your heart going. Because guess what? Your forefather was probably one of those men. Even if he was your uncle or something like that. That's your blood. Now, when the white man watches that, he's just like, yo, that's what I would love to do. But
Go kill people.
yeah,
That's what they
just
wanted.
kill people. Now, did you know the Immortals that Artaxerxes had? Those were slaves. And guess who they were? Our people. All the elite soldiers around the world are our people, by the way. Newsflash. right? If you have somebody who's faster than everybody else, stronger than everybody else, and it's just built different, they're probably an Israelite.
That's right.
How do we know that? Deuteronomy 7:6. We're the holy people, the separate people, and we're special. Right?
Break down Second Ezra. Just brought that out.
Yeah, it's second Ezra.
Second Ezra 6 and 56.
Yeah.
It gets good. I like this.
We'll get it.
It's really good. It's about one thing, then nothing really good comes out.
I got you. I got it right here. Yeah. I'm gonna start at 54. All right.
All right.
This is second Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen.
Teach!
All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. So this is something that we have to bring out again and again to our people, to let them know God made this whole entire world for you.
That's right.
It ain't for everybody else. Why you think the sun come out, the white man gotta go hide?
That's right.
It ain't for him. Why you think all these nations, they need slaves at every interval of their existence? Because they can't do the work to prosper on the level that they've become accustomed to.
That's right.
That's why if you go over to Egypt today, they ain't done shit since the Israelites left. Ain't done nothing. The,
Wasteland.
yeah,
A lot of things.
the last time Egypt was even on anybody's radar was when the Romans took it over during the Ptolemaic period. And what did the white man leave Egypt, or what state did the white man leave Egypt in? It's completely depleted. There's nothing of worth even there except for like the monuments, the so-called wonders of the world, the pyramids, the Sphinx.
A place for jackals.
Yeah, a place for jackals and the desert creatures,
That's right.
right? That's all Egypt is good for. And the real Egyptians aren't even in Egypt. They're in
No.
South Africa
They're
and
Iraq.
Sudan.
They're
Yeah,
right. Iraq.
the Sudanese, right?
Yeah, the Sunnis.
If it's the lead guy, which is an Arab, not an Egyptian, but they all claim there are very few Egyptians. They're black. And they also have to wear like a tattoos or something.
Yeah.
They're Egyptian. But they don't even speak Egyptian anymore. There.
Yeah, but you know when they come over here, they designate them as white.
That's sadly.
Yeah, I was watching the program. It was an Egyptian. He had woolly hair, big lips, big nose, black as the night, and on his identification it said white or Caucasian.
They did that.
Yeah.
They did that to my.
Yep.
They did that to my great grandmother. She was from North Texas. She was a Native American. My people feared them very much. Rest of the people. Because her birth certificate is white. She was also Native American. She had a birth certificate. They kind of marginalized her.
And they were displacing y'all too though.
Yes, they are. Now we're like, oh, migrants. Like
Yeah.
from Native American. I'm not Egyptian.
Well, I know you're native. Yeah, you said your father's native. Yeah,
Yes.
you're from Tropicana.
Yeah.
If you look at my brother, oh my God, it's like,
Yeah.
Jack Rose. My dad had
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that, because what the brother's talking about, Brother Domingo, he's talking about the Native Americans, how basically when the white man came, he started switching things up.
That's right.
Where like he would take a Native American person, he would brand them white or brand them a Negro, right? He's switching all these people up, and then in the confusion, he brands himself a Native American
That's right.
through the Dawes rule.
5%.
You know what I'm saying? But
Native American about that.
But the reality is, there was a lot of mixing going on between the natives and the so-called black slaves.
That's right.
What would happen would be oftentimes we ran away from plantations. You got to think Texas is literally the biggest state in America. Can you imagine trying to run away from slavery and make it to Canada from Texas? What, but here's that, and that's exactly what I was about to talk about. So we weren't going north; we would go south.
That's right.
Because our Mexican brothers, if we crossed the border, they would make us a free man on the spot.
They didn't believe in slavery.
And then a lot of our native brothers would either buy us out of slavery, or they would just let us abide with them on wherever they were staying, and they didn't brutalize us like the white man does. See, that's why the white man often goes, well, natives had slaves too. Well, I mean, how else are you going to redeem somebody out of bondage?
Right.
If I bought you out of slavery and I didn't actually put you to work, I basically made you a free man.
That's actually more wickedness by trying to turn you against your brother.
That's right.
You know? More wickedness.
And the Bible talks about them being the accusers of our brethren day and night.
That's right.
Let me bring up something.
Bring up something.
If you go over there by the Alamo in front of them, you see Davy Crockett, Jim Lee, all these crooked politicians, the people that were thrown out of their state, came to Texas now. They say they die as heroes. Why did it die as heroes? They had slavery, they had lynching, and that was a big no-no in Mexico. This was Mexico.
Yeah, at
You
the time.
cannot do that. You cannot hang a man and not a. They were lynching black, they were lynching men.
Yep.
For that reason.
Well, you gotta look at it
That
like
was
this, bro.
the big war we had over
Right.
here. That's why they were killed.
Right.
But yet, you're putting on the album fallen heroes.
Well, that's
No,
all.
It's
That's
like
all
me
the
taking.
scheme.
It's like me taking Hitler's statue, go put it on a fake Jewish community. Here you go, motherfuckers.
Right.
That's the same thing I think.
Well, that's all the scheme, brother. Because at the end of the day, what war was fought here at the Alamo?
The freedom from slavery.
And so they put us against our brothers. They put us against each other. And then they came out on top. And still today, because of that, here in San Antonio, we are still against each other. You have a lot of Hispanic brothers and black brothers who don't like each other and they're racist.
It is. That's what it's taught in school.
Yeah,
You gotta,
it's school.
and you gotta remember how they manipulate people. If I say, let's just say, oh, this white kid has beautiful blue eyes, and this other white kid don't have blue eyes. He has brown eyes. All right. So the white kid with blue eyes can have a longer lunch period, longer recess,
Right.
because he has beautiful blue eyes.
Exactly.
You don't. You want to get 20 minutes short. So they
Or
kind
not
of do
at
that
all.
stuff when you. So what happens? That kid without blue eyes hates a kid with blue eyes.
Yeah.
See, he's beginning to hate him because he has more privilege.
Right.
That's what they do in school. When I was in school, I went to Illinois. I lived in Iowa. Oh, we got hit with these speaking every languages. My grandmother, which I forgot.
The native language, right?
Spanish.
Sorry, what's up? Oh, you okay? Okay, you good. You good.
And a little bit English. Our English is broken up. But Anna Karen's English. Anna Karen, she's special in language. But we're punished. We're punished. We really hit.
All right, so-
We got hit. They even took my hair, which I had jet black hair, long.
And they cut it.
They cut it.
Yeah,
without
yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
parents' permission.
So I wanted to show you this, right? Did you know in December 26, in 1862, under Lincoln, 38 natives were hung at the same time. It's known as one of the what's it actually called? It's like a Dakota massacre or something like that. Let me see right here. But I'm gonna just read this. So, on the day after Christmas, 38 Dakota men were hanged in the largest mass hanging in U.S. history. The execution was approved by President Abraham Lincoln. The hangings were the result of conflict between the Dakota and settlers, right? Mark Charles, Washington correspondent for Native News Online, writes, in the fall of 1862, after the United States failed to meet its treaty obligations with the Dakota people, several Dakota warriors raided an American settlement and killed 5 settlers and stole some food. Now keep in mind, they're saying that these people stole food from the people who raped and robbed their land. But it goes on, right? This began a period of armed conflict between some of the Dakota people, the settlers, and the U.S. military. After more than a month, several hundred of the Dakota warriors surrendered and the rest fled north to what is now Canada. Those who surrendered were quickly tried in military tribunals, and 303 of them were condemned to death. So they surrendered, right? You got to remember, this is a war that's taking place, and they surrendered. And the terms of their surrender, all the people who surrendered were just put to death, right? The trials of the Dakota were conducted unfairly in a variety of ways. The evidence was sparse, the tribunal was biased, the defendants were unrepresented in unfamiliar proceedings, conducted in a foreign language. Like you said, you had your language stolen from you, right, as a child.
So did y'all.
That's right.
Yeah.
Y'all had y'all's. How much is knowledge has been vanished from y'all, from your original language?
Yeah.
All of it. It's been gone. It's just like, oh no, you only speak
Just not starting to get it back, brother.
Yep. Well, like one of the things that they say that they find in some of these churches from antebellum slavery, right? So some of these churches have crude Hebrew, the blocks Hebrew script written on the back of these pews. So like when you look at the Los Lunas stone, the Back Creek stone, it has that box Hebrew, right? But we were writing that trying to keep our language throughout slavery. Because one of the things that they don't talk to or they don't tell you about with slavery is when they were shipping us over here from, say, Africa and Europe, right? Because we were the rulers in Europe. When they were shipping us over here, what they were doing is that they were killing people of a certain age, right? So if you were like, say, if you were 40 years old, chances are they would just outright kill you, right?
That
But,
one's got to go away.
yeah, but what they would do is they would bring those who were really young, like in their teenage and early 20s, and those would be the elders who came over. But even they know their own language. Even they have some of their customs and traditions, and when they made it over here, they made an effort to try to keep it. Got time for the Bible this week, brother? It's a shame, man. It's a shame. Shame, man. Actually, brother, I just wanted to ask, is your father a so-called black man? Is your father a black man? No, it's because in the Bible you are who your father is. That's why I asked. Many men wrote the Bible. Well, who translated this version is what you mean? Yeah, and I'm saying many men wrote the Bible. No, you're saying who translated it from Hebrew and Greek. No, what you're asking is who actually translated it from Greek and Hebrew.
There's many, well, I answer the question. There's many different publishers.
Many different.
No, come back. Don't walk away, brother. Don't flee. Don't flee, brother.
No,
Come back.
if you want to walk out in the traffic, let me.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I talked to him last week. That's why I asked him who his father is. Because I think your father a white man. Your father Esau.
Yeah, he's stricken with madness.
He acted just like these damn Edomites who walk around here.
I don't want him to run.
Oh, shit.
Wait. That's that demon.
No, he did that last week. He was arguing all across the street.
Really?
And I kept telling him, I was like, brother, if you want to argue, just come over here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here.
No, he doesn't have to argue. Open up your or your Bible
Yeah.
and then break down things
Yeah.
without an argument.
Prove it. That's all you got to do. Just prove it.
Exactly.
Prove all things.
Yeah.
Without an
Prove all
argument.
things.
Without
Hold
an
fast to
argument.
that which is good.
That's right.
1 Thessalonians 5 and 20.
Your wisdom.
Bring it out. Prove all things, brother. That was the demon.
As a matter of fact, in light of what you just said, Brother Domingo, I'm going to bring that up.
That's right.
Because one of the things that our people don't know how to do as blacks and Hispanics right now is understand when you have a point of conflict, especially when it's intellectual, all you got to do is just have somebody prove their point, you prove yours, and then you hold fast to that which is good.
That's right.
That's all you got to do, man.
And then break our mind. Break
Yeah. Man, we don't have to have
Prove your
friction.
Prove your point. Yeah.
They gonna preach it right off your back.
This is 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21.
Teach.
Prove all things. Hold fast to that which is good.
There you go.
So, like we just said, if you have a point of contention, prove it. That's all you got to do is prove it. He was talking about last week that the woman was God and all this other stuff. And the thing is, like, it's just like, brother, if you saying that, then our neighborhood should look a lot better than they do right now.
That's
'Cause,
brother polite.
yeah, Brother Polite, Umar Johnson, all them
Man,
brothers.
Brothers wild.
But the reality is, the woman is in charge in the ghetto right now. And our nation has never been more destroyed.
Woman shall rule over us. Is that Deuteronomy?
No. Oh, hold on.
Woman and the child. I mean, she shall.
Don't come and get that Bible back. Don't do that, bro.
What is that? She will.
Let's look.
She will use her kids in one of all things.
Hold on. Let's look. What's up, brother?
Hey, brother. I took a look at it. I don't understand this one. This one is King James Version. This is too complicated English.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give it back to you, and I'm going to get a new version.
Do you prefer it in Spanish? Because I'll get that for you and I'll have it next week.
But not a
Okay. Which version you want?
it's Spanish.
The Spanish? Okay. I'll have it.
appreciate it.
Come back through next week. I'll have it for you, all right? Be safe, brother. Be safe.
As well.
his spirit ready to bring it back. I got it.
Everything all right?
Yeah, he just keep calling.
Okay.
Yeah, even his mama that left and that he called again.
Okay. Well, if you just need to talk to him for a while or whatever, did you need Ryan?
Nah, I ain't trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell him we also gotta take care of us.
Nah, I feel you, man.
Definitely. And then I don't
Brother, I'm from Memphis, man. No, I know. Bro, I'm from Memphis, brother. Don't worry.
Well, I do. And I'm trying to talk to him. I'm trying to bring some brothers in. I got a brother right now. He's very, very scared to come down here.
I understand.
I was like that too. I had to warm myself up too.
I mean, plus I understand sometimes you worry, like, oh man, am I gonna measure up? It's like, brother, man, all you gotta do is,
Just come show up.
yeah, man, you come down and the job is to get you ready, man. Yeah.
Because a lot of brothers don't understand this. Edom and the rest of the world kept fighting the war.
We the only ones got comfortable without fighting.
Yeah. I'm gonna go a step further, brother. I don't think they ever stopped fighting.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they stopped fighting the war.
Yeah.
And we were the only ones who stopped fighting. Israel stopped fighting. You know, so
Yeah, you're right, brother. You're right.
that's right.
Is this talking about a woman shall compass a man?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. This is Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. So the Most High God has put women over us in our society. That's why when we look in the hood right now, man, it's in complete chaos, man. The man has been kicked out the house, or he in prison, or he dead. And the woman, she left to do what she do. And I'm gonna be real, the Most High God gave us each a very specific set of skills. And leadership is not a skill that a woman has. I'm just gonna be real with you,
That's right.
right? When it comes to rearing children, especially sons, a woman just ain't got the chops to raise a child into adulthood. They could raise a young child into adolescence, but at that point, that's when the father has to take over. We got to take over and show them, like, look, son, daughter, you got to have ethics, honor, principles. You got to hold up your responsibilities. And when you fall and you fail, you got to be responsible for the loss. That's what you learn from your father. That's why a lot of these kids walking around, they don't know the first thing about being responsible for the things that they do. Because their father didn't teach them, you are responsible for what you do.
And that's where they say, someone came up to Jesus and say,
Blessed are the paps.
by the fruit you should know them. Where,
By their works.
yeah, where he said, well, plant the seed.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
And it comes out to be a good tree or an apple tree. But in other words, I guess what he was saying is how you're going to raise your kids. Is the way you're going to do it. That's how you do it.
no, what he was saying was he was talking about individuals and how you judge their character. You know somebody by what they do,
Yeah, by the fruit you
by the fruit. But I mean, I see what you're saying though. You know, like, cause people, you know, the fruit that they bear, again, it's just what they do. So I know what you're saying. But yeah, do you have any questions though while you're here about the Bible?
No, I had a big list that I can't even find it anymore.
Okay. Well, if anything comes to you, just let me know. Did you
How
actually
about-
want me to bring anything
How
out
about
while you're here?
Job? Job
I'm looking for
26?
it right now. I'm looking for it right now.
Job 26 and 1.
And then that should be but it's Job 26. It might be the same one.
Okay. I'm in 26. Are you looking at anything in particular? So I'll start at 1. This is Job, chapter 26 and verse 1. But Job answered and said, how hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath no strength? So what he's, because you got to remember, Job is just talking to his friends.
Yes.
Job is in this lowest state, and he's saying, well, shit, how have y'all redeemed those who are without power? How have you guys basically built somebody up who has nothing? Like y'all are sitting. Well,
That
he's
kind of talks about the fight.
well, yeah, but it's in a sense, yeah, you could apply that because I mean, really, that's what we're saying to our enemies who stand in judgment of us, even though they destroyed us. You know, we're asking them like, hey, so y'all talking about us doing better about our neighborhoods, but what have you done to restore us from y'all destroying us? Nothing. See, and Job had a really good point, is because he's basically saying like, look, man, like I haven't done anything wrong. In Job 1, he describes Job as a man who's perfect. Perfect. I mean, he ain't transgressed no laws. So that means if he hasn't transgressed the laws, then if he's incurring any type of penalty, it's not because of any transgression on his part. So why does he have to be berated or admonished? The only thing he needs is comfort, because he ain't do nothing wrong. And then, you know, especially, I forget his name, but the Temanite, because the Temanite of his friends, that's an Edomite, right? That's the nation of Edom, Teman. But they were basically telling Job, like, look, man, like, God don't just punish people for no reason. And Job had to keep letting them know, like, man, y'all coming down on me for nothing. Like, y'all basically beating down a man who has absolutely nothing and didn't do anything wrong.
Job kept great faith.
Great faith.
Great faith in the Lord. He got everything taken from him and still kept the faith.
Yep. And that's why that in the Job, all of Job's friends have to give a sacrifice unto the Most High. And Job had to go pray for him so the Most High would accept the sacrifice. So, you know, it's just...
This is a serious thing, man. A lot of our brothers and our sisters need to take this very serious.
Yeah, and they don't.
They don't believe it.
Because y'all sacrifice y'all time out there.
Well, you know, this is my
Y'all
first
spread
time out.
Y'all bring out wisdom. People don't want it. It's like it's kind of like, you know, like kind of like the crucifixion, when they want it Allah or Christ.
Right.
Yeah, Barabbas. Yeah, Barabbas or
Barabbas.
Christ. Yeah,
Who do they want? Because he was a thief.
They still want Barabbas.
And they still wanted him, but that's all they knew.
Still
They didn't
want
want to be enlightened.
I want to show you why that is, though, right? Because this ain't for everybody, man.
Right.
That was the mistake I was making when I first came out here. I kept trying to, like, if somebody didn't want to stop, basically, like, it was like throwing a temper tantrum in the spirit.
Yeah.
You know, I would get mad and, you know, basically cuss them out. But the reality is, man,
They don't want to be enlightened.
well, it's that.
They don't want to know the truth. They want corruption. They want to hurt people, steal, take money, find money. That's all they want. They don't want to know the
Times
truth.
was going through that the other day. It was very subjective.
Yeah. But you got to remember, this is why. This is Matthew chapter 22 and verse 14. For many are called, but few be chosen. So many are called. But almost like, you got to remember, 2/3 of Israel going to get put to death, man. Most like God ain't playing. That's like the brother is saying, man, this is serious.
Very serious.
I've had people ask me, is it like you're preaching like this is a matter of life and death? And I tell them, it is. You know, it is. Although, sentence against an evil work isn't executed speedily.
Right.
The hearts of men is fully set to do evil.
Right.
Just because you don't pay for it right now don't mean death ain't coming, man.
Yeah.
That's why we try to tell our people, like, look, man, you have a certain amount of time to repent, and when that time expires, Most High God gonna get your ass up out of here.
What's that in Genesis when the serpent says, you shall surely not die?
Yeah,
But you
he
may
lied
not
to
die
Eve.
right away, but you still mark your death.
Yeah.
That's right.
Still gonna die. Let me get this out of second.
Bring it out, huh?
bud. Okay. That works, brother. That works. We're gonna start at verse 7.
Yeah.
This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 7. And everyone that shall be saved, and shall be able to escape by his works, and by faith, whereby ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land and within my borders. For I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. Now that goes into what you were saying. We preach this truth, all this wisdom. It seemed like nobody wants it.
Right.
That's because they weren't chosen, brother. Did you know the Most High God makes people to destroy?
That's right.
Literally, it's like making clay, those clay targets. You know, skeet shooting. They shoot the little thing and they shoot it. Most High God created people for that.
That's right.
Somebody got a literal target on their forehead for a missile that's gonna fall from the sky and hit them directly. Most High God be like that.
That's right.
Like, have you ever noticed, like, somebody will go, man, this will never happen to me, and then that very same thing they said happens to them. You know why? Because the Most High God takes the crafty and they own craftiness. If you say, man, ain't nobody tougher than me, I'm the toughest nigga out here. Most High God might have, like, some MMA champion walk down here and just beat the shit out of you. Man, can't nobody break in my house. All my shit reinforced. All of a sudden, you got the criminals from Interpol and shit coming to your house, breaking in your shit.
That's
Most High
right.
God don't do that, man.
That's right.
The weak part of the structure, individual went in and out with all your stuff.
Yeah, and Most High God will have you sitting there going, well, how did this happen? Completely bewildered. But that's how the Most High God works, right? Verse 9, then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways, and they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torments. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me. So all our people, especially the Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, walking by saying, no thank you, I don't need that. You got to think every moment we walk around and these white cops drive by and they don't pull you over and give you the business and potentially kill you, that's the Most High God giving you benefits.
That's right.
Having your enemy be at peace with you. Did you know the Most High God, literally in the Bible, it says, when your ways please the Lord, he maketh your ways or your enemies to be at peace with you. So, yeah, so if you wicked, no matter where you go, it just seems like your enemies hate you. They always try to take something from you. You always got friction. You might want to keep the laws, right? Verse 11, and they that have loathed my law, while they yet had liberty, and when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it. The same must know it after death by pain. Most High God ain't playing, man. Ain't playing. Have you ever seen somebody sit up in the hospital with like colon cancer? The pain that they be in, they have to give them fentanyl.
No problem.
Yeah, like Most High God, he'll hurt you, man. And he'll laugh at you while you hurt.
Laugh at their commandment.
Yep.
That's scripture.
I used to have he was an Edomite, but I used to have an old friend back in the day. He was a surgeon or a surgeon's assistant, right? So the person who cutting off limbs and stuff, he the one handing the stuff to him, right? But he would be present during the consultations with some of the clientele, patients. And the surgeon would tell him, hey, look, you already got advanced diabetes. You've got horrible circulatory issues. If you do not stop eating pork, I'm going to cut your foot off. And then when they come back in a month, because all the symptoms are flaring up, and they're like, okay, what's the next step? He's like, I'm cutting your foot off. Your surgery's next week. And they never could believe it. Because people don't believe that they're going to pay for what they do.
Right.
But the reality is, if you don't want to get right, Most High God going to get your ass up out of here, man.
It's that Christianity, man.
Yeah.
They got them in this Harry Potter
Mhm.
way of thinking. They don't go to the scripture.
Yeah.
They don't go to the scripture, and they fail to have understanding because the Lord not dealing with them.
Yep. He didn't give it to them.
Yeah.
There are people who come out the church, and they have more understanding than they pastor. And they pastor ain't taught them a damn thing. It's only because the Most High God is dealing with them.
All the pastor cares about past that collection and things around.
But I got one more verse, right? This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 22. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain, and let my grape be kept in my plant, for with great labor have I made it perfect. So the Most High God is saying, look, you niggas who won't get right, that's okay. I'm going to get rid of y'all. Like trimming a plant. I'm going to cut your ass off, and I'm going to throw you away into a fire, and I'm going to burn your ass up.
That's right.
Now, for the limbs that are producing fruit, hey, you at where you need to be. I'm going to put a little extra water on you. I'm going to make sure when the sun is at its highest in the day, I give you a little shade so you don't burn up. Most High God take care of those who are fruitful and keeping the laws. Now, to those who are not fruitful and doing what they want to do, again, Most High God going to get your ass up out of here, man, with the quickness. That's why you're noticing a lot of black and Hispanic people are dying right now. A lot of stuff is coming out about how, like they said over 100,000 people every year have been dying in the UK from the jab.
Man,
And these are doctors admitting this. So you know the figures are probably about 3 or 4 times higher. People just getting out of here.
wiped out.
Fires are breaking out. Explosions are happening. Can you imagine if you live in one of these areas where these train derailments are happening, like up in Ohio? You think the white man gonna help blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans get out the way of all that shit going on? Hell no.
Prophecy.
Yep.
Like scripture said, once we were starting to wake up in that third day, shout out Hassad. When we were starting to wake up in that third day, prophecies will come back to back to back. You know, we got Euphrates drying up.
They saying it's dry, brother.
Already dry.
Yeah,
Really?
they say it's
That's
dry,
what,
dry.
Soon,
Yeah.
brother, we almost out of here.
Yeah.
That's it, dry.
Oh, okay. Wait,
So
you know
that's
what?
a
That makes
prophecy
sense.
right there.
Because right after it dried up, we had China and Russia just do that thing on TV, man. And
They
now
made
that
war
army,
now.
Yeah, and now,
Okay.
now that army,
Mhm.
basically 200 million, man.
And Africa.
In China?
Yeah.
Or do you mean combined?
Like they
Yeah.
came together on TV, they did their little.
All
you know,
praises, all praises.
We
Where
almost
are
out
the
of here.
Riverwalk restaurants? How do we get there?
They're probably down there into the
Just
right.
follow the river walk. You'll find everything down there.
How do we get back on?
Just right
It's right down
Oh,
here.
thank you.
All right. Let me know if you need anything.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I got you. You can call. Have a good night, man. I gotta get to these kids.
All right,
Shalom,
man.
brother. Hey, listen to this Ak right here, man. Throw some fringes on, brother.
I gave you some, man. Where them fringes, brother?
Never given me.
I gave you the ZZs, remember?
No.
I never gave you those.
I
I'll get
given somebody else.
Okay, I'll get you another pair. I'll get you another pair. I'll get you some. But yeah, man, that's why like we try to tell our people, like, hey, man, it is a matter of life and death. Keep the commandments today. You know? What can we talk about? I think I'm gonna go to a lesser lesson because I've burned a little bit of time. Let's see if we can get another lesson. So we're gonna switch gears, y'all. 'Cause I know the lesson I was going into, some of the stops kind of derailed it to the point where I think we need to just switch it up. So we gonna go into the lesson of what it means to be chosen, right? So we gonna go to Exodus 2:23 through 25. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that of all the nations on the planet, the Most High God has no respect for no nation except for one. That's the nation of Jacob or the nation of Israel. How do we know that? Because it says it in the Bible. This is Exodus chapter 2 and verse 23. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto God by reason of their bondage. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. So out of all the nations on the planet, the Most High God only respects the children of Israel. See, this is something that we try to explain to our people as they come up babbling at the mouth with Christianity, saying that God loves everybody, everybody's going to heaven, and how dare you say anything to the contrary? Jesus' blood is on all nations. But there's plenty of places in the Bible where it says to the contrary, especially in Matthew 27, where the Israelites, when they spoke about the blood of Christ being shed, they said, may his blood be upon us and our children. That's why Pontius Pilate, it was symbolic, but it represented that he had no real involvement with the death of Christ. When he washed his hands and he said, I have nothing to do with the death of this just person. See ye to it. And then we came up and said, hey, look, may his death be upon us and our children. Stop. Stop. I don't think we see eye to eye. And you know what? It's like I said, man. Many are called, but few are chosen, man. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 32 and 8. So we see that the Most High God in the book of Exodus chapter 2 says that he has respect unto the children of Israel. But not only does he have respect unto us, as we read in 2nd Ezra 6, the world is made for our sake, and the people have been actually, like, in terms of their numbers and their locations, the Most High God thought of that too, right? This is Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee, when the Most High God divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So the Lord's portion out of all the nations on the planet are the Israelites. And that's it. That's why if I have a white man come up saying, well, how do I get saved? It's like, that's not for you, man. And I'll say the same thing to an Arab man who's from Ishmael. Same thing to an East Indian man who's from Elam. You got to let them know who they belong to in the Bible. That way, they don't get the false idea when they read this book that anything in there is for them. The only thing for these other nations is payback for what they've done to the actual Israelites. Y'all special, all right? Yeah. Gotta let you know, brother and sister. Gotta let you know, all right?
Thank you.
Keep the commandments. It's gonna matter, y'all. Definitely keep it.
They're going on the weekend.
Now, see, the crazy part is, we have to ask all people, right? So they seem like they're East Indian, but they have people in India called the Dalit people, D-A-L-I-T. And they go back to us. That's why the Dalits live in the ghetto in India. Yeah, and they're dark. And actually, they have Negroid features, too, a lot of them. They have the big lips, nappy hair, all that shit, right? Yeah. But the thing is, they have a caste system in India, and they're at the bottom of the caste system. That's why you'll notice a trend. And actually, I'm going to bring up the curse that it correlates to. Because the Most High God promised if we wouldn't keep his laws, that the strangers that would come amongst us, they would get up above us very high, and we would come down very low. So this is Deuteronomy 28 and 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Now, when you look at all these nations, basically, if you want to know who the Israelites are, just have somebody point you to the nearest project or ghetto. And most of the time, as a matter of fact, I'm willing to say 100% of the time, because the word ghetto literally means a place where you keep the Jews. That's why in World War II, the white man made it a point to say that they were put in ghettos. That's why they did that. Even though they weren't segregated in any ghettos, they were just on house arrest. That's not the same thing as being put into an economically disadvantaged area where you're being preyed on by everybody and anything that's able to kill you. Right? Because, I mean, it's sad when you try to bring this up, because a lot of our people, they don't want to believe that they're on the bottom. They don't want to acknowledge that despite all of our contributions and accomplishments, that we haven't moved from square one. But just because you don't want to acknowledge it doesn't mean it's not true. You know, I see my Hispanic brothers working hard as hell out here. And no matter how hard a Mexican man works, when he dies, there's a good chance that his house is not going to be inherited by his kids. And even if it is, there's a good chance that they're going to lose that house within 1 to 2 generations. That's the way the Most High God made it. Because if we don't want to keep his laws, according to Deuteronomy 28 and 15, the Most High God has promised that there's going to be curses on us. Right? But, moving on. So we're going to go to the editions of Esther 10 and 7 through 13, because the Most High God watches over us as his inheritance. Right? This is the additions of Esther, chapter 10 and verse 7. And the two dragons are I and Aman. Now, those two dragons that's being spoken about is Mordecai, who is an Israelite, and Haman, who is a Edomite, specifically an Agagite, which is basically a fake Jew of the house of Amalek, right? So if Haman was here today, he'd be one of those fake Jews over in Israel claiming to be God's people. Right? Verse 8, and the nations were those that were assembled to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation is this Israel, which cried to God and were saved. For the Lord hath saved his people, and the Lord hath delivered us from all those evils. And God hath wrought signs and great wonders, which have not been done among the Gentiles. Therefore hath he made two lots, one for the people of God, and another for all the Gentiles. And these two lots came at the hour and time, in day of judgment, before God amongst all the nations. So that day of judgment, that's what we keep talking about, right? That judgment where everybody's going to be judged for their works, and those who are going to be saved will be preserved because they were righteous and kept the law, or they're going to be put to death because they were wicked and they disregarded God's laws, right? But the lot for the Gentiles is a lot unto itself, right? So the Gentiles don't even get the chance to repent. And this is how we know that. Verse 12, so God remembered his people and justified his inheritance. So if you say you commit a crime, say you get a parking ticket, right? But come to find out, you only parked there because you saw a lady get hit by a car a couple of spaces over, you were coming to help. Well, you'd be justified, right? Would you still be penalized even though you were justified? No. That's the whole purpose of the justification. So the people of God's inheritance are going to be justified in that day. The people who are going to be preserved, we're not going to be perfect. And I'm not saying that I count myself in that number, but just for the sake of argument, say I'm one of those people. That doesn't mean I've lived my life without ever sinning. That doesn't mean I'm without sin when I'm judged. But that does mean that the Most High God saw fit to pardon. For whatever reason, whether it's because of extenuating circumstances, maybe the things that I do here matter, to the point where the Most High God goes, you know what? At the last end of his life, he finished strong. So you know what? I'll give him a pass. But the reality is, Most High God don't have to do that. I can live my whole life righteously and go off one time at the end. The Most High God can condemn me for that. He can put me to death. It's up to him. But the promise of mercy is to the Israelites and nobody else. All right? Next, I think that's all I need. But yeah, sometimes you gotta look and be like, all right, that's all I need. But yeah. We're gonna go to Amos. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go to Amos 3 and 1 through 2. And then we're gonna go to Hebrews 12 and 5 through 6. Amos 3. See, we have to understand that as the Most High God's inheritance, he's not dealing with all these other nations as he's dealing with the Israelites. This is Amos, chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities. So through Amos, the Most High God makes it plain and easily understood that he's not dealing with the other nations like he's dealing with the Israelites. He's only dealing with the children of Jacob. That's why, again, when I have any of these heathen come up to me talking about the gospel being for everybody, and Jesus Christ extended salvation to the Jew and the Gentile, I have to set them straight and go, hey man, it's not for you. And if they're willing to stand and listen, I'm more than willing to prove it. Because the one thing I hate more than seeing my people, you know, basically out of their mind, is these damn heathen thinking that repentance and redemption is for them. I hate that. Because after all the shit that we've been through, when you say we need it more than them, and yet they want to cut in front of us and receive salvation when we need to be saved from them killing us. Yeah, they've been doing it for so long, but they don't see anything wrong with it. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna slide
What
over.
will Moses do? Because Numbers 31
Numbers 31 and what?
number 31.
So Numbers 31 and 18, right? But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever hath killed in person, whosoever hath touched me is slain. Purify both yourselves and your captives. Okay? What's your question though? Oh yeah, because when you kill somebody, you're unclean. Yeah, so like say like this is a camp, right? So say I had just attended a funeral. When you touch a dead body, you're unclean for 8 days. So me coming to camp while unclean, the Most High God might not be with me as a result of my uncleanness. And then my enemies might not be at peace with me. Right? And there's been times where I've come to do this and I know something's off. And here's the thing, because I'm not gonna not do the work. So when I come out here, and if there's something going, you know, something's off, maybe I'm unclean for some reason I don't know about, but all of a sudden somebody wants to fight. Somebody who's usually at peace with me, now all of a sudden they're like, yo, it ends today, I'm fighting. I literally had somebody say it to me, it ends today. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, I'm just reading the Bible. But for whatever reason, whether it was a devil on him, you know, or a right-hand agent, which is basically an angel, right? Influencing him to come up against me. That's what he was doing. So, you know, being unclean can cause the Most High God to not be with you, to turn your favor in your direction. Right? Now, in terms of, because I know you started at 18, right? But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him keep alive for themselves. So what we used to do is, and this is something that's simple, you know, basically the same with all nations. When you go into a new land and you conquer it, you don't kill the women, because the women are going to be used to give rise to another generation of your people. Because you got to remember, you are who your father is, right? So what would happen is our troops would go in, especially if the Most High God was with us, we wipe out all the men, whether we took them prisoner or not, they're still out of the way. That leaves all the virgins, because you'll notice, it says virgins, those who have not known a man. Now, if you a woman and you ain't a virgin, then you got a husband. I can't do nothing with that. So what do I got to do? I got to put you to death. Hey man, this Bible cold, man. That's why when people be talking about God, it's just all love.
Like, okay, I know I'll be through this. I've been reading it. I've been doing it.
Yeah. Well, it's just that's why when you talk to people who don't really know the Bible, it's almost like they're trying to talk about God and Jesus like they're comic book superheroes, which they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even have real ethics and values. Because like take somebody like Batman in the comics. Batman is one of the most unjust figures of all comics. He puts people in a prison that they escape from every week, and they're mass murderers. Yeah, but that's today's society. They'll put a pedophile who's been raping children in jail for 2 years and let him right back out to rape more children.
And yet he's preaching the word about God.
Yeah, Some of these preachers in the Catholic churches, they've raped thousands of children. And they don't even put them in jail at all. They just move to another church or another region.
Another country or another city.
Yeah.
Another state. That's all they do.
Yeah.
Transfer them over.
That's Jake, man. Judah, specific. Jake riding around, man, having a good time. I keep saying this every week, man. America's at its end. One of these days, people gonna wake up and H-E-B gonna be shut down. Walmart gonna be shut down. Ain't gonna be nowhere to get gas, no food, nothing. And our people gonna be like, yo, so what do I do? Now, I want to show you, right? Because, again, it is a matter of life and death, man. I want to show you the Most High God has made promises that those who keep his laws are going to eat. Like, this is one of the perks of being God's chosen, man. Our people, they take it for granted that the Most High God has made promises to defend and uplift his people if they're righteous and keep his commandments. Right? This is Isaiah chapter 65 in verse 13. Therefore thus saith the Most High God, behold, my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. So while all these people are out here starving to death, watching their loved ones waste away, those of us who keep the commandments and the Most High God extends mercy to, we're going to be good. We're going to have full bellies, clear vision to just look out and see the world for what it is. We're not going to be swayed by any type of lies or misdirections that they're trying to say now. Because have you seen those efforts that they're putting forward to try to say like people are going to eat like mealworms and crickets and all types of like abominable foods? They're starting to advertise those things because in the day of famine, our people are going to run for that. And they're going to be like, oh, I don't mind eating cricket flour. It's food. But the reality is God tells you not to eat some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to defile yourself in opposition of the Most High God, you're going to be one of these people howling for vexation of spirit. You're going to be one of these people pining away and wasting away in the famine. Or you might be one of these people who get cut down and killed. Because did you know the Most High God is against race mixing too? Yeah, he against all that. Isaiah 13. Yeah. Once upon a time, our elders had it right. Once upon a time. Now, sometimes they went a little bit overboard because blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we're all one people. So if I had a daughter and she walked in with a Hispanic boyfriend, I'd be like, hey, what's up? What's up, nephew?
What she would have been.
Yeah, like white folks. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. My cousin has.
Wow, yeah, all of them are like off. Yeah. Oh. That's great. Got time to talk about the Bible, brother? Got time to talk about the Bible? Yeah. Well, I'm out here for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. I let them know that they are the people of the Bible. Right? In the Bible, the Israelites, right? They're God's chosen people. But who are the Israelites today? Well, of all the people on the earth, what group of people are the Israelites? Well, let me show you something, all right? Because this is how you know who the real Israelites are. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So whoever the real Israelites are, if they're not obeying God's laws, they're going to be under these curses that are listed all throughout this chapter. Now, I don't know if you know this, but in Israel, every year they have the biggest gay parade on the planet in Tel Aviv. Homosexuality is a sin punishable by death in the Bible. So if they were God's chosen people, they would fit this curse, and they don't. So, so this is Deuteronomy 28 and 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. shall be the head and thou shalt be the tail. So despite all of their sin over there in Israel, do they have to go to the bank and get a loan, or are they the ones owning the money? The fake Jews. Because they own the banks, right? So they're the ones doing the lending, right? One of the curses that we would also be under is this one right here. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Who are the people who are in the fields picking fruit, picking cotton? Blacks and Hispanics, right? Our Mexican brothers and sisters, they're out there picking strawberries, all types of fruits in 100-degree heat. And guess what? Y'all are still smiling. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are still festive and dancing and all that stuff. That's what Israelites do, because we're special, right? Cursed shall be thy basket in thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy land, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. So it's not just your finances that are cursed. You're cursed every time you leave your house. Have you ever gotten in your car, you go around the block and a cop pull you over? That's happened to me too. It'll ruin your whole day, don't it? And when he pull you over, you worry about him killing you. It says here that our lives would hang in doubt day and night, right? But this is the one I really want to show you, right? Verse 68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy it. The word Egypt in Hebrew is a word montazari, and it means to be in a position of hardship or double straits. So if I take you by force, and I put you in a position of hardship and make you work for me, what's that called? Slavery. That's what that's saying. It's saying the real Israelites would be taken into slavery by ships. Who are the people who went into slavery by slave ships? Not just us. Yep. Because after they dropped us off here, they were kidnapping our native brothers and our Hispanic brothers. And the Spanish conquistador was down in South America, kidnapping what you would call the Incans and the Mayans, right? Like the Peruvians, Hondurans, all our brothers down there that are native. We're the Israelites, brother. This is how I know, right? Verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. It's talking about those curses. So as long as we don't keep God's laws, the curses that are throughout this chapter, they're on us. Black on black crime, brown on brown crime, you know that's another curse? It's right here. Verse 54, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. Did you grow up with your father, brother? Yeah, I did too. But a lot of our people, we know they didn't. I know a lot of my relatives, their fathers weren't there because they were in prison, they were on drugs, you know, crack epidemic hit, destroyed our families. And I know it destroyed y'all's too. But the white man did that through COINTELPRO. He implanted all those drugs in our communities, all the guns. Because you got to think, if you don't have enough money to feed yourself and feed yourself good food and water and your family, how do you have enough money to go get a gun with bullets and body armor? You know what I'm saying? All those things are dropped off in our hoods. And then when we don't have anything, we take it and we use it to rob our brothers. You've heard the crabs in the bucket analogy, right? That's where that comes from, right? But what I stopped you here for, brother, is to tell you what your sole duty as a follower of, well, you call him Jesus Christ, right? Jesus Christ. The letter J is only 500 years ago. So his name isn't Jesus. His name is Yahawashi in Hebrew. And did you know Yahawashi in today's terminology would be the name Joshua? So literally, the name Yahawashi is all throughout the Bible. There's a book of Joshua. You know that, right? But I'm going to show you, right? This is what I'm supposed to be doing, what all Israelites are supposed to be doing. This is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Now I have to ask you, brother, how many commandments are there? There's 613. You got to think, the first 5 books of the Bible, that's called the Torah. Torah in Hebrew means the book of the law. You got to think, Moses went up to the top of Mount Sinai and communed with the Most High God face to face for 40 days, right? If there's only 12 laws, why would he need 40 days? You see, but the church is never going to tell you that. They're going to tell you there's 10 laws, the 10 commandments, and then you don't even keep those. Because one of the 10 commandments is to keep the Sabbath. What day is the last day of the week? That's what you would think, but if you look at a calendar, it's Saturday. So you don't even keep the Sabbath when you go to the church. And that's intentional. You know why? I read it to you. As long as we don't keep God's laws, what happens to us? Curse. And who is at the head of Christianity? So-called white man. Now, remember in verse 68 when it said we would be sold unto our enemies? Did you know the white man is listed as the top enemy of God in Psalms 83? Now, I have a question, brother. Does that surprise you? Knowing what you know about their history? No. And it shouldn't, right? But I said something and I want to prove it. Because I want you to walk away from here knowing that the Most High God loves his children, which are the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and the scattered Israelites all over the planet. Because we're not just here. We're all over the planet. In Russia, there's a group of people called the Abkhazians. They're basically just black Russians. Big lips, nappy hair, big noses, all that. Black skin. And they're in Russia being treated like shit in the ghetto. Right? Did you know in Japan they have a group of people called the Ainu people? A-I-N-U. They're on reservations, treated like trash. They either assimilate or they get kicked out of the, basically out of the urban areas. That's what happens to us, brother. Right? But this is Psalms 83 and 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumble, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. Your hidden ones are people like your wife and your children, right? When you go off to war, they're at home, you hide them away. So not only do they consult against us as men who are Israelites, they consult against our children and the vulnerable of our society, right? They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. What do you call yourself, brother? Mexican? Native Mexican, right? I called myself black at one time. You called yourself Native American at one time. But America was named after a man named Amerigo Vespucci, a white man, Italian navigator, right? And America was basically occupied by so-called white people. So whatever they named you or me or you is incorrect. So we have to start thinking, what did God give us? Right? I'll get to that later. Right? They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom. Now, the people that I'm reading about here are called the Edomites. The Edomites are also known as Idumeans. The Romans in the Bible were known as Idumeans. Who are today's Romans today? So-called white people, right? So that's the tabernacles of Edom, the Edomites. That's the first enemy here listed of God, right? And the Ishmaelites. The Ishmaelites are the Arabs today. If you ask an Arab who his forefather is, especially if he's a Muslim, he'll tell you, my forefather is Ishmael. They know who they are. Brother, we're the only ones walking around here who don't know who we are. And that's because we believe what the white man told us in regards to who we are. So there's a list here. If you want to read it, I would recommend you read it at home. But the one that you really need to know about is the so-called white man, right? But the Asians are here too. Moab is the Chinese. Ammonites are the Japanese, right? The Philistines are the sons of Ham. Today's so-called Africans. And I'm sure you could tell today's so-called black people here in America, we're not the same as somebody in Kenya who runs from village to village to get water every day. We're different. And that's because they're of Ham and we're of Shem. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But I want to tell you what tribe you come from before you leave, right? If you are a native Mexican, you are from the tribe of Issachar. What are Mexican people known for doing? Out of everything y'all do, what are y'all known for? Working. Y'all are the hardest workers on the planet. Did you know the Bible says that Issachar would be a strong ass crouched down between two burdens? What's an ass? A donkey. What's the unofficial animal for Mexico? The donkey. That's you, bro. You're Issachar. Don't it make sense? Yeah. Yeah, y'all pave all these roads, you build all these buildings, white man turn around and call you what? Lazy. You do all this fucking work, people dying in the streets. White man call you lazy. It's crazy. But I want to show you, right? Because it's in Genesis 49. There it is. So this is Genesis 49 and 14. Issachar is a strong ass, crouching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and that the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to tribute, and became a servant unto tribute. I don't know to tell you what that means, right? So one of the things that y'all do during a long work day is y'all will go, everybody stop working, and you take about an hour or two off, and y'all rest. Siesta, right? Y'all are the only people that do that. But y'all also come back and you work even harder after you come back. Y'all are special, man. That's the only reason why y'all can do it. Did you know the Bible also said that Issachar would be a people that would be led by the signs of heaven? In Mexico, y'all have something called cenotes, right? And they're pools of water with rock formations overhead with a hole in them. And they show it on those little travel guides to go to Mexico and jump off them and all that shit, right? But y'all actually use them to look at the stars. So what you would do is you would sit along the edge of the body of water, and at night it would be like a map, and you could just look at the stars. Like, man, when it comes to the Bible saying who's who, it makes more sense when you read it out of God's mouth. Because you got to remember, the first 5 books were written by Moses. Moses spoke with the Most High God face to face. So when it says, "Thus saith the Lord," those are the words of God. In the first 5 books, Moses was getting his information directly from the Most High God. That's why when you look at the so-called black man, we're from the tribe of Judah. Judah in the Hebrew is Yahweh. It means God's praise. Who are the best singers and dancers on the planet? Black people. Now you see why we can't sing and dance no more, because we don't praise God. So our music is trash. We rap about trapping, doing drugs, pimping hoes. Yeah, and as a result, the Most High God, he pulled that flavor and salt away. So now we're a shell of what we used to be. That's why brothers like me are on these corners, to call you over here and let you know who you are and what you're supposed to be doing. Okay, keep the commandments, brother. Do you have a Bible at home? But I'm out here every Saturday from about 5, maybe about 5:30 to about 10. And I just stay in this one spot, brother.
I'll be on here again.
Yes, sir, I'll see you. All praises,
I
brother.
never ran across the street.
All praises, man. Be safe out here, brother. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it's cool when we get to wake some of our people up. Because I can see it in his eyes, you know, when you're telling them, like, hey, man, all the stuff that you go through, it's in the Bible.
Kind of woke me up.
Yeah.
That's what I do at night.
Mhm.
Well, the night.
Yeah, but the issue is, our people love darkness, man. One of the things that I realize is some of our people, they love pimping. They love smoking weed. They love doing all the wicked shit, man.
I don't know. Father, like, yeah? I don't know how to explain it. One of the most things, wish you could do something about it. And if you do something about it, you would not do it. Get another nail, another nail.
Well, and plus, even if you stop it, some of our people, they don't want to be saved. Yeah, so they'll go right back to that old lifestyle after you intervene. So it's not a matter of just going, hey, brother and sister, I love you, wake up. You can shake them as hard as you want sometimes. Sometimes they just go right back to sleep.
And speaking of, I think Romans, right? And you know they're all white, all pagan.
Now, the original Romans weren't.
No, but
Yeah.
the one
Okay.
that took.
Yeah.
It's
Took
pretty
over.
much like the Jewish.
Mhm.
The white, they took the like,
Yeah.
they took just like everything else. But when the colonizers, like Freemasons, like George Washington, they kind of took advantage of kind of where they come from. Or I don't understand them. They told Romans, they told the team of English recruiters, so they're not going to follow their rules. They're going to bow down to Rome. They got the
Yeah.
so cool. Get to know our own family. they said when he started, all the Catholics coming over here, all the Spaniards, all of it from California. That's why you see so many missions. Missions are the mission. They're
Yeah,
coming out
missionaries to do a mission.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming over here to destroy us by following the Catholic way.
Have you ever heard of the white man two-step?
A lot of stuff.
So like when a white man invades an area, he does it by two real means, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows about the military, but that's the last thing that they say.
Yeah.
The white man two-step is literally missionaries and white women.
There you go. There you go.
There it is.
There it is.
White man with a Bible, with an image of white Jesus, and if that don't work, it's white woman.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest, it's very effective.
Oh,
Very
very
effective.
Look what happened.
Yeah, black man is completely castrated around white women. Shit is embarrassing. And I know it's the same for our northern kingdom brothers too. But y'all aren't as bad as us. Like, some of y'all are like willing to bow your neck to a white woman and just get on her page. But the black man, a lot of us, we're just on it. And it's embarrassing, man. You know, you see on social media, we call our own women ugly to appease them. When our women set the standard of beauty for all the other women on the planet.
Look at the black people. They have curves.
Yeah.
Beautiful curves. Look at that white girl. Yeah. Come on.
Unless she mixed with one of us. Yeah.
And then, yeah, exactly. Now she has curves.
Yeah. Because I'm not gonna sit here and cap, right? Because a lot of brothers are like, man, white women, they all flat as a board. Not all of them. Because a lot of them, they got our looks. You got to remember, they've been trying to sleep with us forever, man. And however way they can get sexual access to an Israelite, they're going to take it, even if it means raping us and still hating us.
You know,
Right.
You know, the thing about Oxford is not, it screws up the black community and the Hispanic community. And some of the actors that are on there kind of crazy. Our time and your time.
Yeah.
Like Menace to Society. You ever seen that movie?
I've seen part of it. I've never sat down and watched it. I hate those gangster thug films.
There's no message there.
Yeah.
It's not so much that it's a cool movie. No. It's a movie, of course. If you look at it the right way, black people are killing black people. That dude just, degraded another black girl. Then he goes out there and kills another person, and it's all killing. And when they go to that Chinese store, he kills that Chinese black dude. I forgot his name. He kills that one guy, then he goes takes the girl, wears the tape, and kills her. Okay. I hope you understand this. That movie is made, and everybody's like, yeah, we're badass, we're bad, we're dumb, we're the best. Okay. That movie is made so everybody in the world can see it, and every time a black man goes to the country to go visit, they're gonna look at, oh, that's a bad person.
Yep.
That guy's bad, they're no good.
Yep.
We don't want them. Right away they'll start giving like,
So I want to read this to you because did you know the Most High God said he's gonna disable them from doing that? So this is Micah 5:12, and I will cut off witchcrafts out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. A soothsayer is somebody who says things to accomplish a certain need or goal. So if I'm gonna say that black people are bad and I'm a soothsayer, I might be a white man who goes over to China and I go, hey, these niggas over here, when they come over here, this is how they behave. You see this movie right here? See how he killed this woman? This is what they'll do.
and
Yeah.
they're laughing about it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they get this millions of dollars. They think they're badasses. They're not bad, they're not money now. Oh no, that message is being spread. Another part of it.
Actually, I want to show you something else because you make a covenant with hell or the grave when you say if you're an actor. Say if I were to go and say I started a movie where it's like extolling the values of being homosexual.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm coming out saying, well, I'm not homosexual, but I don't see the harm in propagating that message. I've literally cast away my values to propagate the message of those who accuse us of wrongdoing, right? Yes. What's in Isaiah 28? So in the coming judgment, the Most High God is going to disannul all those covenants. Because, our people be signing all types of like crazy ass contracts, saying they're going to work for people for 1 billion years, Have you ever seen or heard about the contracts that Scientologists have to sign? Yeah, where you have to, like, when you come back in regeneration, you have to keep working that contract. So, this is Isaiah. But this is Isaiah 28 and 16. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet. And the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters shall overflow the hiding place. And your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. And the overflowing scourge shall pass through, then ye shall be trodden down light. So this is talking about when judgment comes through. If you got a covenant with our enemies or the so-called heathen, you're gonna get killed for it, and the Most High God's gonna disannul that covenant. So our people, they cast away their values to get money, but just know it won't last.
Yeah, it never does.
Yeah.
Go back to look at Kyle West, poor guy.
Kanye West.
Yeah, Kanye West.
Yeah.
What did he do today? I don't want my kid on that crap.
Yep.
All the perversion and pedophilia.
Mhm.
And what they do, have it back in control until they got it.
But here's the thing though. That's what happens. Yeah. When you make a deal with your enemy, that's what happens. Actually, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read it loud because our people, they have never learned this, and it's sad because we're the ones dying, right?
That's what they want.
This is Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped the looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. So the Bible tells us that we should not be trusting our enemies at all. One of the things that happened when the white man first came to America is that our native brothers tried to actually help them out. They gave them food, gave them shelter. How you doing, brother? Believe in the Bible at all?
Sir.
Okay. What tribe you come from in the Bible? I can answer that for you. That's why I asked. Right? Is your father a native Hispanic? Mexican? You come from the tribe of Issachar, brother. Issachar in the Hebrew means he is hired. Who are the hardest working people in existence? Mexicans, hands down. Y'all pave all the roads, you build all the buildings, you cook all the food. Nobody even comes close. But in the Hebrew, Issachar literally means he is hired. The Bible also says that Issachar would be a strong ass, crouched down between two burdens. Mexico is situated between America and South America with all types of political issues tearing the country in two different directions. Not to mention the unofficial animal for Mexico is what? The donkey. The Bible points out who y'all are, man. That's why I'm out here. I gotta let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans know who you are in the Bible. And if you don't mind me asking, brother, what's your father? Is he Mexican as well?
Sir.
Okay. You as well, brother? Yeah? Native Mexican, all three? Yeah, so y'all are Issacharites, man. Did you know in New Mexico y'all have something called the Los Lunas stone? It's a stone monument with the original Phoenician script Hebrew one, right? Today's modern Hebrew is Yiddish. It's a combination, I believe, of Hebrew, Latin, and German. But the real Hebrew is an angular character. So it almost looks like Japanese in a sense. But y'all have that on your monument. It's got the 10 Commandments, and it's got the real name of God, which is Yahweh, right? Because God is just a title. God just means power. So when you say, God help me, you're saying Mr. or power help me. But you should know God's real name, which is Yahweh. And Jesus, I'm sorry?
What's the name?
Yahweh. Yahweh. Yes, sir. And then the letter J is only 500 years old. So what's the name of Jesus if his name can't be Jesus? Now you're seeing why I'm out here. I got to tell people that. His name is Yahushua. So think about it. Your entire life, every time you got into a tight spot where you really, really needed help, and you cried out to God and he came through for you, you didn't even have his right name, and he still came through for you. But now you have his name. Remember? But I want to show you something, right? Because y'all are Israelites. And blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, we're all one group of people. So you need to know before you leave what your sole duty is as an Israelite. Have y'all heard of the Hebrew Israelites at all? Okay. Where'd you hear about it from? Like Kanye West?
Nah, I've heard like church and stuff.
Okay. Well, as an Israelite brothers, this is what y'all should be doing. This is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Now I have to ask you, how many commandments are there? They say 10. There's 613, brother. The first 5 books of the Bible is known as the Torah. Torah in Hebrew means the book of the law. Think about it. Moses went up to the top of Mount Sinai, right, to talk with the Most High. He was up there for 40 days. You think he came down with only like 10 rules? No, it doesn't even make sense. That's why he needed those stone tablets. It had all 613 laws written on it. Right? Laws like don't hate your brother in your heart. That's not part of the 10 Commandments, but it is part of the commandments. That's the type of stuff that you could do where you don't have to change a thing. Just don't hate your brethren. And your brethren are Israelites, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. All right? If y'all got more time, just come back. I'll be here, all right?
Sure, appreciate it.
All right. Take care, y'all. Y'all special, all right? I'm going to send them young brothers off right with Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Yeah, buddy. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Y'all special. Y'all above all people. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, y'all got the juice around here. You invent everything, you do all the work. Man, you gotta let our young people know they chose it, man. Because these schools are literally telling them slavery didn't even happen. They're lying on such a scale now that if nobody is out here to tell our kids the truth, they will be completely lost. Yeah. What is it called? Oh my God. That's in the Willie Lynch letter, where the objective of basically conditioning a slave is to wipe our, erase the mind and keep the body. So keep the body strong and able to work, but capture the mind so that they can never think, why am I strong? Why am I different? They always just go, okay, boss. You say pick cotton? Okay, boss. You say warm up your bed? Okay, boss. You say cook the food? All right. You want to sleep with my wife? Cool, get it. No, I'm serious. Some of our people literally have that mentality toward our oppressors.
Yeah.
They'll give up everything
Oh, yeah.
simply because they're asked to.
In other words, you sick, we sick, boss.
We sick, boss.
Yeah.
Even our Northern Kingdom brothers know it. It's not to slight you. But the thing is, our black elders, they pretend like they don't know slavery ever happened. They pretend like cooning is not a thing. Meanwhile, some of them are the biggest Uncle Toms on the planet. They don't want to teach the youth anything. They don't want them to know about anything in history. They just want to pretend like the American dream is real, and it's not. You literally have to be asleep to believe the American dream. Yeah. If you get to the age of 25 as a so-called black, Hispanic, or Native American man here in America, you should know that the American dream is not real. You are not going to be president. You are not going to be an astronaut. It's not real. Gotta grow up. But yeah, I'm glad those brothers stopped. Yeah. See, that's why when people walk by and they try to go, oh, well, nobody wants to stop because you're mean and you insult people. It's like, no, like you just don't like me talking about you as an idiot. That's all. And yeah, there's gonna be some people who are like they're like plantation defenders. And you know what? This ain't for you. If you love the white man enough to turn your back on God, this is not for you. Yeah, just get on up the way, up the road and let me do my work. But to those who are tired of what's going on and they want answers, man, this is the best place to be right here. Yeah, man. What you got planned tonight?
Enjoy myself.
That's good.
Enjoy myself.
Is this your first weekend back? Or first week back in March?
Last week I helped doesn't live in a bad place. I think he's out there. I met him. First time I met him, he was out there. Had a flat tire. Spent his last $7 to get his tire, or two. And I seen the tire. That is really, really bad. And I'm thinking about this too. All of a sudden, a new start, two guys that work there. They're white, but they're not asphalt.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, that was helping him because how do you fix the issue? It was bent, something about the inside the system, the whole thing, everybody else in it, it's jacked up. There's nothing you can do. So, he thinks, well, maybe we'll patch it up and work a little bit. But in all reality, he wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So, we really just got to go away from it. He takes it, hey, he asked me, I can handle it up. Yeah, I didn't look at it. He goes out there, he's talking to me about my bike. Oh, yeah, got so many bikes. And then the guy comes back, gives it to me.
All praises. All praises.
It's kind of dark. Sam Brown. He had a good heart.
Yeah.
Evil. There you go. And that's, wow. It's like going there, you know, and the kids over here looking for tires in the garbage can, they go with it, and they're no good. You know what? Give me a tire. Give me a tire. Not for me. Don't worry about it. Just give me whichever good one you have. $30 tire. Alright, then you have it. And I bought it for him, put it on. It was like the kid was in Christmas, like he was so joyful, so great to be out there. Oh man, are you serious? Poor kid. Everything twice. So he did that. Ran into him again. Ran to him again. Actually, I was coming, he looked at me. And he followed me all the way down where I parked. And look at my bike. Look at my, I got a free mag, the mag is track. Okay. This guy had an engine bike. That's a great bike. And I go, well, what are you going to do? I'm just going to ride. Because you don't mind if I ride with you. We'll ride together. I don't care if we can ride. Don't know who you are, really. What?
Yeah.
So we go into the bike shop, bike right there in that church, and I'm looking at the bike. Man, I really like it. Wow, I just like it. No white look. I like it. Just I like it.
I see it.
Yeah, like, man, this is nice. I like this. So, and I have my bike, and so I asked Marty, the guy, how much is that one? He goes, oh, actually, that one is $399. Like, really? Yeah. You know what? I'll take it. My other bike cost me. Wow, that kid was like, wow, I can't believe you did that. He just, it was like nothing to you. Like, yeah, sometimes it is when you're blessed.
Yeah.
Take advantage of it. And, like, wow, he was all excited. That I bought a bike. He didn't buy one. Like,
Yeah.
and he goes, man, I need to get one. I want a new bike. I'm like, what the thing to do? I go, I'll tell you what, little brother. Meet me next week. Or anything. My dog, back there. And I'm which it was still new. It hasn't even been a year that I had it. It was like great. Are you sure? Like, yes. My yard. My yard. It's yours. If you want to change it, then say, write it down. And if you don't need it, you say, I'll work it. Big change up there. I'm like, came back again. And it rained. Yeah, it rained. Yeah, I know. I don't want to go back there. There's all mud. There's no more grass. So, Saturday should be a good day. Saturday turned out to be a good day. Like, wow, God and say, hey, look what I did. Now you go
I'm going to show you something, right? This is Psalms 82 and 3. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. So that's what you did, man.
Yeah, I think I get that. That's kind of familiar to it.
You got to defend the poor and the needy, man.
Yeah, he was needy.
Yeah.
Yeah, see where he is. Yeah. Now he has something to move.
Yeah.
That's, now you go in.
Yeah, and it's reliable.
Yeah, it's very light.
Yeah.
Yeah. I use cube in there, and I give him patches. I give him a little bit of food for the time.
Does he have a lock? I'll get him a lock.
Next time I see him, I'll let him know.
Yeah. Actually, if you could just send me a link on Amazon to a lock, I'll get it.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll bring it here and just come in.
Yeah, the kid is a good dude. The kid was following him. That's wrong. I didn't even know that too. Like, later on. Oh, that's not good. I have a stepdad, my first stepdad. I'm the oldest. And my mom married a good child. And I kind of see that with all stepdad.
Yeah. And plus, he might be saying like, "This ain't my son,"
Yeah.
so I don't have to look out for him. So he ain't my
He
kid.
doesn't care what happens.
Yeah.
So I kind of keep an eye on him when I see him.
That's good. That's good. Now he has somebody who he can like trust. And
Yeah.
He knows that like cares for him.
If he gets any trouble, he calls me. He has my number. Just call me. I'm like, yeah, I'll be there for you.
The Bible says, man, alms cover a multitude of sins. So you're doing a really good thing.
Like I said, I would want God to do it. That's not what I do. Not my intention.
Of course.
Be good. Humanity. I'll do other things.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And that brings up the other subject where
Yeah, keep going. I'm listening.
me and my co-worker were eating
Mm-hmm.
at
14.
it's called Better Well. There's one right here. But there's another one in St. Mary's. Area or whatever. So we went there for school. And there's a black lady. And this is before the kid is. She got there at the dog. Like, no, she has somebody else at the before she has somebody. And she has like and she has a dog on the wall. And they're like, they won't even look at you.
Yep.
Their heads up, walk out the door.
A lot of our people do that, man.
And then she has,
Or their people do that.
yeah, she has a white lady. She goes, hold on, lady. She goes to her table, or she goes to the table, starts looking at her bag, pretends that she might have it. She was not doing it. So she starts asking another owner, you know, right? Then she comes to me, you have $2. I don't have it. They want it. So order it. Oh.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
Order what you want. Want coffee? Coffee. Want something to eat? Yeah. I don't have to go. So her bill was like 12 something. You know, fruit. And it's expensive something like fruit and something else. She ate it, and I'm pretty sure she was happy that day, but I didn't mind something else. And my friend goes, I will give you $2. Like, there's nothing in this place that is under $2.
I'm trying to find something. I can't say it too much. Because it talks about not withholding help from the poor when you have it. You know, if somebody asks you if you have $5, if you got only a 10, you know, give it to them. Yeah. Well, I mean, and not to mention, man, if it's that important that you have that $5, it's not. Like, it's just because I remember. I mean, this is back when I was like a really young man. I was working at T-Mobile, right? I was broke. I'm talking about like I didn't even have enough money to literally like get the change out of my little dash to get a gallon of gas, right? So I'm thinking like, how am I gonna get home? I haven't eaten all day, and I don't have any food at the house, so I have nothing. It's the last customer of the day. you know, I go through my little phone spiel, you know, like, hey, these phones, blah, 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 I can do this for you, I can do that. And then at the end, the dude, he comes up, he shakes my hand. And we're not allowed to take tips. But there's a 5 in his hand. He's like, thank you. Man, I still tear up thinking about it. Because I had nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Not a penny to your name.
And God always sends somebody.
Yep.
Always. That's why when you have the opportunity to do good to the poor, do it, man.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you're doing good. You're not just wicked. You're not spitting on them. You're not passing them out. Or get away from the smell. No, go get what you need and I'll get it.
So this is Isaiah 10:1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may be robbed, or that they may rob the fatherless. So that's one of the reasons why we were actually sent into slavery. Because when we would have people in those dire circumstances, we wouldn't help them. We would let the fatherless be taken advantage of. Let widows destroy me. Yo, they're so big, yo. But anyway, but that's one of the reasons why the Most High God has put us in the hands of people who show us absolutely no mercy. Because at one point in time, we showed our own mercy. That's almost like, you know, you have kids, right? You know, if you come home and both your kids have been fighting, you don't care who did what. You're just like, look, I'm beating both your asses. That's how the Most High is. You know, it's just like, yo, so y'all are enslaving each other. Y'all are depriving widows of support. You know, the fatherless children are just destitute in the streets. And we're under the law to not let that happen. So the Most High God's like, okay, cool. You guys want to do that? Because you want to be like, you know, you guys want to be heartless toward each other? I'm going to send the ultimate heartless group of people. We're going to do that to everybody. So now you're all the same. Now will you support one another? And the answer is no. Because look at our people today.
Yeah.
We're completely destroyed. And yet somehow, a black man or a black woman still has enough audacity to open their mouth to talk down on their own people.
Oh, yeah. I see
It's
that all the
insane.
time. I see that through my kind. I see it a lot.
Sister, you got a moment for the Bible? No moment for the Bible? Just know when you call out to God for help, He's going to do the same thing to you. Yeah, buddy.
I'd rather walk with them like you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to bring that up. You'd rather walk with some damn white women than talk to your brother. That's why the white man foot going to stay in your neck and in your ass. See, our people always cooning and buck dancing, man.
They don't understand about these people. They're already holding hands, and they're telling her, "Go go down on them." That's your nature.
Yep. Abominable and despicable.
Yes.
It's like, let's say what it is.
Yeah, we're being honest. That's their nature.
Actually, you know what? What you said is in the Bible.
These things I go for my head. This is things that I see. I see this.
This is Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So even though the white man was crying like a bitch when he lost the birthright, Most High God didn't give nothing back to him. See, that's the thing that our people still don't understand. What you just brought up, it's biblical, man. There's nobody worse than the so-called white man. And she didn't even want to look at me until I started talking to her more. All to just be in good favor with some white girl who hate her anyway,
Yeah.
and probably call her all types of N-words.
No,
And,
no. What it is, they want to do an abomination. They see it as a, what do you call it?
fetish.
A fetish.
Yeah, fetish.
And it's
Being fetishized.
yeah, that and what is the other one? What is the other word? Oh man, this is like, it's just despicable. I can't even say it. It's too terrible to say.
Well, there's a term, they call it being blacked. when they have sex with a black person. I know it's usually a man on a woman, but at the same time, though, I'm sure they got their terms for women on women too. You know, our people, they just don't appreciate the reality of what they're in.
That's why they make it.
Yeah.
So you can get picked. They see girl, young girl. And now the big thing is boys on boys.
Yep.
And now they're making black men, Mexican people.
Yep.
So an abomination by having sex with same race, like same
Gender.
gender.
Same, yeah.
Not race, gender, same thing. That's
Oh, if they can do same gender, same race, that's a win-win for them. Because it's two Israelites doing something abominable in the eyes of God.
yeah.
But you know, the pornography industry was started by, or basically made normalized by a so-called white man, a fake Jew.
Oh, yeah.
His name is Alvin Goldstein.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
He's the father, basically, of pornography. And then, what's his name? Albert Kinsey, the father of the sexual revolution. He went before Congress and he testified of his findings in an experiment that he was doing, where he was doing experiments on babies, seeing how many times per hour they could orgasm on babies. See, for all you blacks and Hispanics who are on this promiscuous shit here in America, need to understand where it comes from. All of our people who want to be homosexuals, you need to read the homosexual agenda of 1984. Read the Monahan report, where they talk about how they intentionally and knowingly destroyed us and what it will take to fix us, and yet they don't do it anyway. They've written all this shit down. Read the Willie Lynch letter. That'll tell you why our families are broken. See, that one of the things that our people still don't quite appreciate is some of the habits of the so-called white man. White man don't do nothing without something called SOP, Standard Operating Procedure. Everything that he does, he writes down. So if you want to know why he's doing a certain thing, look for the SOP, because it's out there. All you got to do is know the name of it. And when you find the name of it, make sure you read it, and you read it understanding the perspective of your enemy. Because when you read the Willie Lynch letter, because I know I've given you that name before. You've read it. The Willie Lynch letter is one of the most honest writings I've ever seen from a white man. And it states directly how they hate us and the objective to destroy the black household for their own gain and profit. And Willie Lynch in 1721 said, if successful, this should be basically something that affects them for 300 years, if not longer. And if it begins to wear off, just do it all over again.
Oh, yeah.
That's why when we get killed on the news, they make sure there's a camera there. Because what they're trying to show you is, it don't matter how big you are, don't matter how strong you are, don't matter how much you're hopped up on drugs to fight the cops. We're going to actually lynch you in public. That's what George Floyd was all about. Having one scrawny ass cracker knee on his neck for 10 or 20 minutes while he cried out for his mother. It was emasculating to see a man who's like 6'7", super built, crying for his mama on the ground, not even fighting back and just dying in dishonor. They used to do that during slavery, where they would chain us to the floor and buck break us. They would have the slave master come by and anally sodomize you, and then have all the other Edomites come and take their turn. And then, if you were the biggest, baddest slave on the plantation, and they wanted to prove a point, after all that, they might tar and feather you, and then draw and quarter you between two horses. They would do all those things to show everyone else, you see what happened to him? He's your champion, so what chance do you have? And they do that to this day. It's a shame, man. Really, it's a shame. Hold on, what's something that tells us to separate? We're going to go to Isaiah 14. See, this is for our sister over there who loves Esau and don't want to separate. Tell your white friends they're going into slavery and they deserve it. How about them 250 million people y'all killed to take America? See, while you arm in arm with your enemy, you might want to pick up a book. This is Isaiah chapter 14. Chapter 13 and verse 14. And it shall be as a chaste robe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. See, the Bible talks about race wars. See, most of our people do not understand that this white devil is losing power here in America. And when he's lost enough power, he's going to turn to slavery, just like he did in the past. See, the sad part is, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are far too damn dumb. And they trust the very same people who've been raping, robbing, and murdering them for the past 5 centuries. But when you try to tell them that the Bible literally tries to tell you to separate, our people are like, Jesus wouldn't do that. Jesus would never do that. Did you know that's going to be his first order of business? To separate the people? It's in Matthew 24. It's either 24 or 25. See, the sad part is, those white demons are turning around laughing. But I'm not worried about them. See, I know she's listening. This is one of those awkward moments. Pretend like you don't hear him. One of those moments. But the reality is, you hear me, and you know what I'm saying is true. That's one of the things that even I could admit when I was worldly and would join myself onto the white man. I knew there's something wrong with these people. There's something wrong with them. They're murderous. They're pedophiles. They destroy things around them with no cause for concern. And then when you call them out on it, they go, what do you mean? We all do it. No, just you. But I want to show you. Because the reality is, so-called Jesus Christ is not coming to bring everybody together. That's ridiculous. This is Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a sheep divideth his sheep from the goats. So for all the people who think Jesus is coming to have a big old hug fest, that's not happening. It's fantasy. And here's the thing. That's a fantasy for the so-called white man. Because when you want to be surrounded by the people who pick all your food, do all your work, and create marvels around you, I know I would be if I was a white man. I would love to have blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans near me. Because they make a utopia around me. But the reality is, and I just read this, brother, when Jesus Christ returns, did you know his first order of business is going to be to separate the nations? I'll read it again, man. This is Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth the sheep from his goats. Where's the hug fest that they tell you about in the church? Where's Jesus Christ coming back to hold hands and have a pajama party? Did you know he's going to kill his enemies too? Remember those enemies I started to read about? He going to kill them. It's in Luke 19 and 27. Again, that's why it's important that brothers like me be out here. Because we need to be saved. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we need a Messiah. And we have one. And that Messiah, he's not coming back to hold the white man's hand and ask him to change. In Isaiah 63, I want to read that next if you have the time. If you can make the time for that. Because it says how he's going to kill so many Edomites that Christ is going to be drenched in blood. Right? Now, I want you to tell me if anybody in the church has ever read this to you. When I first read this, my blood ran cold. Right? This is Luke chapter 19 and verse 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. That's Christ. Nobody's ever told you that. Those who don't want to get down with the program, Christ says, kill their asses. That's what he says. Those are his words. That's not somebody else, brother. That's your and my Messiah. That's why the white man tells you to eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. Because as long as you do those things, guess where you're going to be at? Right here with the white man's foot on your neck. And they know that. I want to show you, right? Because Isaiah 63 is one of my favorite things to read, because it's something that you're supposed to speak with strength and power. This is Isaiah chapter 63 and 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom, with dyed garments from Basra? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, in thy garments, like him that treadeth in the wine fat? So Isaiah is seeing a vision, and he's seeing a vision of Christ coming back from Basra. Basra is a capital city in Edom, the city of the Edomites, the so-called white man. So you have Christ coming back from Basra, and he's asking him, why are you covered in red? Right? These are the words that he responds with, so-called Jesus Christ. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. So he said, I'm going to literally kill them people. I'm going to stomp them out to the point where blood's going to stain my clothes. You got to remember, man, every lash they put on our ancestors' backs, Most High God saw that. Every time they raped one of our women, he saw that. When they would cut babies out of their wombs and step on them, he saw that. He's seen everything. Did you know, according to what they did to us, we're going to do to them? We ain't going to be raping nobody because we don't do that. That's against our law. But they used to pick our babies up by the feet and slam them against rocks and kill them. They used to do that. So, because they did that, it's going to be done to them. This is Psalms 137 and 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, race it, even to the foundations thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee, as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh thy little ones, and dasheth them against the stones. So like how they used to stomp our babies out, we're going to do the same thing. How they used to beat our backs in with whips, we're going to do the same thing. I look forward to that, brother. I'm going to be real with you. When I get out of bed in the morning, I want to get out and put my left foot into the ass of a white man and my right foot into the ass of a white woman and walk around all day fucking people up. The kingdom of heaven is coming and y'all going to be slaves in it. Get ready. Brother, if you understand what this Bible says, they're beneath us. The white man is literally the worst of the worst out of all the nations on the planet. Think about it. They can't go outside, brother, without sunscreen. How effective as a human being can you be if you have a time limit on sun exposure when the planet is bathed in it? Right? So you got to remember, your God has made things very plain if you just have the wisdom of the scriptures. You can identify who your enemies are. You can identify who your brothers are. You can identify the covenants that are in this book that tell you what's going to happen if you break God's law or if you keep God's law. Because just as I showed you some of the curses, there are blessings for keeping God's laws too. But we have to keep them as a nation to be brought out of this low estate. That's why I talk about vengeance so much, because part of the tables turning is vengeance. You think this white man is going to step down from power without a fight? No. He'll destroy this whole world before he steps down from power. But that... Go ahead. What's up,
We'll
brother?
take everybody with them before
Yeah. That's actually, I'm glad you said that, because that's really the plan. When you look at Russia and America, they're both jousting with nuclear weapons. Have you ever heard of something called MAD, mutually assured destruction? That's a term that they came up with because they have sensory systems where if a nation fires nuclear missiles, their sensors will pick it up and they will automatically respond to nuclear missiles. Russia actually has a program called the God Hand, or it's called Dead Hand program. And if they get bombarded with bombs and they're no longer able to fight back, it will automatically fire the pistols. So it's guaranteed that they will fire off nuclear missiles. It's just a matter of the conditions that facilitate that. That's why, if you read the Bible, nuclear missiles are in the Bible. Yep. Isaiah 54:16.
Now it's China, Mexico, Russia, other countries unionized.
Yeah, Iran too.
Yeah, they're all pointing missiles this way.
Yeah, and Iran said when they get their nuclear missiles, they're using them.
Yeah.
They've said they're using them. They're not even fucking around. They said they're gonna use them. Because you remember General Soleimani that they killed? They said they want that back in blood. And they're not playing. And Iran, they have Ishmael. Ishmael in the Bible is known as wild man. Abraham had 2 sons, right? Ishmael was by a bondmaid or a servant, right? But the chosen child was to be born by his wife Sarah. So although Ishmael is the eldest, the bondmaid and Ishmael were put out of his house, and they went to dwell in the wilderness. And as a result, Ishmael is a wild man who was literally raised in the wilderness with just his mother. So the Arabs over in the Middle East, that's why they'll strap a bomb to themselves, run in a place and blow up. How much wilder can you get? They are wild in spirit and in mind. And as a result, when they have the bombs to actually compete with America, they are going to return to that wild spirit. Now, I know they're not going to bomb America first. They're going to bomb Israel. Because Israel is constantly bombing them with missile attacks and all types of stuff. Brother, all that stuff is in the Bible. The Bible says the least of the flock shall draw them out. Who's the least of the flock when it comes down to the monolithic armies of America? Israel. Because you got to think, anything that happens to Israel, America says we got your back. So after they get bombed by somebody in the Middle East or anybody at all, America's involved. That's what we're thinking literally might start World War III. We're not sure. But the reality is, anything that happens to them is going to cause a war. Hey, I want to show you, right? Because I want to show you that destruction that's coming, if you don't keep the commandments, you'll die alongside it. That's why I said this to Domingo earlier. People come to me and they always ask, you preach like it's a matter of life and death. It's because it is. America's at its end. The dollar has no worth. It's over. They're estimating that it's going to start soon. Most companies are going to be laying off in excess of 175,000 jobs a month.
July 3rd, that's when everything gets, all the money, all the crypto.
Yeah, the crypto. Fed now?
Yeah, Fed now.
Yeah. And did you know that that's going to lead to the mark of the beast?
Fed now.
The RFID microchip that has to be put where? In your hand or in your forehead. That's in Revelations 13, brother. The mark of the beast. If you take it, it's a done deal. There is no repentance after that. You are going to be put to death. Now is the time to repent, brother.
So it's like they marked you.
Yeah. Because you got to think, if you take the mark of the beast, they can control your body. Literally. Because all your nerves operate off of just electrochemical signals. So if I can put electric signals into the body, I can hijack your body. Did you read about the findings that Elon Musk and his team from Neuralink, that little Neuralink thing? Did you read about the results of some of the animals, the monkeys? They were biting their own fingers off. They were mutilating themselves. They were trying to kill themselves. Because they were literally being hijacked by that technology. They try to say, well, we got a monkey to play Pong with his mind. Yeah, that's the successful part. But they don't tell you about all the animals that died, all the cancers that developed, all the mutilations and stuff that they did to themselves because they were being played with. I'm going to show you, right? It's in Zechariah 14. I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you came. Right? This is Zechariah, chapter 14 and 12. And this shall be the plague wherewith the Most High God will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth. What does that sound like? What could literally, while you're standing on your feet, burn you to the point where your tongue burns away in your mouth, your eyes burn away in their sockets? Nuclear fire. Right? Now, if you go to Zechariah 13, it says something about that too. This is Zechariah, chapter 13 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Most High God, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third part shall be left therein. So this is talking about Israel, right? Who we call blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, and the Israelite diaspora around the world. 2/3 of us are going to be put to death. Because 2/3 of us do not want to keep the commandments. So the Most High God, he's like, yo, this is the end. This is the final judgment. If you can't get it right, I'm just going to get you off the board. Right? And I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined. And I will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people. And they shall say, the Lord is my God. And that's what's happening right now, brother. We're coming back home. The name of God, before you leave, I want you to know this. It's not just God, it's Yahweh. Yahweh. It means he who exists, or he is. Remember when Moses was speaking to the burning bush? And he basically, asked God's name, and God said, I am that I am. He actually said, I am Yahweh. My name is Yahweh. The name of Jesus Christ is not Jesus. The letter J is 500 years old. His name is Yahweh Shah. That means he who delivers. Right? So you got to think. You've been praying to God your whole life, right? You've probably prayed to God while you've been in some tight spots. Imagine every time you got hungry, you said to your dad, hey, mister, give me something to eat. Hey, mister, give me something to drink. I come from a black family. My dad would beat my ass if I disrespected him like that. But because we're in such a low estate and we don't have our heritage, that's what we have to say to our God. God, help me. When literally God just means power. God has many titles. God being one, another one being Al-Shaji, meaning demon-like power. Right? But his name is Yahweh. See, that's the reality, man. Israelites are chosen, and the rest of the nations aren't, man. I'm going to show you how our forefathers used to deal with these other nations. When they would come sniffing around, snooping around, trying to get involved, right? Because the reality is, when we were in our right mind, we wanted nothing to do with the heathen. And rightfully so. Are you familiar with how successful our people were before integration? Before white people forced black people to integrate? We basically had our own banks, our own hospitals, our own busing systems. And before y'all integrated, likewise. Y'all had your own stuff. But, well, you had knowledge to do those things.
All of the guys have knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
The black people have more knowledge, which they wiped that out to believe something that they teach you in school.
Well, it's a combination, man. Because
They took away the knowledge, took away the knowledge we had, our ancestors had.
well, it's
We didn't die of cancer. We didn't die of lupus.
Mhm.
We didn't die of AIDS. We didn't die of starvation. That's I'm pretty sure. Anything out of the ground, we ate from the ground. They
But-
took away more knowledge.
But one of the curses is that the fruit of your land and the fruit of your cattle will be possessed by another nation. Again, as long as we don't keep the laws, what you're saying is our reality. All those sicknesses, the famines, not having ownership of anything, all those things are realities that we have to deal with as long as we don't get back to our laws. That's why I try to tell people, God is serious, man. And he's only serious with the Israelites. Right? This is Ezra, chapter 4 and verse 1. Now when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers, and said unto them, let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do. And we have sacrificed unto him since the days of Asar-Hadon, king of Assur, which brought us up hither. So these are heathen coming up saying, hey, look, we serve your God just like y'all do. We sacrifice unto him too. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them, ye have nothing to do with our God, to build an house unto our power, but we ourselves together will build unto the Lord God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, hath commanded us. So they literally told him, y'all have nothing to do with this, get lost. Now, I have a question. Whenever you tell the white man no for something that he really wants, is that the end of it? No, it never is. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building, and hired counselors against them to frustrate their purpose, all the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even unto the reign of Darius, king of Persia. So not only did they start harassing us, they hired people to do it. Say you want to build a new garage in your backyard, who you got to get the approval from first? The white man. He's got to give you a zoning, what's it called? A zoning exemption, so you can build an additional structure on your property. That's his whole job, is to come by and go, is this up to code? Are you niggers doing what I said you could do? Or are you trying to grow food on your own land? Are you trying to collect rainwater? You know that's illegal too. That's what they do, brother. That's why I keep trying to tell our people, man. You've heard of the Hebrew Israelites, right? We're on these corners all over the world, man. It ain't just here in North America. Because the Bible says this message will go out to the entire world. And then shall the end come. It's basically worldwide, brother. The end's here. That's why, brother, you coming and sitting right now, I'm going to tell you, man, if you start keeping the commandments, it's the difference between you having to be reborn in the kingdom or you going into the kingdom having literally passed the test, having received a passing mark of judgment, and you get to enjoy 1,000 years of reigning over the heathen. Because their slavery is not forever. It's only 1,000 years. They have to pay back double for what they did to us. After that 1,000 years, that's it. Everybody's going to go back to their own nation, except for one group of people. I want to read to you what's going to happen to that one group of people. And you probably already know who it is. Who's done the most murdering, raping, and pedophilic acts on the planet? So-called white man, hands down. Ain't even a contest at this point. If there was an MVP system for wickedness and debauchery, the white man would have won it 10 times over. So I want to show you. And I'm going to be real, man. I love when the white man hears it. I love it. Because they need to know they're going into slavery. They got to own it. Because they owned it when they were whipping our backs in. They owned it when they were working us to death in their fields. They loved it. But now that America's fallen on her back and nobody wants to help her, they realize, oh shit, things are about to get real. I want them to know, at the bottom of all this turmoil, somebody gonna beat your ass with a rod of iron. And you just gonna have work, sun up to sundown, misery, sun up to sundown. On my plantation, if I'm counted worthy to be in the kingdom, and they have kids, they getting up out of here. They used to sell our kids. They used to have something called Heartbreak Day, Christmas. It was really the week of Christmas and the New Year, where they would organize deals with different plantations, and then they would sell the slaves off the different plantations, often splitting their families up. It's called Heartbreak Day. That's why when our people celebrate Christmas, I just look at them like they're crazy. You're crazy. You don't know what you're doing. You're just out here doing shit like a child. But this is what's going to happen to these people, right? This is Obadiah 1:18. In the house of Jacob shall be a fire, in the house of Joseph a flame, in the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Most High God hath spoken it. God put it on his own name. He said ain't gonna be none of them left. So tell me again how Jesus Christ came to save everybody if God said there's a group of people that have to be wiped out. Don't make sense, does it? Did you know the Bible said God dwells not in temples made with hands? It's in Acts 7:48. And our people are so hard-headed, it's said again in Acts 17:24. A lot of times the Bible has to have a reoccurring message. Because if, I know this to be true, but I'm just going to put it out here like this, right? If Hispanics are anything like black people, y'all are hard-headed. It's hell. Yep. We tell our people to separate from white people. They refuse. All of a sudden, rest in peace on Facebook. They had an accident. Cop got scared and killed him. You know, you see what I'm saying? But you try to tell them, and our people don't want to listen. I'm going to show you. Did you know the Bible pins it so accurately? It even says when they go to court, they're going to be found not guilty. You know that's in the Bible? Sometimes, brother, when I read the Bible, I want to laugh and I want to cry. Because the shit is true. But it's true, and we're the ones who suffer for it. This is Zechariah Chapter 11 and verse 4. Thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty. Does that sound familiar? It do, don't it? Yeah, it do. I'm going to read it again. Man. This is Zechariah, chapter 11 and 4. Thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. So while they're selling you into slavery, they thank God. And you're going into the bowels of hell itself, and they thank God. You know the people who underwrote the ships for slavery were the people who call themselves Jews today, fake Jew. They financed the slave trade. It shouldn't surprise you. They've been on both sides of every war. You know that's why they were getting kicked out of all those countries? They try to say because they're the Israelites and they're under persecution. No, it's because they're the Edomites from the tribe of Amalek within Esau, right? Because Jacob has his 12, Esau has his sons as well. One of his sons is Amalek. The Amalekites are the top and ruling house of Esau. And the Amalekites are the worst of the worst. So much so that God vowed to have war with them from generation to generation. I'm sure. It's all in the Bible, man. Did you know the person who started the Klan was a fake Jew? His name is Judah P. Benjamin Rothschild. Yeah. Yeah. Now don't it make more sense why these cops can run around and kill people with impunity? They're backed by the richest crackers on the planet. But when you tell our people about it, they act like you're crazy. Meanwhile, they can point out somebody in their family who's been brutalized by cops, killed by cops. You can identify 30 different damn ways how you've been defrauded by this system, suffering all types of infirmities, and yet our people stand up in defense of the white man. Shit is crazy, man. Let me get this. I want to show you, man. Is this the first time you've heard somebody bring out the truth of the Bible?
No.
No? Okay. Have you run into any more Israelites on corners before?
Yeah.
Okay. Who, where? I'm just trying to find out who all is in San Antonio, because I haven't run into them. By the Alamo? Are they in purple and gold?
Oh, I really don't pay attention.
Okay. I think that's IUIC. Them some good brothers. Did they say the same things I'm saying, basically?
Yep.
Yeah, I know there's some brothers in black, too. That's ISUBK. They good brothers, too. Right?
Them, I think I seen the one with the purple and gold.
See, the reality is, man, this message is going out like this because the end is here.
Yeah.
It's over. This whole, like, oh, man, I just took out a 30-year mortgage on my house, and I'm going to college. And, bro, you don't have time for that. It's over. Now, I'm not saying quit your job. I'm saying get right with the Lord. That's what you got to do, right? It's an Exodus. It's an Exodus. Yes, it's an Exodus. Now, just to fill you in, what was happening is while we were in the wilderness being led by the angel of the Lord, remember the Israelites were in the wilderness being led by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night? Well, we got ambushed by Amalek, the fake Jew. And he was killing the lame and the elderly and the young children, just as he does today. He does the same shit today that he did back then, but yet they claim to be God's people, right? There it is. This is Exodus chapter 17 and verse 16. For he said, because the Lord had sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. So the Most High God has literally sworn on his own name that he's going to have war with these people from generation to generation. And as you heard, they're going to be wiped off the face of the earth. Because Amalek is just a house within Edom. So they're Edomites too. They're just the head house, right? That's why, again, trying to tell our people to separate, man, it seems like it's a conversation that shouldn't even have to happen. But our people need to understand that it's not up to you to decide how you feel about these people. You're supposed to hate what God hates and love what God loves, right? So what if I showed you one of the Most High God's chosen servants hating the people that God hates?
This is Psalms, chapter 139 and verse 21. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee? And am I not grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies.
So God's enemies are your enemies. God didn't say have kids with them and then try to work things out. God has already said what he has planned for these people. And that's it. That's why when I see especially our men walking around with their women, I know I'm dealing with somebody who's compromised. Because you can't be a stalwart figure for your people and have a white woman on your side. Because you have to compromise. You can't be bringing up slavery when you're trying to raise your kids together. You got to let that shit go. But God tells us to remember the days of old. In Ecclesiastes 3 and 15, we're supposed to remember the times of the past. So if God ain't forgetting, should we forget? No. We're supposed to remember. I want to show you the meaning of John 3 and 16 before you go. Because I know a lot of times Christians will go, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. And if you don't know the meaning of that, it will disarm you. Right? Because how could God love the whole world and then turn around and say he's going to put to death a nation completely? Right? So I'm going to read John 3 and 16 and then I'm going to do the breakdown. Right?
John 3 and
16, yeah.
This is John, chapter 3 and verse 16. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
That sounds pretty happy, right? God loves everybody. He sent Jesus to save everybody. But I have a question. Who is this being said to? We know who's saying it. Jesus Christ, right? Yahushua. But who is he talking to? Well, he's talking to another Israelite, right? And this Israelite is named Nicodemus. And he is a ruler of the Jews. The rulers of the Jews at that time were the Pharisees and the Sadducees. You could not be one of them if you were not an ethnic Jew. So we know he's an Israelite, right? Now, I want to go to John 3 and 14, because this is going to set the stage for what 16 means.
This is John 3 and 14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up.
I have a question. When was there a serpent lifted up in the wilderness? When did that happen? It happened in Numbers 21. Right? We're going to grab that, and then we're going to come back to John 3 and 16, and you're going to go, oh, that's what that means. And I'm going to tell you, brother, this is how you become bullshit proof, by the way. When you understand what the Bible says and what it means. And I'm going to show you before you go also how to look up words in the Bible. Right? Because understanding what those words actually mean is very important. Because you know more than I do. Because I know the white man be putting y'all to work here in Texas, man. You know more than I do. White man, he has a never-ending string of bullshit. He always has a new deal to give you. Another slick way to package things up. And you got to be bullshit proof, brother. Because if you're not, guess what? You're going to find yourself working for beneath market wages, looking around going, how the fuck did I get talked into this? How did this man talk me literally into being a slave? It's because the words of his mouth are smoother than butter, as it says in Psalms. You know, but let's get this real quick, right? So we're going to go to Numbers 21. And we're going to start at verse 4.
This is Numbers, chapter 21 and verse 4. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to encompass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against God and Moses, wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loathed this light bread. So our people were in the wilderness, and they were angry because in Egypt, although they were slaves, you could take your paycheck here in Babylon and go down to Walmart, right, and buy food. It was the same thing in Egypt. So even if you were a slave, you could go buy food and water. But the reality is, they were saying this to the Most High God, while God was sustaining them in the wilderness, right? So, and the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. So as a result of us talking shit and pissing the Most High off, he sent venomous snakes to bite us and kill us. Now, have you read the Old Testament before? Or some of it? If you read some of the Old Testament, you'll see that as a pattern. Most High God comes through in the clutch for us. We are appreciative for probably about a couple of days, maybe a week, and then we're back to talking shit again. I don't know about you, but I know black people do that very well. No matter how much you do for them, they'll turn around and they'll be like, hey, can you do this though? How about that? Oh, you already helped me with my rent, but what about my car payment though? And it's just like, yo, like you know, I'm only one dude, right? Can you imagine how God felt? When we were in the wilderness, our clothes didn't wear away, our feet didn't swell. We were walking for 40 years. You know what the real miracle was supposed to be? Remember when Jesus Christ said, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God? That was supposed to be the miracle in the wilderness. Us walking through the wilderness, not having any food or water, and we come out on the other side unscathed because the Most High God sustained us. Instead, we kept talking shit, kept getting judged, and the Most High was like, all right, y'all are just like whining babies. Y'all want water so damn bad? Okay, Moses, just strike the rock, water will come out. Damn, now y'all want manna. Y'all hungry. Okay, cool. Here's manna, bread from heaven. Happy? Man, now y'all want meat too? I'm already feeding you magic bread from heaven. So he's like, all right, cool. So I'm going to give you guys some quail to eat. Have you ever had a kid who's like, I want to play Nintendo, I want to play Nintendo. And then you finally let him play, then he pretends like you didn't actually let him play. That pisses you off, don't it? So while we were eating those quail, we were doing just that. Most High God killed some of us again. And this is no different here in the wilderness, right? So these are the people after they've been bitten by the snakes, right? This is Numbers 21:7. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Most High and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. That's the pole that they lifted up for the Israelites in the wilderness, right? And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. That's what that serpent was for. So now we're going to go back to John 3:14, and I'm going to read it again. Now you know what it means. Right? See, again, this is why understanding what the Bible actually says is very important. Right? This is John 3:14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. Who was that serpent of brass lifted up for? What people group? The Israelites. So, if Christ has to be held up like the serpent in the wilderness that was held up for the Israelites, who did Christ come for? The Israelites. That's who he came and died for. I have a question. The body count of the so-called white man is over 250 million people. Why would a Messiah come back and save the rapist and murderer with the victims? Food for thought. Right? That's something that our oppressors never stop to think about. Because to the white man, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, I hate to break it to you, but you're not human to them. That's why when they kill one of us in cold blood, they talk about somebody losing their job and not losing their life. And notice, no defense of themselves, because how can you defend yourself?
You gonna defend yourself in the house that you stole? That's like if I broke into your house and I'm knee deep in your cabinets, emptying out all your valuables, and you come in the room and I go, it's not what it looks like.
Okay.
You see you see how dumb that is?
I'm going back to bed then.
Yeah, that's what it's like when they come and say, well, we're not like that anymore. Okay, but you're still here on stolen land. You're still benefiting from what you stole. So if you're truly not associated with it, go home. They have a home in the Bible. It's the land of Edom. I think it's modern day Jordan. Yeah, Mount Seir.
Yep.
So it's one of those things where it's like, look, you can't advocate for your innocence in stolen land on the bones and bodies of my ancestors, right? So we know that Christ has to be lifted up for the Israelites according to 14, John 3 and 14. This is John 3 and 15, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Now that world that's spoken of here is only Israel. How do I know that? The word for world in the Greek is cosmos. Cosmos means, in the Greek, a group of like things. So if you go to SeaWorld, what do you expect to see at SeaWorld? Whales, dolphins, fish, water, things of the sea. How about the hip-hop world? Cars, blunts, hoes, all that, right? Israel is a world unto itself. And I'm not just saying that. The Bible tells us that too. In Isaiah 45 and 17. This is Isaiah chapter 45 and verse 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded. World without end. So Israel is a world or a group of like things unto itself. So who did Christ come to save again? The Israelites. How about everybody else?
Nope.
No.
He has chosen his own.
Yeah. That's what the Bible's all about, man. It's about the Israelites and no one else. That's why I always ask these damn heathen when they come up here talking about preach the word, brother. Where do you get off reading our book? Where do you get off reading this book? I've had heathen try to say, well, we're under the blessings of Abraham. Well, those blessings have conditions. I want to show you, right? Because one of the things that you'll always hear as a last-ditch effort is these heathen will go, well, the Israelites are supposed to be a blessing to all nations. And that's true, right? Eventually, we will be a blessing to all nations. Because when we rule this earth, that water's not going to look like sewage water anymore. The air's not going to be messed up. We're not going to be cutting down food-producing trees. Everything's going to be back to pristine conditions. But this is what has to happen first. Here it is. This is Genesis chapter 12 and verse 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. There was something that came before all those families being blessed. It said, blessed are they that bless thee, and cursed are they that curse thee. What have they been doing to God's chosen people every chance they've gotten? Cursing us. So what's got to happen first before they get any type of blessing? They got to be cursed. And if you want to know what those curses are, Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26. It's got all the curses listed out. Everything that's there, from your knees hurting, your back hurting, diseases, being hungry, your relatives dying, all of it's there. Slavery. Did you know it's so accurate in Deuteronomy 28, it even pins the animal that the white man would hold up as his own, the eagle. It pins it down. The Bible is so accurate, it's scary. But that's because it was written by men under the influence of the Most High God. I want to show you something. Did you know we're going to get upgrades to
fight our enemies? Because think about it, man. We don't have a military. We don't have jets, planes, bombs. We don't even have high caliber guns. See, our people think they something when they got like a Draco or an AK or some shit. Can you imagine an armored tank rolling through your hood? We ain't got nothing to fuck with that. So that means we need help. I'm gonna show you, man. Because one of these days, our people are literally gonna be upgraded. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trump shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For the corruptible must put on incorruption, and the mortal must put on immortality. We gonna get changed, brother. That ain't gonna happen to everybody. If you ain't keeping the laws, you just out here being a nigga, just doing what you want to do, you gonna die here, man. Most High God ain't gonna protect you, and you damn sure ain't gonna get that incorruptible body. Why the Most High God gonna make you essentially Superman, and all you want to do is go to the damn strip club and get some hoes? Can you imagine that? You got super speed, super flight, and all this other shit, and you just want to smoke blunts better than anybody else. Most High God ain't gonna participate in that shit, man. He gonna put your ass to death, and somebody who's deserving of it is gonna get that gift. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Keep the commandments, man. You know how you know people who keep commandments? Right here. Fringes. That's how you're gonna be able to tell your brothers in the times to come. Because you gotta think, one of the first things they're gonna turn off is gonna be that internet. You ain't gonna be able to go, hey, what's your IG? What's your Facebook? What's your phone number? That's about to go away. And you ain't gonna be able to risk just walking up to somebody and having dialogue. Because somebody might be on that, hey, I'm just trying to get like fed out here. So if I find out you have food, I'm gonna walk you around this corner, I'm gonna hit you upside the head, and we gonna rob you. So you're gonna have to look for tall tale signs about who your people are. And this is one of the best ways to know. Because that border of blue and the fringes tells you that they're a commandment keeper. We keep the commandments. And one of the commandments is that we're supposed to trust in the Most High God. We're not supposed to get desperate and kill our brothers. We're supposed to defend one another. It's in the law that if I saw you being attacked by the cops, even if it means me dying, I got to get involved. Leviticus 19 and 16. I'm not supposed to stand in the blood of my brother. I'm supposed to intervene, even if it means us both dying. Can you imagine if all our people did that? These crackers couldn't touch us, man. Because not just Mexicans and blacks, you're talking about Puerto Ricans, you're talking about our Peruvian brothers, Honduran brothers, our Argentinian brothers, anybody who's a native Mexican or native Hispanic or native, basically native Indian, whether they be in Canada, America, or down in South America. They're all Israelites, man. That's the reason why the white man is scared, because he realizes not only is he dying out, but we're coming back together. We're crying out to each other, saying, hey, you are my blood brother. All the bad blood between us, fuck all that. We got commandments to keep. We got enemies to take care of. We got enemies living amongst us every damn day, sowing discord. And most of us are more apt to listen to them than they will their own people. Because the white man's ice is always colder, ain't it? Our people prefer the ways of the white man before anybody else. Did you know that's in the Bible too? Out of all the heathen that we latch on to, we latch on to the white man first and foremost. I'm gonna show you, man. Our people ain't changed. We done had coons, Malinches, people who want to go run to the white man and tell on you. We done had that shit forever, brother.
This is 2 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 15. Not setting by the honor of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. So we would discard the ways of our forefathers to take on the ways of the white man. Did you know the white man has always spread pedophilia and transgenderism? They were doing sexual reassignment surgeries in Rome. It's not new, brother. It's what they do. It's their calling card.
I just mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, you did. But brother, it's their calling card. That's why everywhere they go, it's the same story. What's happening in Uganda right now? Uganda literally passed laws saying if we catch you being homosexual, we will kill you. And if we catch you with pornography that's homosexual, we're going to put you in jail for 20 years. They are not playing over there because they understand these are abominations that all the nations can't do. These are universal laws that God decries the world over.
So if you're in the Bible too, that is an abomination. Being gay, transsexual, girls on girls, boys on boys, men on pedophilia.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
You're supposed to be killed for that. The Bible even says if you're wounded in the stones or in the balls, you can't even enter into the congregation. The congregation is like gathering at the temple. Because, you know, when we're back in our power, there's going to be a third temple. And that's where we're going to do our sacrifices to the Most High. See, when we had our temples, we burned sacrifices to the Most High God day and night. The Levitical priests, literally, it was their job to literally work at the temple certain hours of the day. And they would take sacrificial donations and they would make sacrifices unto Yahweh day and night. And they would make other sacrifices for sins. They would make peace offerings, all types of things to the Most High God. That's one of the reasons why when we sin now, the advocate that we have for our sin is Yahweh Shah, our Messiah. That's what his blood was spilled for the redemption of the Israelites. That's why we don't have a temple. That's why we don't need a temple, right? But I'm going to read the rest of this. This is 2 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 14, or verse 15. Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all, by reason whereof sore calamity came upon them, for they had them to be enemies, or to be their enemies and avengers, whose custom they followed so earnestly, and unto whom they desired to be like in all things. So just like today, right? Our people want to be conjoined unto the white man. Then all of a sudden, they turn up broke. All their money's gone because some white man stole it. They turn up dead because some white man killed them. It says here, because we wanted to cleave onto him so bad, that's where our calamity and misfortune came from. I have a question, all right? Say you see a man coming down the street. He got blood on his clothes, and he holding a knife. And he looked disheveled, all fucked up. Is the first thing you think of is to get next to him and say you want to be friends? No. That sounds crazy, right? During this time of the Maccabees, we were fighting for our existence. And there were people who were still conjoining themselves onto the Greeks to kill us. Knowing that after they killed the Israelites who were staying in opposition, they were going to kill the Israelites that were in their ranks. Alexander the Macedonian, or Alexander the Great. Did you know his wet nurse when he was a baby was a black woman, an Israelite? Yeah. And her brother, her name is Linnaeus. I remember her name because it sounds like my ex. But her brother, named Cletus the Black, was Philip V's right-hand man and general. After Philip died, he became Alexander the Great's tutor, mentor, and general and right-hand man. And guess who killed Cletus the Black? Alexander the Great. In a drunken fit of rage, he killed him. And this man basically raised him. Sound like the white man, don't it? You can't do enough. You can never do enough. That's why the Bible gives us a little bit of wisdom that our people still to this day not keep, despite no matter how much they get killed, no matter how much gets taken from us, they just won't do it. And this is that wisdom. This is Sirach, chapter 12 and 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped the looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. Have you ever tried to clean a window with like a towel or something, and it leaves behind all those little spots? And then you're like, damn, I can't get this shit to clean, you know what I'm saying? Or how about this? That pole right there. Say you take some
So what is that shit? That CLR shit to like get rust off? You know, as pristine as that pole might look, in time, that rust will be back. That's what it's saying about our enemies. He might be friendly now. He might say, hey, you know what? Hiya L, that's my name, by the way. Hiya L, you're doing a great job at work. Man, I really like your work. I love what you do. Show me what you do. Yeah, let me see how you do it. I'll give you a raise and everything. How about that? And then you show him how to do it. And then all of a sudden you see a new guy walking around. He don't do any work, but every once in a while he walks through your department. And he leaves. And you're like, that's weird. And then as soon as your manager has a handle on things, what does he do? He fires you.
Just shows your intent.
And you've been looking at your replacement every day.
Yeah.
I know that because I built a service desk. I work in IT. I've never written reports for analytics and invoicing and payroll before. I got brought into the job. They said, hey, look, we need somebody to write all the analytics and payroll.
Yeah.
At first, we had a Puerto Rican brother. He's from the tribe of Ephraim. They fired him for nothing, basically, right? So they're like, hey, Hiya L, we need you to do our invoicing and trend analysis. I was like, well, I don't know how to do that. And my manager's like, or my director, right? Because your director's supposed to do that stuff. And she was like, well, just figure it out. I figure it out. I write all these complex formulas. I got all these spreadsheets where you put the number in, it automatically spits out totals, all that shit. All of a sudden, I'm in meetings with project managers. I'm in meetings with all these different high-level people. I'm still making $15 an hour. And I'm a manager of 5 people, and I'm running 2 projects. And often, I'm the only one in the office because everyone is called out.
Underpaid.
Now, what do you think they did when I asked for more money? They fired me. They fired me.
Find something to fire you for.
After doing all that, basically, Israelites were the reason they even had a
You
business.
did their whole job for them, and then once they found out you did the job for them, they just cut you loose like it was nothing.
Yep.
Like you didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
But I'm the one that put you there.
And that's how they are.
Out of my talent.
That's how they are, man.
My
Out of
hands,
his
my
judgment?
effort, my sacrifice,
Yeah.
Yeah.
my heart and sweat. I mean, I'm walking out the door like I didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Like I was working.
And they do it with a straight face, too. That's
Yeah.
the thing that gets me.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, like, you should have saw this coming.
Yeah.
But what did I just read?
Now, if I didn't knew that coming, now I wouldn't even done it from the beginning.
Yeah.
I would have just played stupid like everybody else.
But what did the Bible say to do? Never trust your enemy. If you know not to trust your enemy, like you said, you won't do it in the first place.
Yeah.
You'll just go, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm having so much trouble, I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Even knowing that this is easy, I can figure it out if I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's why this Bible is the most dangerous tool on the planet. You know they're banning the Bible in Israel right now? They're banning it
Why would they want to do that?
because they're not the real Israelites over in Israel. I'm going to show you. Your Messiah he talked about that too. He acknowledged that there were going to be people standing up saying that they're Jews and they're not. Now, what's going to surprise you is what he calls them after that. This is Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9. I know thy works, in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Synagogue is the high church. So if you're the high church of Satan, that means you're the evilest motherfuckers on the planet. Remember those people, Amalekites I told you about? Those are those people. They're the worst of the worst of the worst. You know they do something called a mezitza? It's an oral circumcision that they do to babies on the 8th day. Because according to Torah law, I'll give them that credit, you're supposed to sacrifice every male on the 8th day. But it's how they do it is so disgusting. It's something, the person doing it is called a moil. And the process is called a mezitza. After they perform the circumcision on the foreskin, the priest sucks the baby's penis.
Yep.
It's in the Talmud. That's what the white man keeps. And you wonder why the biggest gay parade on the planet is thrown every year in Tel Aviv. They're victimized when they're babies.
There was a case a while back where a Moyle did that.
Gave a kid herpes.
He had a kid herpes and the baby died.
Died, yeah. And guess what? That Moyle is still doing mezitzas.
Yeah, that's what.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his own community can't get him, well, I don't even know what the term is for basically put out of the clergy, but they can't get him disbarred.
They can't shut them.
Yeah, and guess where their pedophiles run when they get caught here in America? They go to Israel. And when they get caught in Israel, they go to Australia. Yeah. They have a whole system where they move around predators and
move around.
pedophiles.
They actually comes for the Vatican too.
Yeah. But you know who started the Christian church?
Vatican.
So-called white man. And you know who started Islam as well? So-called white man.
Vatican. Pretty
I
much.
want to show you something.
Look up the Vatican rat line.
Well, I want to show you out the Bible. I want to show you this, right? Because one of the things that the Bible talks about in terms of our curse is that we would worship other gods, but they're other gods of a particular sort. And when I read it, you're going to be like, wow, those are idols? Yeah. Watch. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 64. And the Most High God shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth, even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. What's the cross made out of? Wood. It's an idol. Think about it. If you had a cousin who got killed by an AK-47, would you then have a platinum diamond-studded AK-47 on your neck? No. Because that's madness.
People do that. They bought a stupid gold thing. And
Well, so the people who
Yeah.
do that, brother, I want to show you,
I see that a lot.
right? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. The people who do that, they're just mad. They're mad with grief. Have you ever seen somebody who's in so much anguish that they're just making psychotic decisions? They might throw themselves out in traffic. They might try to hurt themselves. We're in such a low state that we're literally like a bull in a net. We're just doing anything. Anybody's an enemy except for our enemies. Because our enemies, we love them. But our own people who mean us well and want to teach us right, they're our enemies.
Yeah, you might commit suicide.
Since I've been here teaching, I've had more of our own people to try to fight me than anybody else. No bullshit. I had somebody try to fight me in front of his mom. And all I told him was that he was special and God don't like to eat.
Why would he want to do that?
Because he a coon. Yep. Preferring the ways of the Grecians most of all. Remember I read that?
Yeah.
Cooning ain't nothing new, man.
Yeah.
And there ain't no age requirement to be a coon either.
Yeah. But there's also nothing wrong with changing.
Yeah, but you got to remember though, if you've been told that Jesus Christ wants to give everybody a hug and have a sleepover, and somebody all of a sudden comes and tells you Jesus Christ is basically a racist, which he is, because he only came for the Israelites, he only cares about the Israelites. And I want to dispel this word racism as being negative. I hold nothing against the white man for being racist. You know why? Because I'm racist. I prefer my people above anybody else. And that is how every functioning society on the planet has ever run. You don't build your nation up and go, oh, how can I take care of those guys over there who only want to bring the nation down? You build your nation, and then you take care of the people in your nation. Why? Because they're your blood. They're literally your family. If our people exercised a bit of racism, the dollar in the black community would not be there for 45 seconds. Literally, on average, a dollar in the black community is there for about 30 to 45 seconds. Not even a full minute. Because think about it. The moment you get your check, what you got to do? Bills, groceries, entertainment. Then go back to work. You're broke. Now, when you spend that money, what if your people own where you spend it at? Now it can come back to you. Because say I fix cars in the neighborhood and you run a grocery store. When I get my check, I come to your grocery store and buy my groceries. And then when you need your car fixed, you come to my mechanic shop and I fix your car. Now the money rotates in the community and people can get wealthy. But if the first thing you want to do with the money is go down to Abdul's Stripper Emporium and have some gonorrhea-infested ass thrown in your face
Crackhead.
and just throw the money away, then guess where the money goes? Outside of the community.
crackhead, cokehead, heroin addict.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now,
name it.
I'm glad you're bringing that up. Who in our communities owns any mass form of distribution? Nobody. How many of us own coca fields to produce cocaine? Nobody. How about big old marijuana fields? Nobody.
The white man.
The white man does. But some way, somehow, all that shit always end up in our community, don't it?
It falls in our lap for us to.
Have you seen that show called Snowfall?
Mm-mm.
It's a very interesting movie, show.
Mm.
But you can't just take it as, oh, he's raising up the power, whatever. It's actually telling you the truth. The CIA decided back in Reagan's time to bring all that cocaine in. Now they had to distribute it.
Everything's the government, controlled by the government.
Yeah,
By the white man.
CIA, and
You know?
there you go, white. The thing is,
Now how can I
he
get?
had to find, because he had so much cocaine coming in, had to find a way how to distribute it to people. So
Rick
he found
Ross.
He found the black community,
Yep, Rick
the
Ross.
Spanish community, the Mexican community. Now, he wanted to push out coke. Well, the black guy goes, well, I got to find a way how to push this out even more. So he found somebody that was making crack, which came from Vietnam.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know
That's
that,
how it started.
but that person's name is Freeway Rick Ross.
Uh-huh.
You know the rapper Rick Ross? That's where he gets his name from. Ricky Freeway Ross. He was a government asset that was basically distributing crack in the black community.
Oh yeah, and he got himself so rich, very powerful man.
Yeah.
Now that's how the black community started killing each other, destroying each other, because that's what they want.
And guess what they turned around and did to Rick Ross? Put his ass in prison. After he literally did everything he could to destroy our people for the white man, the white man said, "Good job, nigger, now go to jail."
Yep.
Yeah.
For doing all that drugs.
Our people never learn, man. If our people just learn, never trust your enemy, man. Don't trust him. I know it sound too good to be true when he goes, "Man, I'm gonna make all your dreams come true." You see all these zeros on this check? You ain't never seen this much money, have you? Just sign right here and it's yours.
Yep.
Our people never stop and think like, why the fuck is this cracker gonna give me all this money?
There's a reason why he wants to get
Yeah,
that money.
there's always a reason.
If it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
So I'm gonna show you something, right? You know the Bible talks about the Israelites being put in prison? Yeah. Brother, if you read the Bible, man, I'm gonna tell you something. One of two things is gonna happen. You're gonna either close this book and never pick it up again, or you're gonna realize, damn, we the people. You're gonna start trying to live better. You know what I'm saying? I want to show you. This is Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none deliver, for a spoil, and none say restore. So we're hid in prison houses, brother. We're literally being thrown away in jail, and this was foretold of in the Bible.
What is a jail called? A cell.
Yeah,
What are we made of?
well, cells. Well, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we are batteries, we are electrical, and we're throwing ourselves back into a cell.
No, but this is just talking about imprisonment.
That's pretty much where it comes from.
Yeah. And that's what our God was trying to tell us. If you don't want to get down and play by my rules, I'm gonna put you in the hands of those who hate you. And if that happens, they're gonna do with you what they see fit. And most of the time, these nations, they just want us to make them money. They want to put us to work so we can make them rich
Even richer.
or richer, right? Did you know it's even to the point where they required of us a song while they took us into slavery?
Oh yeah.
Think about it. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, nobody makes music like us. Nobody. You think these nations, when they finally have us at their disposal, are going to go, oh, don't do them amazing things we've been copying for the last 50 years. They're going to be like, no, what's that song y'all used to sing? Yeah, sing it right now and dance or I'll kill you. That's what they do. I'm going to read it, man. Now that I've read some of this stuff, you know without a shadow of a doubt, Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are the Israelites. Nobody else has gone through this, man. Nobody. I cannot say it enough. The body count of the white man is 250 million people. That's so many people that it's a statistic.
You don't even think those are women, children, people with lives being slaughtered. Did you know during the Middle Passage from either Africa or Europe, because did you know we were the rulers of Europe too? Black people? I got a book over here right now, I'm going to show it to you. That we are literally the rulers of Europe. Literally. And I'm not just talking about Britain and France. I'm talking all the way to Poland and Russia.
Damn.
There was a mass culling of our people, starting in about 446 AD, when the English or the white man finally came out of the caves. As a matter of fact, there's a painting I want you to look at, and there's a reason why this painting exists. Man, these books are everywhere, man. Have you ever heard of something called a Woodwose? Or Bigfoot? You've heard of that?
Yeah.
That's the white man, when he came out the cave. Yeah, when I show you this painting, it's gonna make perfect sense why they say they see Bigfoot. All it is some cracker walking around with a bunch of hair on. That's all it is. Because they used to live in caves,
Yep.
butt naked, walking on all fours. What do you think a white man who has to be able to survive the elements is gonna look like without clothes on? He's gonna be a big hairy cracker, walking around stinking, doing everything wicked because that's who they are, right? It's called Moors versus the Wild Man. I'm gonna show you this, man. Because once upon a time, it was common knowledge that we were the aristocracy of Europe. Damn, I can't navigate this picture.
So everything just evolved around all of us.
Yeah.
Like what you do and how you do it.
Yeah.
And who controls you like a puppet.
Yeah, because you got to remember. Actually, I didn't bring that up. Before I read this and show you this, I want to read something to you. You made a good point. It seems like the world pivots around the Israelites, doesn't it? Like we're at the center, and everybody's trying to get their hand on the center so they can control the machine. I want to show you. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. So this is acknowledging that we all come from Adam and Eve, right? They weren't the first 2 people on the planet,
Nope.
but they are the people who gave rise to Noah and his sons. And they were the last remaining 8 people on the planet. Noah, his sons, and their wives. So we do all come from Adam and Eve, right? Verse 55. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
The Most High God made the world for our sake. So when you say it seems like everybody's trying to get control of the Israelites, that's because they are. There's another verse before I finish the rest, right? Because there's a message in there I really want you to get. We're so special to the point where anybody who manages to take us captive, they won't let us leave, right? Yep, Exodus 9 and 1. And we're going to come right back here because there's a message. God acknowledges how he feels about all the other nations. When I say the Most High God don't care about them, you'll see. Right? Most High God don't care about these other nations at all. I didn't know that phrase was in 2 places in the Bible. Hell
I'm going to just read it from here. That way it save all the time. This is Jeremiah, chapter 50 and 33. Thus saith the Most High God of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together. That's why we're here together. Northern kingdom, southern kingdom. This is the first time, by the way, that we're in slavery together since Egypt. After Egypt, the northern kingdom went into slavery to the Assyrians, and then y'all made y'all's way over here to the Americans. Right? This is Jeremiah 50 and 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. Don't that sound familiar? Every time the Mexican man tries to leave America, because y'all say, finally, fuck America. Everything we do here, we're underpaid. We're treated like trash. We're going back to Mexico. We're going to improve Mexico. What do they do at that point? They close the border. A lot of people don't realize when they close the border, it's to keep y'all in, not to keep you out. Because why are you going to kick out all the people who cook your food, who pick your food, who farm your land?
That builds and cooks for you and everything.
Yeah, you can't kick out the people who are the lifeblood of your country, because you'll die.
Yeah.
Did you know after the Civil War, the South actually tried to abolish slavery? They tried. And it collapsed. The South literally collapsed. That's why they reinstituted the, Jim Crow laws, vagrancy laws, black codes. Basically, they made it illegal for a black man who had been recently freed from slavery to be jobless and loitering. So if they saw a black man sitting there not doing anything, that was a crime. And it was punishable by being put in prison and being put on a chain gang. And what do you do on a chain gang? You work. If I put you in chains and I force you to work, what's that called? Slavery.
Modern day slavery.
That's why when they say we emancipated you niggas and we freed you from slavery, we know it's bullshit. Because immediately they instituted laws to put us back in slavery. Again, that's why the Bible says never trust your enemy. And our people learn slow. Just because the white man speak to them nice and smooth, easy disposition, all of a sudden, our people like, oh, he's a good one. You see him, he could do the stanky leg, he a good one. Not understanding, he can't change who he is. I'm going to finish 2nd Ezra 6. This is 2nd Ezra 6 and 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing. This is God saying that the other nations are nothing. But be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. Have you ever been drinking some water, some slip out the corner of your mouth? Have you ever broke your back trying to get it back in the bottle? No, you've never done that. Because you got a whole bottle of water. That's how God feels about the other nations, man. They're nothing to him. So much so that all throughout the Bible, I'm going to show you 3 places where God literally says he only cares about the Israelites. He's only known the Israelites. He's only dealing with the Israelites. He's only saving the Israelites. It's all over the Bible, man. That's why when our people come up trying to defend the so-called white man, and they say they're Christian too, I always have to wonder, like, man, who told you that? Where did you learn that God loves the people who are literally raping and killing? Where did you learn that? But more times than not, you learn it from your parents. I know I was told by my parents to love everybody, treat everybody equally, but everybody didn't love me. I was always the kid in trouble, always. Somehow, out of 40 kids, I'm the only kid that's heard out of everybody. And now all of a sudden, Hiya L, you're talking too loud, you're going to the office. And I've watched it happen to my Hispanic brothers, my native brothers, just getting picked on. But that's what happens when your enemy is over you, man. I'm going to show you, man. So we're going to go to Amos 3 and 3, where the Most High God, through his prophet Amos, literally says it so plainly that you cannot say God is dealing with anybody else. This is Amos 3 and 1. Hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known, of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities. So, because God's only dealing with us, we get punished. That's why when you eat pork, it matters.
Oh, yeah.
How many people you know in your family got gout, diabetes? I know plenty in my family. I know people who got all types of like respiratory disorders. They've been smoking their whole lives. Now they're in their 60s and their bodies are breaking down. But I know plenty of Edomites on my job who are 40, 50, 60 years old. Been eating pork, smoking cigarettes, taking all types of drugs their whole lives, and they're fine. If you read 2 Samuel chapter 2, there's a part in it that says the Most High God kills and makes alive. He wounds and he heals. But I just read in Amos 3 and 2 that he's only known the Israelites. Therefore, he's going to punish us for our iniquities. So if he wounds and kills and he makes alive and he does all the things that we see in a day-to-day in terms of judgment, and he's only dealing with the Israelites, who's going to get punished when they go off and sin? The Israelites. Because he's not dealing with them. He's dealing with us. Now, I'm going to show you, because I told you I was going to show you 3 places, right? Now, I want to show you. You saw me just open my Bible, right? Did I turn a page after I opened it? I opened right to the scripture. That's the spirit, brother. It happens when you need something quick. Most High God will move things for you, right? This is Joel, chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. God's only our God. Only ours. We've been burying our loved ones for 400 fucking years. And no one told us God was only ours. No one told us that we were under curses. Our families are broken. Who's coming to say, hey, stop putting all that homosexuality shit in the black community? Stop taking the Mexican man out the family. Stop taking him out the home. Stop putting him in prison so he can raise his kids. Ain't nobody doing that. We're all by ourselves. But God told you that you are a special and a holy people. You know what the word holy means? It means separate. Since I've been here, brother, you've seen me bring out Deuteronomy 7 and 6 probably about 5 times. But I bring it out a lot because our people have to understand that they are, in fact, special. Our people take for granted that you have so-called black men who can jump from the free throw line and dunk. We've been doing it for so long here in America that we take it for granted. We take it for granted that we got brothers walking around who've been shot 9, 10 times, and they're fine. I met a Puerto Rican brother named Elvis the other week. He said he got shot 10 times. And he was standing in front of me looking like didn't have a scratch on him. But I'm sure underneath his clothes he was all messed up. That's what we're going through. And nobody thinks that's special, man. Nobody. But the Most High God does. So much so that he told us through his prophet Moses in the book of Deuteronomy. This is Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself. I want you to listen to this last part. Above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Did it say we're equal to everybody? It said we're above everybody. That's why we're faster, we're stronger, we're better. That's why. Did you know there's a story about one of our elders in the book of Maccabees? When they came to try to basically take him, because they were at war with the Greeks. When the Greeks came to try to take him, he jumped off of the battlement walls of a castle. That's usually about 40 feet up. He was trying to land on the troops that were below to kill them. They moved out of the way and he hit the ground. He had so much of the spirit in him that he got up and went through a throng of soldiers. Can you imagine that? That type of strength to go through armored soldiers with nothing but your faith. And then he cut his own belly open and pulled out his entrails. And he threw them on them and praised God and died. That's what it took to kill one guy. The Bible says when we're set back on top, one shall chase 100
and 2 shall chase 1,000. Can you imagine 100 people running from one dude? That's what God promises us if we get our blessings back. Brother, I'm telling you, man, the passion that you see here, can you imagine what I want to do to these damn heathen? Seeing what they do to us every day. I want to show you, man. In the Bible, it talks about when we finally get down and we're able to go to war with our enemies. Because, brother, that day's coming real soon.
Well, it's already here.
Yeah, but eventually the Most High God is going to turn the brothers like me who are fishers. That's why I'm asking you to keep the law. Maybe I'll see you over here and eventually you'll be doing this. Maybe. I don't know. But,
Yeah, my name is in that book.
what's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel? All praises, brother. All praises. Hey. But, this is Micah, chapter 5 and verse 7. And the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people, as a dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. So in other words, we're going to be made brand new. And we're going to be amid all our enemies. Let's see how we're going to perform amid all our enemies, right? And I got a story for you after I say this. And the remnant of, actually I'll go to 9. Thine hand shall be lifted up upon thine adversaries. Actually, no, I didn't read that. I'll just start. This is verse 7. And the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people, as a dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, all those heathen, in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who if he go through, both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. Thine hand shall be lifted up upon thine adversaries, and all thine enemies shall be cut off. So we're going to be surrounded by our enemies. They're going to have their tanks, their guns, their weapons, and we're going to whoop their ass. All that stuff you read about in Marvel Comics, DC Comics. Are you familiar with the superheroes and stuff? Okay. You know where they get super speed from? Elijah. Elijah in the Bible, full of the Holy Spirit, outran a chariot. A horse-drawn chariot back in those days could go up upwards of 55 to 60 miles an hour. Not only did he outrun it, he beat the person in the chariot to the destination. When it comes to super leaping, you know how the Hulk jumps everywhere? You know where they got that from? King David. King David leapt over a 40-foot wall by himself. How about super speed and super martial arts coordination? Again, King David. King David killed over 10,000 men by himself. You know how scared the heathen was when King David showed up? And King David had somebody or a group of men called the Mighty Men with him. 300 unparalleled warriors. One of his warriors had the skill to slay 800 men with the swing of one spear. Can you imagine how fucking scared these people are going to be when God puts his spirit back on his people? That's why they're banned in the Bible all over the world. It's mainly happening where Esau is ruling, but it's going to happen in all these nations because all these nations understand that us waking up, that's the problem for them. You know where they get super strength from? You know this one. Samson. Killed 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass. Now, I want to tell you something. Everybody thinks of Samson as some big brute. He used the jawbone of an ass to kill 1,000 armored soldiers. During the medieval times, if you were an armored soldier, that plate that you would weigh between about 70 pounds to about 105. But it had plating where there were openings. You had people who had rapiers, thin swords, that were designed to go into the areas where the armor was jointed and separated. That requires dexterity and precision. Samson was not a big brute. He was a strong, precise assassin. That's why he was able to kill 1,000 people with a jawbone of an ass. Because think about it, it's not like a movie you tap somebody and they fall out. He killed people, meaning severing aortas, stabbing people in major arteries throughout the body at a high rate of speed where you can dispatch 1,000 men surrounding you on all sides, and they can't lay a hand on you. That's where they get all these powers from, man. They get it from our book.
Yeah.
So much so that now the comic books are talking about messiahs. Right now, Marvel has all these messiah arcs. Do you read Marvel comics?
Yeah.
Okay. I've noticed it's gotten way more darker over
All
the
my
years.
kids like Marvel comics.
Okay. I would say be careful with that. Some of those arcs now, they have pentagrams and all types of craziness, man. Be careful, brother. But they get all that from the Bible. And I got to live it for a moment. I was out here preaching probably about, not last December, but December for last, right? And I have the video up on YouTube, by the way. It's on private because, of course, YouTube takes down videos like, you know, when I'm making.
Yeah.
But I was out of pocket, has 3 Edomites walking by, and I called this man's sister an ugly bitch. I was out of pocket, I admit that. But she comes over trying to get in my face talking about, I'm gonna fight you, whatever, whoop-de-whoop. And I let her know, I don't hit women. Well, her brother steps over her and goes, well, I do. So now he throws a punch, I slip it, but I've got him and his other brother and her now beating on me. And I'm holding the guy, the main guy, by his lapel, and we're just going at it. And they're beating me on the sides. And the Most High God, something in the Spirit told me, close your eyes. You don't need to see anything. Close your eyes. You're already holding your main enemy, and you feel the strikes of your other enemies. You know where they're at. What else do you need? Close your eyes. So we're beating each other. I take them to the floor, and they literally get so scared they just leave. Because they've got one. I'm only 5'6", 5'7" on a good day. And I'm out muscling 3 people. And I closed my eyes during the fight, and it scared the shit out of me. Now, they called the cops and told them I had a weapon. And then he went and got some fat cracker to come back with him. And this is where you know the nations, when they see the Lord working with his people, they fear it. He wanted to smoke when he came back, the fat cracker. And he said, don't do that. Something's wrong with that dude. Can you imagine your enemies going, don't go over there. Something special about that one. Leave him alone. The cops came and they basically had their guns about to be drawn. I had to get on the ground and everything, but I recorded it. And the Most High God sent out all Hispanic cops. That always happens, by the way. Our people come out.
Yeah.
And the first thing they say is, let me see the video. And the moment they see that they swing first, they go, hey, charge him with assault. About 2 months ago, I had to knock the guy unconscious right there. And that's also on my channel. Yep. This is real, man. We have real enemies. But, like I told you, if God is with you, who can be against you? No one. That's why I do this boldly. And I ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. Because I got God with me. The only reason why I might move this location is because I'm going to have more people and we need to be in a busier area. But other than that, if it's just me or just 3 other people, we're going to be right here. And we're going to be reading with boldness, bringing out the word of God to our people and letting them know repentance is the name of the hour. All right? But brother, I'll be back here next Saturday from about 5:30 to about 10:30. I would love to see you back, Daniel, and Domingo. Now, I have a question. If I bring out like these, will you wear them?
Yeah.
A pair of ZZs? Okay, I'll order both of y'all some.
Yep.
Do you have a Bible, 1611?
Yeah, I got my Bible.
You got the 1611 King James?
Yeah. King James, yeah.
How you doing, brother? Y'all got time to talk about the Bible for about 5 minutes? That's a shame, brother. Come on, man. But that's why we do this, man. To let our people know who they are. To let them know where they come from. See, I would love to ask my brother if he knows that while we were on the west coast of Africa, if he knows about the provinces that were on that area. Did you know they have maps of Negro land, is what it's called? Negro land. And we, near Ghana and Togo today, had a province called the Kingdom of Judah. It's on the map. You can look it up on Google right now. It's on the map.
Yeah.
The evidence is right there. Can you imagine not knowing who you are, not knowing what your mission is in life, and you're walking by the guy trying to give it to you, and you don't want to talk to him? That's how plain the Most High God makes it. All you gotta do is just stop for 5 minutes. You'll find out who you are. Find out what your purpose is. But instead, fuck that. I want to go to the strip club.
Yeah, the good thing about this guy, he wasn't a white girl.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you
gotta
got,
give
man.
that one credit.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you got, man.
You gotta give him credit on that one.
Man, you know what the crazy part is, though? I see Israelites, if they have access to so-called white pussy or white box, it could be the ugliest white woman on the planet, and they're like proud of it. Like fucking chest out, like I got a white woman. It's like, bro, like, are you serious? And she look, it's like this, is like a lunch lady, man. Like, what is wrong with you? But our people be proud. But meanwhile, we have the most beautiful women on the planet, but we suffer from the curses because we don't keep God's laws. And as a result, our women are unruly. You know, they're very hard to deal with. But did you know that evil eye that we have toward one another, those curses in Deuteronomy 28, it talks about literally our women having an evil eye toward us, specifically. Right? So, this is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 56. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, for delicateness and tenderness, her eyes shall be evil toward her husband, toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter. So literally, that's talking about our women having that evil eye toward us. Not wanting to work well with the family, not wanting to play their role.
Yeah.
Because who's supposed to be the natural leader in the household?
The man.
The man.
Yeah. And when the woman finds out that she can't control the man because he's not willing to obey her commands, she's gonna go off the wall.
And she go buck wild.
That's how I got divorced.
Now,
And I was married 25 years.
Now-
I got 6 kids.
So-
I got 5 grandkids.
and you see how these scriptures come off the
Yeah.
pages, man.
Yeah. And I just met you today.
Yeah.
You little that you know, you answered a lot of questions.
All
without
praises.
Without even me.
There you go.
All praises.
With just me just stopping when I walked up that stairway and you say, hey, can you give me 5 minutes of your time?
Mhm.
Sure, I can give you 5 minutes of my time, because how do I know you could save my life if I could just stop in front of you instead ignore you and walk down that way and something happens to me?
Somebody's
And
waiting
what-
for you for a knife, you just turn around.
And look what happened here was I took the 5 minutes, I listened to you, I walked off, I sat there, I continued listening to you, and I just did a walk to the next bridge, walk my ass back over here, and sat right here,
Yeah.
and let you finish what you had to say to me.
You know, I see him here every time I can on Saturdays, and I come to him. And when I have questions, I ask him.
It's the best time you can spend, man.
Yeah.
Just finding out about the Bible. I did the same thing. When I first found out this, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I broke down and cried. I couldn't believe it. It was like a Disney story. You mean to tell me after all this dying, we get the kingdom of heaven? Us? The niggers and beaners? We're the ones who get the kingdom. We're God's chosen. But that's the story. Because God run this shit. And that's what he wants. But most of our people gonna walk by and they ain't gonna have a clue why this shit is happening. Why people keep dying. And what to do to stop it. That's why we do this, man. Because when this word is preached to all the world, and that 1/3 converts to the 144,000, we're done. That's when we get to rule. Our people don't realize what rulership is, man. We so accustomed to waking up on Monday, having that headache as we roll out of bed, staring at the mirror, all bleary-eyed, knowing that this shit ain't right, knowing that we're the kings of the earth. Did you know the Bible says we're gods? God just means power. I want to show you, man. I know I got to show you that book. I ain't forgot. But brother, you see, there's so much to show. There's so much. And brother, I'm new to this. I've only been doing this for 6 years. There are brothers who've been doing this 30, 40, 50 years. Can you imagine what they can teach you? It's all on YouTube right now. All of it.
Or the power that it gives you,
Yeah,
the energy,
yeah.
the spiritual energy.
Brother, how old do you think I am?
It's probably about 34, 35.
Okay, I'm 38.
How old is little Diane?
I'd say probably about 42. The only reason why I know that is because I know our people look young. So I always guess higher. That's what you got to do. Because brown and black don't crack. We're special, man. Most High God made it so that we're hard to kill. Think about it. When you drink water out the tap, don't drink water out the tap, by the way.
No.
But if you do, the water that comes out of the tap, whether it's your hose, faucet at home, in the tub when you take a shower, your skin absorbs it too. But it has chlorine in it, has potassium fluoride. Because actually I think it's sodium fluoride. Because potassium fluoride is supposed to be the harmless one. But fluoride in general destroys the body. It's actually a neurotoxin. It breaks down the brain and neurotransmission in the body. Now imagine, you're taking showers every day. It's breaking your body down, causing you to age prematurely. There's ways around that, by the way. Take baths and use bentonite clay. Bentonite clay binds to all the toxins, and then you could just take a bath in clean water. Although it don't look clean, it's clean in terms of chemicals. And bentonite clay pulls toxins out the body. So it'll help you in that way, that regard too. But I want to show you. I said that we're bentonite clay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I have your number, Domingo. I'll send you a file.
Send it to me so,
Yeah, yeah.
so I can look it up.
Well, no, I have because I'm a certified massage therapist, and I have a whole recipe that I use. I have my own toothpaste. Did you know for toothpaste, bentonite clay and calcium is all you really need. You need detoxification, that's bentonite clay, and then you need enamel restoration, that's calcium. Bioavailable calcium, free-flowing in your saliva, remineralizes your teeth. It fills in cavities and everything. So if you got small cavities, they will repair themselves. The dentist tells you that's impossible. I have a question. If your bones are deprived of calcium, how are they supposed to show that in your body? Through your teeth. Where do you think your bones are pulling the calcium from when they're running out? From your teeth. That's why your teeth start to wear down and become brittle. They're literally not only just for chewing, but they show the health of the whole skeletal system. Now, you know how I figured that out? Simply just observing the body. You know how the white man figures out medical things? Cutting open dead bodies. When you go to medical school, they work with cadavers. So how are you supposed to learn how to give life from a dead body? That's why the Bible says they're physicians of no value. Did you know we were doing open heart surgery back in the 1400s on the west coast of Africa? Did you know we were doing cataract surgeries, cataract corrective surgeries as well? All these various surgeries around the world, we invented them. Open heart surgery here in America was done first by who? A black man. Why do you think he was able to do it? Because his ancestors did.
And the knowledge.
Yeah. You might forget up here, but you never forget in the body. They've proven it scientifically. Did you know you have genetic traumas that get passed down from generation to generation?
Yep.
And it's through the father. Most people don't know that. It comes through the seed line. So how all our forefathers were getting buck broken and raped. They were being forced to work themselves to death. They were watching their brothers and sisters be brutalized. They passed that down through their seed to their children. That's why you have some of our people. They walk around with all types of psychoses and mental disorders. And it seems like there's no rhyme or reason. But there is. It's in the past. And you never know what they might be dealing with. These curses are real, man. That's why when we try to tell our people that it matters what you do. It matters when you break God's laws. It matters. But our people don't want to hear it. It's to their own destruction. Right? I said we were gods, right? Cool. This is Psalms 82 and verse 6. I have said ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. That's why we die like this. We're the gods of this earth. All God needs is ruler or judge. I'm going to blow your mind right now. Did you know in Genesis 1:1, the pastor in the church gets that wrong every time?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I've showed you this, haven't I? Yeah, about
No,
Elohim.
yeah.
I want to show you something, right? Because when you read this, it sounds very, very straightforward. Like there's nothing else to investigate. But there is more to investigate. This is Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That sounds like the Most High God got off his throne and did some work, right? I want to show you something. We're going to look at the word for God. This is the word. So, it's Elohim, right? Cool. All right? So we're going to go into the meaning of it. Now, this is for Elohim. I want you to see. That's the same word, right? What's that? Plural. So, who made the earth? You might not know who it is yet. You'll figure that out because I'm going to show you. But you know it's not the Most High. Because now it's many people. And there's only one Most High God. But there are many angels. Right? Now what if I told you Jesus Christ was the one who made the world? Sound crazy, don't it? I'm a proof. It's in Hebrews 1:1. See, and all these people talking about they read the New Testament, full of shit, man. Because if you read the New Testament, you should at least get through the first chapter of every book.
Yeah.
Right? And this is so to the front of Hebrews that it's literally the first 2 verses. Read it. This is Hebrews 1:1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. I'm going to show it to you. So just read verse 2. Now, so Christ made the world. But it said plural, divine judges, rulers, right? There's a group of people, or I should say, group of angels that follow our Messiah wherever he goes. This is Revelations chapter 14 and verse 1. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers, harping with their harps. And they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the 4 beasts, and the elders, and no man could learn that song, but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. Now listen to this part, right? These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb, whithersoever he goeth. So the 144,000 follow the Lamb, which is Yahushua, everywhere. The only creation that the Most High God ever made was his Son, and that's in Colossians 1. After he made his Son, he gave his Son the power and the influence to be able to do the things that he wanted done, and that was create all of creation. Now, if these follow the Lamb wherever he goes, who did he create first? The 144,000. That's your rulers. Now it makes sense. Yeah, the angels. You got to know what this means when you read it. That's why when pastors just read something and they gloss over it, man, the harm that they do to our people.
Yeah, because you don't know the actual meaning. You're just reading it to you.
Yeah, and then you start to believe that the knowledge of the Bible is stupidity because you believe in the way that they tell it, which is stupid. For instance, they say Adam and Eve were the first 2 people on the planet.
Nope.
No. I want to show you that as well. And all I'm doing is I'm just dispelling common lies that were told to you in the Christian church. That way, when you come to know your God, you will keep the commandments, knowing that you have an understanding as an Israelite. Actually, this is something I'm gonna show you before. And I know it's getting kind of late. If y'all gotta go, just like, huh?
I got it.
Okay, cool.
No rush. Yeah, I got more time than you.
I'm gonna say this in my camera. This is what happens when you find the word. You finally found the truth. It's nothing to spend an hour. Nothing to. I was talking to two young people. They were like 19 and 15, and they only said they had 5 minutes. 5 hours later, I had to drive home. That's what this does to people when they find the truth. Because damn it, I know I look for it. That's why I became an atheist for a while. Because everybody was lying to me about everything. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, I don't want none of it. And then when I heard the truth, I was like, yo, there it is. I've been looking for it my whole life, and I stumbled upon it. I stumbled on a video on YouTube of a group called One Body in Yahushua, Israelite group. And when I heard it, I said, damn it, there it is. There it is, on YouTube. Couldn't believe it, man. But, all right, hold on. So, I want to show you. What I just said I was going to show you? Okay.
You tell me what you want. Just say I want to show you something.
Yeah, I wanted to dispel another lie that's told in the Bible. Oh, Adam and Eve. That's right. Cool.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be the first creation.
Yeah.
He took whatever he saw.
So we're going to go ahead and get where man and woman were made, right? Well, actually, where man was so-called made. This is Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 23. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. Now keep in mind, God is not all caps here. So this is that same terminology used in Genesis 1 and 1, the Elohim. So these are the angels creating here. This is the 5th day. Now you have to understand, actually, you know what? Before I go forward, you need to understand that each day that's described in Genesis is 1,000 years.
Yeah. 1,000 years. To them.
So to them, each day is 1,000 years.
Yeah. So really a day is really not much. I mean, it's a lot to us, but nothing to them.
See, it's important to know this because the story in Genesis doesn't make sense if essentially it just took a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, you mean to tell me you created an entire planet, the stars, everything in a week? But if I give you 6,000 years, doesn't it make more sense? It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Right? So we're going to just get out the Bible. 2 Peter 3 and 8. Peter 3 verse 8. This is 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. So once upon a time, it was well known that those days that were spoken of during creation were 1,000-year periods. Right? Now knowing that, this is Genesis chapter 1 verse 23. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Now, you got to remember, all the things that walk, run, and creep upon the earth that have been created. How do we get about on this planet without vehicles or bikes? Walking and creeping and running. That's where we were created on the fifth day. All people were created. Now, Adam was not created as much as he was selected. And I'm going to prove that, right? But there's a little bit more. Verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Now, you got to remember, this is the fifth day.
5,000 years later.
Yeah, that's after 5,000 years from the very start of creation. Now, you got to remember, when Adam is selected or created, it's the seventh day. That doesn't happen until Genesis 2. We're about to read that. Right? This is Genesis 2 and 2. And on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work, which he had made. Now you got to remember, he was creating. That was the work. So that means he's no longer creating. That doesn't mean that there isn't administrative tasks that have to be taken care of. Right? We're going to go down to verse 7. Actually, okay, cool. Verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So what does that mean, right? God already ceased the angels ceased their creating. They took a man and they breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Well, what is the breath of life? I'll show you. It's in Wisdom of Solomon 7:24. See, what they like to spin that old tale like Pinocchio. God said, and he was like, I'm a real boy. That's not what happened. See, again, if you believe it the way they teach you in the church, that's how they want you to believe. Like a Disney movie. That's why they reinforce it with the movies. Now it makes more sense why they make those movies. It's to further the miseducation of our people in regards to their heritage.
Yeah, it doesn't give them that actual true fact.
That's right.
Of the situation.
And before you know it, you're thinking that a woman can have a baby without a man. When the Bible says that so-called Jesus Christ was formed of the seed of David. What is the seed of man? Sperm. So if he's formed of the seed of David, did Mary get pregnant by an angel? No. Because the Bible even says that angels don't have sex. So if they don't have sex, how did she get pregnant? By Joseph. See, the issue was that sex in the Bible is marriage. So what had happened was Joseph and Mary being young couple, Joseph got her pregnant. And he was trying to hide the fact that he got her pregnant. That's all that happened. That's all that happened. But if you don't understand that from a biblical perspective, somebody can come along and tell you, well, you know what makes Jesus Christ special? That God or an angel is his father, and his mother was impregnated by an angel. If you don't have the spiritual chops in the Bible to demand that they back that up, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, you're not gonna understand it.
Yeah, you're not gonna understand it.
You're just blind, being blind.
And if the blind lead the blind, both will fall into the ditch,
Yeah.
just like the Bible says. But let me get this in Wisdom of Solomon. Because I see, brother, the gears are turning. And you starting to realize, like, man, I've been lied to my whole life. But don't it feel good to have the truth, though?
Yeah.
It feel good to have the truth.
Yeah, I'd rather have the truth than be lied to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I know when I found this out, man, it lifted a weight off of me I didn't even know existed. The world got brighter. The colors became more vivid.
Yeah.
But our problems became more real. It's sweet on one hand, but it's bitter on the other.
Yeah.
Because you realize why we're in trouble. And then you realize why it won't stop. And when you see that stubborn, stupid, like, attitude our people have, you realize that's what they've always had. And that's why we're always in trouble. But this is the breath of life.
This is wisdom of Solomon. 7:24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore, can no undefiled thing fall into her. So let me get this right. Wisdom is the breath of God. Adam, a man who was already in existence, was chosen and informed. He was given wisdom. And then he became a living soul. You know, I know if you don't have the wisdom of the Bible as an Israelite, you're dead. Ezekiel 37, the valley of the dry bones. When we're preaching this word and you're getting the word, literally it describes it as sinew and muscles and skin and flesh coming up on your bones, and you're made alive again. That's how we know the breath of life is wisdom. And that serpent, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. The tree of life, that's just doctrine. Think about it. They're told in this garden, right? When all of creation was done in one place, right? According to the Bible. Man and woman were created on the 5th day. Nations worth of people were created. One man was selected, and he was given a wife, Eve. And out of all the so-called trees in that garden, only one tree was forbidden for them to eat from. Do you think that tree has to do with fruit? No. It's doctrine. Think about it. Because you see here in Genesis 2 and 7 that Adam is literally having the breath of life breathed into him. What do you think that breath of life is? I will show you. The commandments and the wisdom of the Bible, they are spirit and they are life. All right, man. Oh, you good, brother? I stay here as long as somebody's here,
Yeah.
man. You know that.
Yep.
Yeah. But take care, Domingo. Let me know if you need anything. I'm gonna get you some fringes, all right?
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. There we go. Cool. This is John 6:63. It is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. Breath of life, spirit in life. He was informed on how to serve God. He was chosen. Does it make more sense now? Now it makes more sense why he had to produce a lineage of children. And out of that lineage, the Most High God was going, okay, you, Abraham. Okay, I chose you, and I'm going to choose your son. Not Ishmael. I chose Isaac, your other son. Okay, who's next? Okay, so there's going to be 2 more kids after Isaac, Jacob and Esau. Esau gets rejected. Jacob is accepted. Now Jacob, who gets chosen out of Jacob? Well, all of his kids are chosen. The 12 tribes. And that's how the Most High God works. That's who gets informed, by the way. That's why you can get this, and I can preach all day to a heathen, and they'll never get it. I'm going to show you why. And it's stated very plainly. This is Amos, chapter 3 and verse 7. Surely the Most High God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets. The secrets of the scriptures are the deeper understandings of the scriptures. Understanding that it wasn't the Most High God who made the heavens and the earth, but understanding that he made his son who did all those things. That's a deeper understanding of the Bible. But the reason why you're able to get it so quickly is because you're an Israelite. If you weren't an Israelite, brother, I'm gonna tell you something. It'd be like trying to stick, basically like, stick something to a board with oil on it. It ain't gonna happen, brother.
Yeah.
I could throw shit all day at it. It's not gonna stick, and that's what happens. Now, here's the thing that'll throw you for a loop. I'll have somebody who looks white, but they have a great grandfather who's black, or they're native Hispanic, or they're native Indian. So they look like any old blue-eyed, blonde-haired white person. But guess who they really are? Israelite. That's why I try your spirit, brother. I read the scriptures and I get your feedback. I see how it resonates with you.
Yeah.
That's why if I ask one of these so-called heathen, what do you think should happen for all the rape, robbery, and murder over the course of the last 4 or 5 centuries? And they go, well, nothing. We should be able to dance off into the sunset and nothing happened. And then I bring out in the Bible that says to the contrary, and they still hold that position, chances are I'm dealing with a heathen.
Yeah.
But if they stop and give pause and they go, damn, that's a good point. And I'd rather God be right than me be right. Then I have to dig a little deeper. I might be dealing with an Israelite. I don't know.
Yeah. Or they just can't admit to their mistake.
Yeah,
Or not, it's not a mistake, it's just true fact.
yeah. It's history.
Because like they say, the truth does hurt.
Yeah. And here's the thing. The truth hurts all the more when you're surrounded by lies and you don't know what's true.
Yeah.
Because the truth doesn't become any less sharp when you don't know about it.
Just go deeper and deeper into a lie.
Yeah. I'm glad you stopped, Dave. I'm glad you stopped.
Now, I'm glad you stopped me.
All praises to the
Little
Most
did you
High.
know.
All praises.
I thank you for stopping me.
I'm going to tell you a couple of commandments, and then I have to get on, because my wife don't kick my ass, all right? Usually I would stay here till like 12, but I don't want to keep you out that late, brother. So do you eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster?
I do, but not just. I mean, I'm the only one that eats it. My kids don't eat it.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
I mean,
I would say this, brother, if you could help it, stop eating those things,
yeah.
right? Here's the reason why. I'm going to just read for you, right? This is Leviticus, chapter 11 and verse 3. Whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven footed, and cheweth cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. Now, you got to remember, there's many creatures that chew cud. Rabbits, camels, llamas. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat, of them that chew the cud, or of them that divideth the hoof, as the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean to you. And the coney, which is a rabbit, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean to you. And the hare, another form of rabbit, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean to you. You get the pattern, right?
Yeah.
So that not only do they have to chew the cud, they have to have hooves,
Yeah.
right? So like deer, elk, cow, sheep, goats, you can eat those. But you can't eat a camel. You can't eat a llama. Now you're seeing why our people get sick all the time.
Yeah.
Because they keep trying to eat shit that the Most High God is literally telling you, look, man, I made all this shit. Don't eat that. It's
Yeah.
going to kill you. And if it don't kill you, I'm going to make sure it kill you. Because
Yeah.
I told you not to do it.
Yeah.
Now, here's another one. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud. He is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. You're not supposed to touch a dead pig. So when you go to the store, the pork section, you should be hesitant to even touch packaging of pork. Because the person handling the pork likely had pork on the gloves of their hands while they handled the plastic.
Yeah.
So God is literally telling you to not eat pork, to not eat things that are basically not cloven-footed, and don't chew cud. Don't eat it. Right? These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall ye eat. Right? So, say you go fishing and you pull up a catfish. Can you eat that?
Yeah,
No.
you can't eat
No
that.
scales.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, it's got fins,
Yeah.
but no scales. Now, what do black folks love to fry up?
Catfish.
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 You're noticing all the shit that we're told not to eat. That's what we love eating.
Yeah.
How about carnitas?
Yeah.
I know my Mexican brothers. Y'all love carnitas.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, when I was in the world, they good. Boy, they taste good. They taste like sin, don't they?
Yeah.
It's hard to give it up.
Yeah.
But God told you not to eat it.
Yeah,
And God-
but then it is true because, like, you eat pork,
Mhm.
eventually you get sick from it. You eat the catfish. I mean, eventually you get sick from it.
Mhm.
You eat the carnitas. I mean, eventually you get sick from it.
Get
You
that
don't
high
know-
blood
you-
pressure,
but-
gout.
Yeah, but you don't know how. But it ends up happening.
Yeah.
It's like, what did I don't eat it constantly, but it's because you're eating it.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So one of the things me and my wife talk about this all the time, right? You shouldn't have to convince people not to eat a walking trash can,
Yeah.
known as a pig. But our people, you have to tie a nigga down and say no pork for them to go, all right, fine. Literally, it's killing them, but they won't stop. What that tells you, there are literal spiritual strongholds on people.
Yeah.
It's like giving up smoking. Have you ever seen somebody try to quit smoking cold turkey? They're like fidgeting, they're mean as hell, they're all irritable, and it's just like, yo, what's wrong with you? But when you find out that they're battling a spirit of addiction, it's no different with the food, brother.
Yeah.
Did you know that you're only supposed to eat fruits and vegetables from herb-bearing seed? Now, I'm not putting that on you yet, because you're gonna have to give up some stuff that you never thought of, like mushrooms. I used to love mushrooms, man. Gotta give it up.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you have to give up basically like duck. You have to give it up. You can eat chicken, but you got to remember, a duck, a swan, those are aquatic creatures with webbed feet. They're not for you to eat. I used to love crispy duck, man. Them Chinese niggas, boy, they fry that duck up with that duck sauce. Boy, I be on that. But I can't do that no more. Because I would rather serve God than my flesh, man.
Yeah.
Now, if we get to the kingdom and the Most High is like, yo, you had it wrong, you can eat duck, guess who's going to be eating duck all day? Me. But for the time being, I know that it's wrong according to my understanding. So I'm not going to do it. Right?
Yeah.
I want to show you what it says about fish, though. And all that have not fins nor scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. Again, no fins and no scales. So say, like I said, a catfish, no scales, but it has fins. Can't eat it. Say you get some shrimp out of there. Does it have fins and scales? No, can't eat it. Did you know shrimp are just aquatic cockroaches? They're literally cockroaches in the water.
In the water, right?
Yeah.
Because they eat everything.
Yeah. Mostly shit. And dead carcasses. That's what they eat.
Yeah.
And you know that black line that goes down a shrimp's back?
Yeah.
That's literally it's like digestive system. It's poop. Did you know some people don't even clean that out when they eat shrimp? They're lazy, they just take the shell off and then they eat it like that and then they get sick.
Yeah.
How about crab? Can you eat that? No fins and scales. Have you ever ate crab and then all of a sudden your chest get tight? You get a headache?
Yeah.
Why do you think that's happening,
Yeah,
man?
or like you haven't even ate half of it and you're already like got disgusted of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want it no more.
Your body starts telling you to stop eating it.
Yeah.
Why do you think so many of our people have an allergic reaction to shellfish? Sometimes the Most High God does you a favor. And he goes, yo, if you eat this, you're going to break out in hives, your throat's going to swell shut, and I'm going to kill your ass. And guess what? Our people still be in the damn emergency room. Because they had to have some crab legs. I'm telling you, man. Like, it's funny when we talk about it. But brother, man, this shit run deep, man.
Yeah, it's just true. It's the truth.
And I'm going to show you this one, and then I want to show you stuff out of that book, and then we're going to call it, all right? Yeah, we're going to do it deep. Because you don't have to do a thing except for change. Actually, I don't think this will be a big problem for you at all, man. It's just loving your brother. That's all it is, man. But I also want to go into the specifics. When it says to love your neighbor as yourself in the New Testament, this is what Yahushua was referring to in Leviticus 19. Your neighbor is your brother. Your brother is not of another nation, is he? No, your brother is of the same seed line. So what Yahushua was really saying is to forgive your own people, to love your own people. That's why the white man loves sliding in there going, I'm your brother, I'm your neighbor. Then he murders you and takes your shit. because you're not supposed to be forgiving him. Right? This is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Can you imagine if we just did that one thing? How many more of our people would be dying every day? Just don't talk shit about your brother. If you know something that's embarrassing to somebody, keep it to yourself. If you know there's turmoil in somebody else's household, keep it to yourself. A lot of beef that goes on is because people be running their mouth.
Yeah, they don't know how to keep their opinion to themselves. If they ain't got nothing to do with you, and then
Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Yeah.
As long as it don't concern you, and then you ain't got no business even saying or doing anything.
Or go to that brother in private.
Yeah.
And talk to him about it.
A lot of people don't do that no more.
Yeah.
These days.
Well, it's because people are bitch made, man.
They want to they want to like put you on the spot in front of everybody, make you look embarrassing. But honestly, to tell you the truth, you think you're making me look embarrassed. It's really yourself that's looking embarrassing because you're not a man enough or a woman enough to put it to the side. You talk to me as an adult.
You look like a coward at that point.
Yeah, and instead you prefer to flatter it out, try to make a scene, thinking like, oh yeah, you're doing something right, but you really ain't doing nothing right.
Brother.
You're already wrong as it is just by saying it in front of everybody.
See, and the thing is, we're living proof of why the Most High God has told us not to do certain things.
Yeah.
Because we get to see what happens to our people now when they pop off at the mouth on social media. All of a sudden, here comes the video of them getting beat up and stomped out or shot up on World Star. And all that is happening because somebody is running their mouth. Somebody won't shut up. Somebody won't let some shit go. I'm going to get to that in a second. Our people hold grudges, man. You know, I got people in my family who haven't talked to each other in decades over shit they can't even remember. They're just like, yo, I don't like that person. Well, what happened? I don't know. It was when we were younger. Or he took my ex-husband or something. And our people never let the shit go. Family be destroyed.
Yeah.
Kids ain't never had met their uncle. Like, man, I don't deal with my brother. What do you mean you don't deal with your own brother? But that's the type of shit that we let separate us. But this is what God says to do about that, right? Thou shalt not hate thy brother and thine... actually, I skipped a little bit. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Most High God. So I'm not supposed to stand by while you get brutalized and murdered, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to stand against the blood of my neighbor. If I see something happening to you, say, I see somebody tampering with your car before you get in it. I can't just go, damn, that sucks for him. Hope it don't blow up. I have to go over there and go, hey, brother, I saw somebody tampering with your car. Get it checked out before you start it. Or if I see you getting beat down by police, I can't just go, damn, I'm glad that's not me. I got to get involved. Even if it means me running up and shoving the officer and taking what comes with it, I got to do something. Oh, it's coming out. Damn, man. That's how you know, like, when you've been trying to read this thing, right?
Yeah.
So, verse 17, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. So say I see you next week, and you walking by, and you got a big ass pulled pork sandwich. I can't go, man, damn, that nigga Daniel, he ain't listen. I hate this motherfucker. I can't do that. I gotta walk up to you and go, hey, brother Daniel, now I love you as a brother, man. Put that pork down. You know that's against the law, man. I'll let you know about that. I'm not supposed to suffer you to do wrong amongst our people. Because as you know, as long as we sin, what are we as a people? We're cursed. So I have as much an interest for you to keep the law as you have an interest in me keeping the law. That's why the whole term, being your brother's keeper. You know that Abel and Cain. That's why when, basically Cain, sarcastically said, what, am I my brother's keeper? According to the law, yeah, you are. You are your brother's keeper. And then this is the other one. These are 3 commandments, by the way. This is really easy, right?
Yeah.
Did you know the Most High God says his laws aren't hard? Because they're not.
Yeah. The hardest part is just obey.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why it's hard to obey now is because your enemies rule over you.
Yeah.
They put pork in your toothpaste.
Yeah.
Anything that has a glyceride in it, you have to see if that glyceride is pork derived or vegetable derived. Most products have pork You got to remember, as long as we're sinning, we're under curses. And if you read the book of Judith, our enemies know that while we sin, our God doesn't defend us. So what do you think they're going to do to keep Superman weak? Say Superman was coming to attack you. You know his weakness, right? Kryptonite. If you have something to say about it, you're going to have the biggest fucking piece of kryptonite strapped to your forehead. So when that nigga pull up, you're going to go right here. Kryptonite. That's what your enemies do. Did you know Judah in the Bible? He had an affinity for women that was so strong that he ended up siring his own grandchildren. He was supposed to get a husband for a woman named Tamar, who was his niece. Now, just so you know, in the Bible, if you get with a cousin, that's cool. They got to be a certain amount of stages away. But you can't do immediate family marriage. That's incest. But Tamar was supposed to marry his sons. I believe his first son was named I forget the other son's name, but they died. And he basically said, I'll find you a husband, and then he didn't. Well, she said, well, fuck that. So she went and she posed as a harlot or a hoe. And when Judah basically ran into her, she had cloaked her face so Judah couldn't see who she was. And then after he procured her services, she made sure to get a token from him, something physical, so she could prove that it was him. So when she got knocked up and all of a sudden they were going to put her to death for just being a harlot, she produced the collateral that she had. And Judah had to go, oh, goddamn, those are my kids. Now, what's one of the black man's greatest weaknesses right now? Women. Hoes, man. You can't tell me this ain't our book, man. You can't tell me that, brother, because we are these people. We live this every day. That's why when the white man goes, oh, I'm in that book too, it's like, yeah, you're the evil people. You sure are in here.
Yeah.
The rapists, the pedophiles, the people who steal in land, yeah, you are in here. You sure are.
Yeah, your name's all over it.
Yeah. All you got to do, brother, is you start knowing these scriptures and start learning history, man.
Yeah.
Did you know the original Romans were darkly melanated peoples? They weren't black people.
Yeah.
But they are what you would call like Hawaiians today. Those are the original Romans. And the original Greeks. Yeah.
Hawaiians.
Yeah. Those are the sons of Japhet.
Wow.
Yeah. In Greece, you had three people: the Minoans, the Mycenaeans, and the Etruscans. The Minoans were there in about 3500 BC, a long ass time ago. Then the Mycenaeans came in about 1400 BC. Then the Etruscans came in about 400 circa around BC. Now, the Etruscans came from, Macedonia. Macedonia is the same nation that Alexander the Greek came from, so-called white people. Now, if you want to know who's who, look up the, archaeology, or Minoan archaeology, or Minoan pottery. Basically, if you want to know who anybody is throughout history, look up their pottery, because people paint their likeness on the pottery. When you look up the Minoan and the Mycenaean pottery, you see normal things, like, soldiers marching to war, women, pouring things, doing things, them having fun, all types of stuff. But when you put the Etruscan pottery, you see men having threesomes, while a man is being stuck from both ends, while an animal sucks his rod. That's what's on their pottery. That's the white man. Now you're seeing how to find it. See, when you understand how to reference history, you'll start figuring out who's who. I told you I was going to show you in the Bible, or in this, that we ruled Europe, right? I'm going to show you something. This is from Edomite. A white man wrote this. This is from Professor Boyd Dawkins, professor of geology, Manchester University in London in 1879. It's called Our Remote Ancestry. These are pages 95 through 106. I'm just going to read an excerpt, right? The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men about 5 feet 6 inches in height. Oh, that seems like somebody that you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
I have a question. question, right? If we weren't the rulers of Europe, then why did they feel it necessary to paint over all the art and the relics during the Renaissance? Something called iconoclasm, where they were taking the artistry of that time and they were painting it white. It's because we were ruling. And we weren't just ruling in the areas that he named. We were ruling in Poland. We were ruling in Russia. I want to show you actually.
We were ruling all over.
Yeah. And did you know as we fell, the English came out the caves in about 449 AD? And did you know, actually, yeah, he mentions it right here. They were in England when his fathers, the white English, invaded the land in 449 AD. Our fathers were a warlike people who by 607 AD had pushed the Bosque west into Wales, Cumberland, Westmoreland, and the Highlands of Scotland and Devon. These black people boasted that they were citizens of the Roman Empire. Now, what people don't often talk about is Rome had basically two eras of its existence. You had the Roman Empire, and then you had the Holy Roman Empire. Who are the separate or holy people? The Israelites. So you have a Holy Roman Empire, an Israelite Roman Empire. And under that banner is how we took over Europe. Why do you think they call it the Dark Ages? All of a sudden, oh, we don't know what was going on during that time. Of course you didn't, because your ass was in a cave somewhere. We were ruling.
Yeah.
While they were eating out of the skulls of their ancestors, your people were over here in the Americas with complex cities, aqueducts, internal plumbing, all types of just amenities and technological marvels that they dream about today. We were in Europe ruling in balance with nature. Did you know King James actually had people coming over here? And we were trading with one another, doing business? Because y'all spoke a dialect of Hebrew, and so did we. That's why when Columbus came over here, he had interpreters with him that spoke Hebrew. One of them you can look up, his name is Luis de Torres. So I have a question. If you're going to a land where you're unfamiliar with the people, should you have an interpreter with you? Well, you should, but how would you? You don't know who the people are.
Yeah.
So that tells you he knew who the people were. Because you got to remember. I want to show you this picture before I even go forward with this. I want you to understand who these people are. This is King James, the king of England, Spain, France, all that during the 1611, right? The 13 colonies were established in the 1600s under his rulership. King James is a black man. Did you also know they set up something called the Articles of the Confederation? That was the, what's it called? The Constitution before the Constitution.
Yeah.
The first president of America is a man named John Hanson, a black man. This is all shit you'll never learn in school, man.
Oh yeah. They changed it. They went from black to white.
Yeah.
That's why the TV was black and white. It was black at one time when they went to white.
But here's the thing. Did you know a Mexican man invented the color display?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so one of the things that we have to keep in mind when we're dealing with history is the people who tell it from the position of authority, they want to paint the image that they've always been in power and will always be in power.
Yeah.
But the reality is, they were the serfs and the slaves.
Yeah.
And the ones who weren't serfs and slaves, they were literally the ones who were coming out of the caves, coming to fight our people. And I want to show you this. Man,
So there's a lot of misunderstanding within.
yes.
A
Yes.
lot.
Definitely. You have a phone?
Yeah.
Can you look up something called Moors versus the Wild Men and look at the picture? You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Let me know when you've got one of the pictures up. Oh, man. And I'm gonna pull a scripture for you to show you that they they've been trying to write us out of existence for
What you
quite
say
some
it was
time.
called?
Moors, M-O-O-R-S, versus the wild men. Let me know when you got it. Wild man. And it should be a pain. We should be able to look at it. And I'm glad it's windy, brother.
Oh yeah.
It's not windy, bro. It's a lot of wind. I'll let you see. It's just the image is real tiny, man. All right, cool. You can actually kind of see. You see the people on the right? They're like black people with bows and stuff,
yeah.
and they're shooting down at white people who have all these little squiggly lines. That's fur.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it said that the white Englishmen came out of the caves in 449 AD and started pushing us westward. That's who they are.
Yeah. So that's how Bigfoot came along.
Yeah. And they have other names like Woodwose.
Wow.
W-O-O-D-W-O-S-E.
Yeah.
Woodwose. See, if you don't know these names, never find it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you type in, say you type in King James Black, it'll produce a bunch of images of white people. But if you type in King James Swarthy, it'll produce different images. The word swarthy means dark or basically tawny, basically brown.
Yeah.
That's the term they used to call us. They used to call us swarthy.
Yeah.
But if you don't know that, when you look for that likeness in that time period, nobody was black during that time period.
Yeah.
The concept of white and black was invented in about, I believe, 1621, and it was first put into action on legal documentation in 1681.
Oh man. So yeah.
Yeah, man, this white man, he's something, man.
Yeah.
He been lying a long time, and I want to show you. He been lying so long.
He's the damn devil.
Yeah, he's the damn devil. Say it loud for the camera, please.
He's a damn devil.
The white man is the damn devil. It ain't hard to see,
No.
and it ain't hard to say it. Some of our people, brother, I'll have them sit there, and I'll try to have them say it on purpose. Say the white man the devil. He'll be like, it's like, bro, like, no one's gonna just swoop down and kill you. You can't admit what's clearly seen.
Yeah.
And all devil means is deceiver. That's what the word devil means in the Bible. It means deceiver, liar.
That's how that's another thing too. That's how I became my own person, because I'm a CDL, I'm a truck driver.
Okay.
I started off as washing dishes, and then I did landscaping, and I told myself, oh, this ain't me, because I started noticing why am I willing to bust my back for this man to sit with a nice good pocket, drive a nice car, have some caviar in his sandwich.
Yep.
Why I gotta get me a piece of cheese, or even have enough bread, or have bread but no peanut butter,
Yeah.
or have peanut butter but no bread,
Yeah.
Kool-Aid but no sugar.
You got almost nothing.
I don't. What's my whole purpose? So what I ended up doing was, instead of me working for someone else, I worked for my own self, and that made me as a contractor.
And that's something I notice about our Northern Kingdom brothers. Y'all have the mindset of, why am I going to waste my life working for my oppressor?
Yeah.
I'd rather be a contractor and get by on my own means, by
Yeah.
my own work.
Yeah. So if whatever earnings I make, that's my earnings.
Yeah.
Whatever losses I get cut, that's my losses.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, just because I became a contractor, I also hold a powerful tool where I know how to acknowledge others.
Yeah.
You know, if I could do it, I got the capability of showing you as well that
Yeah.
you could do it as yourself,
Yeah.
but nothing in return.
That, I'm going to tell you, me and my wife, we live in a predominant, well, it used to be predominantly Hispanic.
Yeah.
Now we see white people everywhere. But when we walk through the neighborhood, all of our Mexican brothers have work trucks. All of them have their work like vehicles. Some of them have backhoes, all types of stuff, and it's just on their property.
Yeah.
That's what y'all do together. Y'all come together, and y'all will form a contracting crew. So y'all can go handle a big contract as a group of 5 or 10 people.
Yeah.
But as black folks, we would sooner kill each other than come together and say, hey, look, I'll handle this, you handle that. Let's go get these contracts and make that money.
Yeah.
We won't do it.
Yeah. That's why you see.
Sad.
That's why you see a lot of these Mexicans live in this one house. You got like 10 of them living there,
Yep.
but they're all contracting us together, and everybody's eating good.
Yep.
It's not just one man eating or one man controlling. We all control it.
And plus,
we all run the situation here.
well, and the coolest thing about y'all don't feel like it's necessary to fill out every piece of paperwork for the white man.
Oh no.
So if y'all earn a little bit more, y'all like, man, I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they try to say y'all make less than us, but I don't believe that, because y'all know how to work together.
Yeah.
When you look at the earnings of Judah, primarily I think they say like our women make about 37,000 a year and the men make about 40, 42, right?
Yeah.
That's not a lot of money.
No.
But they try to say that the so-called Mexican man and woman, y'all make in the 30s, both of them. But the reality is that's not true. Y'all just don't fill out all the paperwork. Y'all don't disclose all your earnings. Then if you have a house, you're not saying, oh shit, mama or grandma, whatever you call abuela, she passed away. So somebody who's under the age of 65 is gonna take the house. Y'all don't do that because y'all know if you're under the age of 65, what do you have to pay? Property tax. So y'all are like, fuck that. Hey, who's 65? You're the owner. You might not even live there. It's just in your name.
Just in your name.
And there's no problems. But with black folks, if you put a nigga name on it, he gotta tell you what to do. He gotta tell you when to come and when to go.
Yeah.
And as a result, we can't work together.
Yeah.
It's sad, man.
You're supposed to work together. That's how you make dreams work.
Yep.
Like, in order to dream to work, you gotta work together.
Yep.
But a lot of people don't understand either. It's discipline.
Well, man,
I mean, you gotta have discipline. You gotta have rules to understand a lot of stuff. You can't just walk in there and not know what's going on and not have no discipline and any type of rules. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Come on,
No,
man.
you're right. There's got to be a game plan for teamwork.
Yeah.
Like-
Teamwork is what makes the dream work.
Yeah. The moment we have over $150,000 in surplus, that is not cause for you to go get a Bentley.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's our problem. That's what happens. Jake be like, man, I gotta show him that I'm making it. Like, nah, man, live under the radar.
Yeah.
That's one thing, again, I give our Mexican brothers and sisters credit for, man. They might be making $200,000 and they might still be living in the ghetto because they're just laying low. It's like, yo, why am I gonna go start spending all this money now the white man is combing through my books? He's looking through all my business transactions. Oh shit, now I've got tax evasion charges.
Yeah. He's looking at every move I'm doing.
Yeah, but all you gotta do is just play it slow, play it smart, spend the money on shit that you really need, and if you really gotta wild out, go somewhere else. Go to Mexico. Go somewhere else. Black men don't know how to do that, man. We be throwing money on strippers and shit, all of a sudden getting arrested. It's like, yo, but the Most High God told us what to do, and we don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But I want to show you in the Bible, this is one of the reasons why when you look throughout history, they've been painting over our images. This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 48. And laid open the book of the law. The book of the law is the Bible, right? Wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. So, when the Greeks took us over in the Maccabees, that's what happened, right? We were under the thumb of the Greeks, and we were rising up against them. And when we went to our temple, which they had defiled, we saw that they had laid open one of our Bibles, and they were painting over our images, painting themselves in the Bible. That's iconoclasm. That's what happened to us in Europe. That's why when you read this book, The Negro Question Part 4, yeah, it's a 7-part series, by the way. These are all these kings. This is King Charles I of Scotland. The real Scots are black. This is another Scottish king, Alexander II. All black people, man.
They paint that how they wouldn't go that extent and paint get the audacity to get a paintbrush and paint over something that you want people to listen and follow, but don't tell the truth.
Yeah. But that's the
that's the way they wanted it to be, because a white man is always going to be in control.
You remember I said we had a province called the Kingdom of Judah?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's, that's on the map of Negro land, but he's just got a little piece of it. Yeah, Kingdom of Judah. Yeah. That's how we know. We're the tribe of Judah.
Yeah.
Brother, it's all here, man. And think about it.
It's all in the book. You just gotta you gotta take the time and
Well, brother, what's the proverb? If you want to hide something from a nigga, put it where? In a book.
yeah.
Man, you laugh and I laugh too. But brother,
But it is true.
It's
because
true.
It's true. It just you know, like who would think that? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's right there in front of you. You pass a book. How many times you pass the book in a day? Now how many? Now this what makes it hard. Now you can pass by the book so many times, but how many times do you pick it up?
yeah. And think about it. Most people had this very same book sitting on a coffee table, collecting dust.
Yeah.
The answer is right there.
Yeah.
And they got all these questions. But
Yeah.
when you tell them to read, they're like, well, why I gotta read? This is Revelations 1 and 3. Blessed is he that readeth. Think about that, man. The Bible is literally saying, if you read, you're blessed. Because what are you gonna have? Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. So now the time of the end is at hand, and brother, you've woken up to the truth. All praises to the Most High God Yahweh, in the name of His Son Yahweh Shai. When you pray, brother, take your shoes off, face the east, and pray in the name of Yahweh Shai to your God Yahweh. Everybody can't do that, man. Only the chosen. I'm gonna give you my YouTube page so you can look at this video. So if there's anything that you forget, you can just get refreshed and you can just watch that video over and over again until you have it. And then I'm gonna be here next Saturday and the Saturday after that. If you get my phone number, I'll tell you when I'll be here to the minute. So you can be here whenever you need to be here.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Let me know you're ready. I'll give it to you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it to you off camera.
Yeah, right.
Nigga control.
All right.
Yep, that's it. And my name is Haya L, Haya space EL.
All right. That's my number right there.
I got you, man.
Hey, and that's kind of unique how you said face to the east.
Yeah.
I live in that building with my mom.
Okay.
My room is facing to the east.
And it makes it easy, man.
And check it out. Every day before I go to bed, I look to the east and I talk. I see the sky. I talk to the sky. So I talk to myself.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Try to, sort things out. It's like I'm better off, talking to myself sometimes than trying to figure stuff out without nobody or saying anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
That's kind of unique how you said face to the east, because I'm always looking to the east.
You know, the Bible says that Israelites have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. Yep. We do things all the time that's spiritual. It's in line with the Torah.
Yeah.
But we just don't know it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that we never stop and ask ourselves, after all the abuse that we've gone through, why are we still the most sympathetic and empathetic people on the planet? If there's somebody who's going to be able to connect with you and really share their emotions with you, it's going to be a Black, Hispanic, or Native American. How is that possible after everything we've been through?
Yeah.
It's because we have that zeal for God. We're special.
Yeah.
But we're going to go ahead and hang it up, brother, because I will be out here all night. I promise you. I'm going to give my final scripture, and then I'm going to sign off, right?
All right.
So, y'all, we've reached the end of the lesson. Brother Daniel, he came back. All praises. And you know what, man? I know you say you got a Bible. You sure it's got the 1611, the Apocrypha? The 14 books they took out?
I think it's the 1611.
Don't worry about it.
I can't answer, but I know it's that.
There you go, man. That's yours. So now I know you have a sword. Start reading, man. First thing you're gonna want to read is Deuteronomy 28. Become familiar with what we're up against as a people because of the curses, right? But we're gonna go ahead and give this last scripture and sign off. All right. This is Revelation chapter 22 and verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. I like to punctuate this lesson by saying, Call Halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh in the name of his son Yahweh Shai. Kwam Yasharala, that means rise Israel, and death to America. You know what that means. All praises. Yeah, but 6 hours.